The year is 1994. Our story begins with the player, a teenager with a fierce independence and a restless spirit. A loner by nature, he drifts through life, avoiding attachments and chasing the thrill of the open road. He's not one to follow rules, preferring his way over anyone else's, a trait that often lands him in trouble. Enter the X-Man, a mysterious rival who seems to be the embodiment of competitive racing. Wealthy and commanding, X-Man is a collector of dreams on wheels, boasting a fleet of iconic supercars: the Acura NSX, Chevrolet Corvette ZR1, Dodge Viper RT10, Ferrari 512 TR, Lamborghini Diablo VT, Mazda RX-7, Porsche 911 Carrera, and Toyota Supra Turbo. These cars are not just machines, they're extensions of his larger-than-life persona. Their paths cross during one of the player's aimless drives. Witnessing a high-speed race unravel into a chaotic police chase, the player's adrenaline surges. This moment marks his first encounter with X-Man, who emerges as a mentor, a rival, and at times, a tormentor. X-Man pushes the player to limits he never knew existed. But each misstep only fuels his hunger for speed. X-Man, ever the provocateur, steps in as a guide. His mentorship is unconventional, filled with biting taunts and ruthless challenges. Yet his words carry weight. He recognizes the player's raw talent and pushes him to be better, though not without a healthy dose of trash talk, with X-Man acting as a precursor to later antagonists. The duo engages in one-on-one duels across stunning scenic tracks. X-Man is a master of psychological warfare, alternating between sore loser tantrums and moments of genuine praise when the player rises to the occasion. These duels are more than races. They're lessons that harden the player's resolve and sharpen his skills. Over time, the player's talent shines. Race after race, he begins to chip away at X-Man's confidence, eventually besting him in an unforgettable showdown. X-Man, despite his defeat, acknowledges the player's potential with a begrudging respect. After defeating X-Man, the player moves on, seeking new challenges in other districts. By 1997, with X-Man in his rearview mirror, his horizons expand as he experiments with rally racing during Need for Speed V-Rally, further honing his driving abilities. By 1998, the player's journey takes him to the world of high-speed street racing and police chases, as seen in Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit. A few run-ins with the law follow, first a warning, then a speeding ticket, and finally an arrest. Witnessing the sheer chaos of the underground racing scene, he realizes the danger of this life and the inevitability of its consequences. The streets may have taught him to drive, but the tracks will teach him what it means to race. And somewhere in the shadows, the echoes of X-Man's challenges linger, a reminder that the road ahead is as unforgiving as it is exhilarating. From a rebellious teenager to a rising star in the world of motorsport, the player's journey is far from over. In 1999, the player makes a bold decision. Trading the adrenaline of the streets for the precision of the track, he joins Porsche as a factory driver. It's a fresh start, a chance to channel his skills into something meaningful and build a new legacy. Need for Speed Porsche Unleashed. Employed as factory driver, he is given a plethora of driving tests and training stages to test his skills. The player is handed the keys to vintage icons like the Porsche 356 from the 1950s. The team's rigorous training sessions push the player to their limits. His job also includes completing various missions, from delivering cars to compete with other test drivers on given courses before being able to sign with Porsche Test Team. The player started off as a junior test driver where he had to drive old and slow cars. The Porsche Test Team has a long history and experience of car testing, ensuring that Porsche maintains its high standards of quality and excellence to their products and services. Each employee in the team is assigned with multiple responsibilities: training, car testing, and demonstrations, as well as challenges and tasks from other test drivers. The whole of the Porsche Test Team contains a group of highly talented test drivers and personnel. Chief Test Driver Rolf is in charge of managing the day-to-day operations within the team and has a wealth of experience to share. He also acts as the player's mentor, helping him climb up the ranks of the Porsche Test Team and providing him with rich details on his glory days and the traditions of the team. He's the team member who acts as a cool teacher to the player in becoming a better test driver. The player's early days are spent mastering slaloms, delivering cars, and taking on time trials. Porsche executive Dieter is the manager of many departments at the Porsche factory, one of which is the Porsche Test Team. He is 45 years old, Dieter is a strict man who recognizes that Porsches are among the best performing cars in the world, and he expects the same performance from his employees. Throughout his career, Dieter offers the player errand-related missions such as car deliveries and tech demos. At the Porsche race team, the player meets senior test driver Frank, who joined the test team to expand his horizons and experience new challenges after an exciting career on the amateur racing circuit. Frank is 41 years old. During the player's first assignment with him, Frank asks the player to beat his time. Ace test driver Stephanie is the current top test driver on the Porsche roster and is one of the best test drivers of all time. At 29 years old, she has proven herself many times and has earned the respect of everyone on the team. Stephanie has proven her value to the team with her incredible performance, hence why she is called the Ace. She offers the player very serious and difficult challenges. Head mechanic Klaus is literally the nuts and bolts of the Porsche test team. His experienced hands are responsible for maintaining and modifying the cars driven by the team. He is 48 years old. Klaus knows a lot when it comes to car tuning and track conditions, as part of his responsibility. He offers the player some tests that showcase the car's capabilities. The player earns a promotion to test driver, gaining access to Porsche's most powerful and cutting-edge cars. Every milestone, beating Klaus's tests, outpacing Frank, or completing Dieter's extreme challenges, brings new respect from the team. During one mission, Klaus needs to be dropped off in Zone Industrielle, and the player has to drive quickly to his station. Billy is recently hired to the Porsche test team as a junior test driver, who ripped through the hiring process with some of the highest scores seen since Stephanie joined years ago. At 24 years old, Billy is the youngest member of the team. He has very lofty aspirations and doesn't care who he steps on to meet them. Billy acts as the player's subordinate, where the player teaches him the ropes of being a test driver. At age 50, Rolf, being the oldest of the Porsche test team, is still a formidable test driver and instructor. After everything Rolf taught the player during his time, Rolf announces his retirement to the team, and he offers the player one final race against him before he leaves the team. Rolf's retirement marks a turning point. In a heartfelt moment, he passes the torch, offering one final race to test everything the player has learned. As the two battle on the track, Rolf sees his legacy secured in the player's hands and passes his position to player as the chief test driver. During one mission, Dieter is late for his train in Zone Industrielle, and the player has to drop him quickly at his station. The transition from trainee to contender becomes clear as the challenges grow fiercer, particularly from Stephanie. Despite being the ace of the team, Stephanie has somewhat of an unbearable personality. It shows when, even if she warms him up, she'll belittle him regardless of whether he fails or succeeds in her challenges. No matter how well the player drives, she often still calls him a rookie. While he is subjected to learning from the player, he still offers some crazy and ridiculous tests for the player that Billy thinks he can't beat. The last mission provided by Dieter has the player in for a Porsche commercial, which is basically an extreme slalom run. The player has to pull two 180-degree turns, a reverse drive, and a 360-degree turn without using automatic transmission, since Dieter has set up the gearbox to test the player's driving skills. Slowly, they move from vintage classics to modern marvels like the Porsche 996. The penultimate mission has Frank asking player to sneak in the garage and take the new 996 Turbo for a joyride. During the joyride mission, Frank finally lauds player for his driving skills and says that he had a fun time with him. The final race as a factory driver puts the player in a one-on-one race against Stephanie through the narrow streets of Monte Carlo. This isn't just a race, it's a battle for the title of Ace Test Driver. Stephanie pushes the player to the brink, but in the end, it's the player who crosses the finish line first. With the final victory, the player takes their place as Porsche's new Ace Test Driver. For the first time, Stephanie sets aside her pride, offering genuine congratulations. As the sun sets over Monte Carlo, the player reflects on his journey, from the humble beginnings of a junior test driver to becoming the ace test driver. But this is just the beginning. With the road ahead wide open, the player's story as a racing legend has only just begun. The player's journey ascends to new heights as he is transferred to Porsche's prestigious racing division. As part of the team, the player supports Porsche's domination of the American Le Mans series. Porsche enters ALMS with its iconic 911 GT 3R, a masterpiece based on the 996 generation. Its reliability and balance make it nearly unbeatable, claiming podiums at legendary circuits like Sebring and Road Atlanta. Rival manufacturers like Ferrari and privateer teams struggle to keep pace, as Porsche's engineering outlasts and outperforms them all. By 2000, Porsche raises the stakes, unveiling the GT3 RS, a lighter, faster evolution of its predecessor. With its aerodynamic enhancements and more powerful flat-six engine, Porsche solidifies its grip on the GT2 class. As a factory driver, the player contributes to Porsche's success, but he wanted to be more involved on the track. He remained sidelined, watching from the pit lane as others claim the glory. Observing the fierce competition in ALMS, the player notices two challengers that consistently push Porsche, Ferrari and BMW. Knowing Ferrari's rigid culture and obsession with perfection, the player makes a bold decision. Disillusioned by internal disputes at Porsche, he walks away and decides to defect to BMW. So, he quits his job and joins rival company BMW. At BMW, recognizing his talent and experience, BMW places him in its Motorsport division. Their first request is simple yet ambitious: to join BMW's efforts in the ALMS GT class and take the fight directly to Porsche. During that time, BMW's attention was divided. BMW's efforts were primarily focused on prototypes, with minimal attention towards the GT class. Its V12 LMR prototype is dominating the LMP class, with victories at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1999, followed by multiple victories in the ALMS series. But Porsche's grip on the GT2 category remains unshaken. To challenge Porsche, BMW shifts focus to developing a GT class contender, the BMW M3 E46. Working with partner teams like Prototype Technology Group, BMW refines its approach. The player, now embedded in the project, makes a daring proposal: bend the GT2 rules to produce a completely new engine and create a revolutionary race car, specifically tailored for endurance racing, unlike Porsche's more production-based entries. The result is the BMW M3 GTR, a machine designed not just to compete but to dominate. It had aggressive aerodynamics, including widened fenders and a large rear wing for improved downforce and custom-built straight-cut racing transmission for precise gear changes. It used lightweight construction using carbon fiber reinforced plastics. In 2001, BMW unleashes the M3 GTR onto the ALMS stage, a car that redefines the boundaries of GT racing. With its bespoke 4-liter V8 engine, a radical departure from the inline-six found in road-going M3s, the GTR outclasses Porsche's 911 GT3 RS in power, aerodynamics, and agility. In 2001, with the arrival of BMW M3 GTR, Porsche's competition intensified. Tracks like Sebring and Road Atlanta become battlegrounds where BMW's ingenuity shine brightest. Racing legends Jörg Müller and Hans-Joachim Stuck drove the M3 GTR to secure 7 victories in 10 races, claiming the GT2 championship and ending Porsche's reign. But victory comes at a cost. Rivals, led by Porsche, cry foul over BMW's aggressive interpretation of GT rules. The bespoke V8 engine, with no true production counterpart, sparks outrage. In 2002, ALMS regulators respond with new homologation rules, demanding manufacturers produce at least 100 road-legal versions of their race cars and 1,000 engines to compete. BMW's M3 GTR, with only 10 road-going versions, is disqualified. Faced with these restrictions, rather than complying with the new rules, BMW chose to withdraw the M3 GTR from ALMS at the end of the 2001 season, marking the end of its brief but disruptive reign. Hearing this news, the player, having completed his objective, decides to quit his job again. He makes a final decision to leave the structured world of professional racing and return to where it all began, the streets, where there were no rules. In the chaos of illegal street racing, there are no regulations, no limitations, only the raw pursuit of speed and glory. The player arrives in Olympic City, a metropolis inspired by Seattle and named after the nearby Olympic National Park. The story starts off with the player at the center of a thrilling circuit race, driving a uniquely styled Acura Integra Type R. Just as victory seems certain, the player is jolted awake by Samantha, who tells him to stop daydreaming. Samantha, a vivacious and sunny personality with a knack for playful banter, has been watching the player daydreaming. Her warm laugh fills the air as she tells them to snap out of it. Samantha, driving a 2000 Honda Civic CEM1 wrapped in a Hello Kitty-inspired kawaii design livery, befriends the player and introduces him to the street racing scene in Olympic City. With an infectious enthusiasm, she introduces him to the rules of the road, the thrill of illegal street races, and the vibrant import culture that fuels the city's nocturnal pulse. She highlights racing rules and new events, guiding the player through the vibrant import culture and illegal street racing. She's the player's biggest supporter, but she's not here to be a love interest. She's here to push him to be his best. The player spots Melissa for the first time hanging out with the East Siders and glancing his way. In his mind, she is bathed in ethereal light with choir-like music playing, signaling an instant crush. Samantha, noticing this, snaps him out of his daydream again, calling him a loser. Samantha takes the player under her wing, showing him how to navigate the racing console and helps him buy his first car, all while teasing him about his choice. She provides unique visual modifications, and to help him get started, she introduces him to 3 local racers and reminding him that he needs to build his reputation from the ground up. Her playful yet pointed jab serves as a reminder. In this world, admiration alone won't earn respect. It must be fought for and won.
A sweet ride gets respect. Visual mods get you stars in your respect meter. You have heard of respect? That's what you need if you want to race the baddest dudes in the street.
As the player progresses, Samantha introduces him to TJ, a mechanic known as the Junkman, who rewards him with performance upgrades and parts if he wins time trial challenges.
Yo, have you heard of Eddie? This guy doesn't play. You need to see TJ if you want to even think about competing at that level.
TJ's gruff demeanor hides a sharp mind and an unmatched skill for tuning. Jose, who offers circuit events and drives a 2003 Volkswagen Golf GTI 2.0 Mark IV.
What's up, bro? I'm Jose. Sam told me I should keep an eye out for you. She said you plan on turning the streets upside down.
Dirt, who offers drift events and drives a 1992 Nissan 240 S13.
Whoa, kid, this is sick. Yet another convert to the drift scene. Let's see what kind of moves you got. They call me Dirt, and I like to get sideways.
And Clutch, who offers drag events and drives a 1999 Dodge Neon. His actual name is Derek, but his buds call him Clutch. Like Clutch but with a K instead of a C, probably because he's extreme. Clutch is an appropriate nickname for a guy who competes in drag racing, which involves a good handling of the clutch pedal, not to mention granny shifting instead of double clutching like he should.
Sup, dog? Name's Derek, but my buds call me Clutch. I think I'll call you Tow Truck, cause that's what's gonna be hauling that heap to the dump after this race.
The player's growing fame catches the attention of the East Siders, a group led by Eddie, with members Chad, Kurt, and Todd. Each member specializes in a different racing discipline. Chad handles sprints, starting with a 2003 Toyota Celica GT ST230 before upgrading to a Honda S2000 AP1. Kurt dominates circuits, moving from an Acura RSX Type S to a Mazda RX-7 FD Series 6. Todd owns drag races, switching from a Mitsubishi Lancer ES to an Eclipse GSX. Todd even chastises the player, claiming he could spend his time with ladies instead of dealing with him.
Hold the phone, ladies. Hold the phone. This fool wants to race. You looking to race? You got it. Hey, don't worry, I'll beat you quick.
As the player's reputation grows, Eddie forces him to race against Samantha. Player accepts the challenge. Feeling betrayed, Samantha races the player but loses after totaling the engine of her Honda Civic C, ending their friendship. Defeated and heartbroken, she watches as TJ tows her car away. TJ takes the car and desecrates its iconic livery, adding cruel graffiti like crosses over the cat's eyes and jagged teeth. Deeply saddened, Samantha distances herself from the player and Jose calls him out for turning on her.
Hey, bro. Knew you were gonna contend, but it's pretty weak that you turned on Samantha.
Building up to the end game, the player faces and defeats Chad, Kurt, Todd, and Dirt for the #1 rank on their respective boards. Jose congratulates him but reminds him that Samantha is still upset.
Bro, it's me. Nice job taking down Eddie's posse in that last turning. #3 in sprints is now on the line. Too bad Samantha ain't here to see it.
To reconcile with her, the player embarks on a mission to reclaim her beloved Civic by beating TJ in a pink slip race. He defeats TJ, who was driving Samantha's vandalized Civic, and returns the car to Samantha. Her guard softens and she forgives the player, rekindling their friendship by rewarding him with a unique body kit for his car.
Hey, it's me. What you did was weak, but you got my ride back and I respect that. Good luck out there against Eddie.
Eddie's disdain for the player is evident in his mocking demeanor and derisive comments, making it clear he views them as nothing more than an annoyance. His confidence and showmanship not only command respect but also make him a compelling and enigmatic adversary. He's dismissive of the player's skills, throwing cash at him and mocking him to take a taxi home so that he can get home faster.
So, you think you're hot. See, I already done what you done. Ain't nothing special. You want a shot at me, but you gotta prove it.
Eddie, the best underground racer in Olympic City, drives a 1999 orange Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec R34. His rise to this position is fueled by his arrogance, his razor-sharp skills on the road, and his refusal to let anyone challenge his supremacy. Unimpressed by the player's victories, he insults the player's racing skills and mocks him, saying he has a long way to go to roll his streets. Eddie issues a direct challenge to the player, to a sprint race that ends in his defeat. Before the player can celebrate, a mysterious racer in a grey Nissan 350Z appears, demanding a final showdown. After the player's victory, the challenger is revealed to be Melissa. Melissa, far from being mere eye candy, proves to be a formidable racer and the true final boss. Hints were scattered throughout the journey that foreshadowed Melissa a capable driver, from the intro sequence featuring a purple Mitsubishi Eclipse racing through the streets before doing a ramp jump through a drawbridge that showed glimpses of a driver with long blonde hair in the rearview mirror, a wristband, and shoes. Defeating her cements the player's status as the best underground racer in Olympic City, concluding his journey in Olympic City with a resounding victory. Shortly after the player defeats Eddie and his street racing gang in Olympic City, he wins a race while driving a blue Nissan Skyline GTR. Adrenaline courses through his veins as he basks in the glow of triumph. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. An unidentified individual on the other end extends an invitation to join his team. Before the player can respond, the man's tone hardens, followed by a chilling threat saying that he will not take no for an answer. Angered, the player immediately hangs up. En route to a celebratory party, the player receives a call from Samantha. She excitedly informs him that the party is in full swing and that everyone is eager to see him. Meanwhile, an unidentified black Hummer H2 lurks in a dark alley waiting. Suddenly, the Hummer ambushes the player, ramming and wrecking his Skyline while he was still on the phone with Samantha. A man with a scythe tattoo on his hand makes a phone call saying that he took care of a problem. The player miraculously survives the crash but spends 6 months recovering in a hospital. After being discharged, he packs his bags and boards a plane to Bayview, holding a good luck note from Samantha, who mentioned her friend Rachel Teller. Curious and tempted by the open roads, the player takes Rachel's 350Z for a joyride, exploring the city, entering a few races and earning some quick cash. This results in Rachel becoming increasingly angrier as he keeps her waiting. She calls, demanding her car back, but ultimately forgives him upon reaching the dealership. There, she helps him buy his first car with the insurance money from his wrecked Skyline. Rachel, a charismatic 27-year-old brunette, possesses a gregarious flair that rescues her from virtually every situation. Her confidence, self-sufficiency, and vitality make her a standout in the underground culture. As an intermediary in the Underground Racing League, Rachel connects racers and sponsors throughout Bayview City. Ambitious, gritty, and industrious, she doesn't tolerate opposition or interference. Her fun-loving nature and party girl attitude are balanced by a headstrong and independent poise.
Hey, by the way, I forgot to mention that there's a lot of action in the city tonight. I've uploaded the race locations into your map. Go out there and start making a name for yourself.
Rachel warns the player about Caleb's grip on Bayview's racing scene, and that he will stop at nothing to control the underground. She reveals that Caleb is attempting to take control of Bayview's racing scene by manipulating sponsorship deals in his favor, threatening the player's livelihood and Rachel's liaison with the sponsors. As the player earns more reputation, Caleb tries to curb his success by sending members of the Wraiths to challenge him. Their cars, all with the same satin black paint job and Grim Reaper vinyl along the side, become a familiar sight who begin challenging the player at every turn. Caleb's frustration grows as the player defeats his crew members one by one, weakening his influence. Caleb gradually loses his cool as the player defeats all his minions, but the final straw is when the control of sponsorship slips from his grasp due to the Wraith's multiple defeats. Desperate to turn the tide, Caleb sends a female Wraith member named Nikki Morris in an Underground Racing League tournament against the player. Nikki is Caleb's second-in-command who drives a Ford Mustang GT Gen 5. Although an exceptional driver, her physical appeal was the dominating force behind her recruitment into the Wraiths. Her magnetic personality and ever-cheerful presence make her the perpetual center of attention. Nikki's ego makes her susceptible to flattery and praise, and she has little respect for tradition, being opinionated and vocal. Beneath her indifferent exterior, Nikki is an emotional and passionate woman with a strong sense of ethics and justice. Caleb's plan backfires when the player beats Nikki fairly in the tournament. Caleb berates her for losing, but Nikki, adamant about never cheating and always racing fair, clashes with Caleb. She confronts him, but Caleb's harsh reaction pushes Nikki over the edge, and she defects from the Wraiths, joining Rachel and the player's side. After leaving the Wraiths, Nikki ditches her all-black racing outfit and starts dressing more casually, similarly to Rachel. She warns them of Caleb's unrelenting obsession with control over the city's street racing scene and the chaos he'll unleash if left unchecked. Nikki's defection shakes Caleb's control, but he refuses to back down. His obsession spirals into desperation as his crew falters, his sponsors vanish, and his influence crumbles. Desperate to stop the player, who has accrued too much reputation and hype, Caleb pits all remaining Wraiths members in a high-stakes URL tournament against the player. But he emerges victorious, stripping Caleb of his last shred of power. It's revealed that Caleb was behind the Hummer attack in Olympic City, marking the player as a threat from the start. Having lost another sponsor, his reputation in ruins, and no crew to back him, Caleb issues a personal challenge to the player, a 5-lap race to decide who truly owns Bayview's streets, putting everything on the line. The stakes are clear. Winner takes all. In the end, the player crosses the finish line first, proving he is the best racer in Bayview. Defeated and penniless, Caleb disappears, his reign over the city shattered, never to be seen again. The player celebrates with Rachel and Nikki, their camaraderie a testament to their victory over fear and domination. Bayview's underground scene is forever changed, and the player solidifies his status as the best underground racer in Bayview. After solidifying his reputation in Bayview, Rachel points the player to Palmont City to continue his street racing journey. She refers him to Darius, a charismatic figure with a lot of influence on Palmont's racing scene. Upon arriving in Palmont, he meets up with Darius's crew and coincidentally meets another girl named Nikki. There's an instant connection, but the high-stakes world of street racing leaves little time for personal bonds. After a few weeks into his stay, earning the trust of Darius, he lends the player his blue Toyota Supra and tasks him with a race that could catapult him into the upper echelons of the city's racing elite. His opponents are no ordinary racers, they are the bosses of Palmont's most feared crews. Bushido's Kenji, who drives a Mazda RX-7, 21st Street's Angie, who rides a Dodge Charger RT, and the Fortuna King's Wolf, who drives a brand new 2004 Aston Martin DB9. The race begins as a showcase of speed and skill, but mid-race, the Palmont Police Department ambushes them. SWAT teams deploy EMPs, which immobilizes the opponents while the player narrowly escapes. Amid the chaos, Nikki, who was tasked with holding the race's prize money, gets knocked down. The player drives towards Nikki and she manages to toss the bag into his car before being captured by the police. Everyone involved in the race is arrested while others manage to flee. The player escapes with Darius's Supra, but when he opens the bag, he finds nothing but paper. Darius quickly advises him to flee the city, claiming the police and rival crews will hold him responsible for the fiasco. Misunderstandings and accusations of sabotaging the race sever the player's bond with Nikki and the crew. Forced into exile, feeling betrayed and hunted, the player trades the Supra for a low-profile car and vanishes from Palmont City. A year passes, and the player, still in exile, learns that the BMW M3 GTR has officially retired from competitive motorsport racing. Hearing this news, he contacts former colleagues from BMW Motorsport, uncovering the M3 GTR's journey post-ALMS. He learns that while sidelined from ALMS in 2002, BMW Motorsport sought to utilize the car's capabilities in less restrictive competitions. The M3 GTR participated in various European GT and endurance races, including the 24 Hours of Nürburgring and 24 Hours of Spa in 2003. BMW teams leveraged the car's power and agility on demanding tracks, cementing its reputation as a performance icon. The M3 GTR continued to face Porsche's GT cars in these events, reigniting their rivalry on a smaller scale. The GTR won the 24 Hours of Nürburgring in 2004 and 2005. However, by 2004, the M3 GTR was becoming increasingly constrained by evolving GT regulations and competition from newer race cars. In 2005, BMW Motorsport shifted its focus to newer platforms, leaving the M3 GTR as a relic of its glorious past. The limited edition M3 GTR Strassen version became a collector's item, with its road-going versions fetching astronomical prices due to their rarity. Learning that there were only 10 race cars built, he inquires about the whereabouts of any GTR race cars that were wrecked and scrapped. They managed to source a scrapped version from the early days, damaged but salvageable. They offer it to him illegally for $500,000, a steep price given the car's rarity and the risks involved. The road-going versions of the M3 GTR were priced at €250,000 or $300,000, but they asked him for $500,000 for the scrapped car because it was one of the first race cars, and they took a big risk bringing it to him. The price of the car is from Need for Speed Most Wanted. Buyers will only accept half the stock car's original price whenever someone tries to sell their car. Modifications aren't counted. Trying to sell the BMW M3 GTR gives the value of $250,000, so its original price is obviously $500,000, $500,000 for a car. For the rest of the money, he scrapes together every cent he's earned and accumulates just enough to buy it. After getting his hands on the real M3 GTR race car, he restores it and repaints it in the iconic silver-blue livery. The restoration is more than just physical, it's a symbolic rebirth. Every turn of the wrench, every polished panel, and every rev of the engine rekindles the player's determination. The financial strain leaves him broke, but the M3 GTR represents a new beginning, a second chance to dominate the racing world. Purchasing and refurbishing the M3 GTR exhausted all of his life savings, leaving him with an empty bank balance. This financial strain only fuels his determination to make it big in racing. With the M3 GTR ready, the player sets his sights on Rockport City, having learned about the blacklist and wanting to prove himself in the world of hardcore street racing. The journey to Rockport is filled with uncertainty, but one thing is clear: the player's drive for speed, glory, and redemption remains unshaken. On the way, he crosses paths with Eddie and Rachel one last time. They stop at an intersection, then they each go their separate ways to their respective cities. The player, armed with experience, determination, and a car that embodies his journey, is ready to take on the blacklist. Rockport City, a gritty urban sprawl with 3 distinct districts. Rosewood, a quiet haven of affluent suburbs and university campuses. Camden Beach, a rugged coastline of industrial docks and warehouses. And downtown Rockport, a bustling hub of towering skyscrapers and bustling highways. The city's streets weave through wooded hills, coastal roads, and vast highways, their layout reminiscent of America's Rust Belt and Pacific Northwest. Beneath this picturesque facade lurks a thriving underground street racing scene, but Rockport's racers are no ordinary drivers. They are hunters and hunted, constantly at odds with the relentless Rockport Police Department. The RPD's ultimate targets are the Blacklist, a group of 15 racers infamous for their raw skill, lawless behavior, and the destruction they leave in their wake. The Blacklist is organized by the amount of bounty placed upon them, representing racers who regularly and violently resist arrest, causing significant damage to state property and police vehicles. The more serious and unscrupulous racers in Rockport created a system where the greatest racers would be the most wanted ones. To be the best, racers must have more heat on their head than anyone else. The mechanic of losing their car if they lose a challenge is meant to up the stakes and acts as a natural deterrent, preventing someone from eclipsing their blacklist superiors in bounty while being unable to best them in a race. This bounty requirement is why many top-end supercars are not on the blacklist. Not every street racer craves police attention, and most don't harm police officers. The player arrives in Rockport with his blue and silver BMW M3 GTR. As the southern bridge to Camden Beach unfurls ahead, the player encounters another racer, Mia Townsend. They race until Rockport, where Sergeant Cross spots them and corners the player. Mia narrowly avoids Cross and inexplicably leaves as Cross approaches the player with his female partner. Sergeant Cross himself drives a Corvette C6 to keep up with racers, and has employed undercover agents to infiltrate the street racing scene. Cross is intrigued by the player's car as he has never seen a car with specs like that in Rockport. Before he can push further, an emergency call forces Cross to release the player, leaving behind a big scratch on the M3 with his keys as a warning laced with contempt. Free from Cross's grasp, the player ventures deeper into Rockport, seeking out racers to challenge. It isn't long before Ronald Ronnie McCrea appears, driving a yellow Toyota Supra A80, and challenges him to a race. After defeating him, the player attracts the attention of Ronnie's leader, Clarence Razor Callahan, the Blacklist's 15th ranked driver. Razor, who drives a black Ford Mustang GT, watches the player with a mix of amusement and suspicion. He initially thinks the M3 GTR is a fake or replica. Mia intervenes and she sets up a race against Torubul Sato, Razor's right-hand man who drives a black Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren. Razor calls the police to raise the stakes, but the player wins despite police interference. The player's ascent through Rockport's underground scene catches the attention of Rog, a laid-back and seasoned driver who unofficially holds the 16th spot on the blacklist. Rog used to drive a black and red Mustang GT, but now drives a Pontiac GTO with an identical paint job after losing his Mustang to Razor for the 15th spot. Rog knows about the player's racing history in the underground racing scenes from Bayview and challenges the player to a friendly circuit race to test their skills. By the race's end, Rog is thoroughly impressed and decides to support him. Meanwhile, Razor keeps an eye on the player's car, doubting its authenticity. After Ronnie's defeat, Razor sent Bull to verify the car's legitimacy. To him, the car seems too good to be real. Razor watches from the sidelines and realizes the truth. The M3 GTR is real, and it's the key to his own rise. Razor confronts the player at an intersection, taunting him by calling him a poser, and reminds the player that blacklist races are all about pink slips, so losing a race means losing their car. A few days later, the player challenges Razor for the blacklist number 15 spot. Unbeknownst to the player, Razor has no intention of fighting fair. Razor orders someone in his crew to sabotage the player's car by unscrewing the oil sump to ensure a slow but inevitable failure. Before the race, Ronnie offers a cryptic jab hinting at the sabotage when he asks, "How's your car running?" and runs off laughing with Bull. The race begins, drawing significant police attention. Halfway through the race, Mia calls the player informing him of a huge oil slick left at the start line. Despite the warning, it's too late. Razor's plan takes effect as his engine begins to sputter, and the M3 GTR grinds to a halt near the finish line, leaving the player powerless as Razor crosses first, claiming victory and the car. The player loses, forcing him to forfeit his car to Razor. Cross soon arrives with the RPD and arrests the player for street racing, while the other racers escape in the chaos, including Mia. While the player is incarcerated, the backstory of Razor begins. Years earlier, young Clarence Callahan bought his first car, a Mustang. Hungry for recognition, he poured every ounce of his energy into racing, winning, and perfecting his skills. His relentless drive led him to challenge Rog for blacklist number 15. Rog has not been able to win against him since. But when Razor first saw the M3 GTR, everything changed. He wasn't just intrigued, he was threatened. He saw the car as the ultimate weapon to rule the streets of Rockport. It wasn't enough to defeat the player, he had to own the car. After repairing the M3 GTR, Razor used it to dominate the blacklist. One by one, he challenged and defeated every member, rising to the top without taking their cars because he already had the best ride, and he knew the player would come back for his car one day. By the time Razor claimed the number 1 spot, he placed Bull and Ronnie as his second and third in command, cementing his reign. The player is eventually bailed out of Rockport Central Jail by Mia. They had to release him due to a lack of evidence, as the player didn't have a car during the time of arrest. Mia picks up the player from the police station and reveals that Razor had sabotaged his car before the race. Then he used the M3 GTR to climb up the ranks of the blacklist. She advises the player to rise through the blacklist just as Razor did to get back his car and his payback. She drives the player to a nearby car lot to secure a new car. Before leaving, she provides him with a safe house through her contact, Ed. Rog also gets in touch with him and decides to help him by sending useful tips on navigating Rockport's underground scene, evading the increasingly aggressive police force, and understanding the intricacies of bounty building. However, Rog is cautious around Mia. The player begins a grueling climb to rebuild their reputation to compete against the blacklist. To earn bounty, he must win street races, survive police pursuits, and cause chaos in the process. The heat level of a car highlights its wanted status by the police. Police engagement tactics escalate through 5 levels, each with increasing intensity and complexity. At level 1, up to 5 civic cruisers can be engaged, with a backup timer of 180 seconds and a cooldown timer of 20 seconds. The primary tactics at this level include following racers and performing rolling roadblocks. At heat level 2, The number of engaged units increases to 10 Civic Undercover cruisers. The backup timer shortens to 120 seconds, and the cooldown timer extends to 45 seconds. Police tactics become more aggressive, incorporating boxing maneuvers, rolling roadblocks, and all types of roadblocks. At level 3, the engagement intensifies further with up to 15 state cruisers and light SUVs. The backup timer remains at 120 seconds, but the cooldown timer increases to 75 seconds. Police tactics now include boxing, herding, performing pit maneuvers, all roadblock types, and head-on SUV rams. At heat level 4, up to 20 undercover state cruisers, heavy SUVs, and fast air units can be engaged. The backup timer stays at 120 seconds, while the cooldown timer extends to 90 seconds. At this level, all ground tactics are employed, along with spike strips and air support. At the highest heat level 5, up to 25 federal cruisers, heavy SUVs, fast air units, and cross units can be engaged. The backup timer shortens to 90 seconds, and the cooldown timer extends to 120 seconds. Once the player accumulates enough bounty, he becomes eligible to challenge the 15th Blacklist member. Raj calls him, letting him know about Sunny. Sunny is the 15th Blacklist member and the first boss the player has to beat. His real name is Ho Seun. He drives a white Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark V with a blue unique vinyl featuring Chinese calligraphy, as he is of Chinese descent. There are 2 Chinese characters on his car which translate to maximum speed in traditional Chinese. He dumped a whole lot of cash into his car and does anything he can to get a hold of parts before they hit the streets. Crossing the finish line ahead of Sunny, the player claims his first Blacklist victory and Sunny's prized Golf GTI. 14 on the Blacklist is Vince Kilic, better known as Taz. His name is of Turkish origin. He drives a 2002 Lexus YS 300. He's a crazy fool and a major heat score. An unhinged street racer with Turkish roots, Taz thrives on chaos, and his hatred for the police is matched only by their disdain for him. He prowls the streets of Rosewood looking for newbies. The player defeats him using Sunny's Golf GTI and takes his Lexus. Following the victory, Mia introduces the player to the rap sheet, a detailed log of their infractions and bounty. Razor remarks his suspicions towards Mia's involvement with the player. Although Mia helps the player, she also places side bets on him in exchange for her help. 13 on the Blacklist is Victor Vasquez, simply known as Vic. His car is a 1998 navy blue Toyota Supra. He's been a loyal associate of Razor, placed strategically at number 13 to challenge anyone who dares rise too quickly. He has been holding the number 13 slot for a while now. He can't break out of his rut, and no one can run him out. He's slack and dangerous but knows how to handle his ride. He is of Spanish descent and the last Blacklist rival from the Rosewood Borough. Vic personally contacts the player, warning him to stay out of his way. Driving Taz's Lexus IS 300, the player defeats him and wins his Supra. Raj advises the player to be cautious of Mia due to her long police record and placing bets on the player. He also informs him about rumors, claiming that the player works for the police. 12 on the Blacklist is Isabel Diaz, better known as Izzy. She is a fierce competitor with Spanish-Mexican roots, and a girl you don't want to mess with. She drives a 2003 silver Mazda RX-8. Izzy knows everything there is about cars, on and off the road. She's got her ride wired tight and comes from a long line of race fanatics. Everyone she runs with is either a cousin, friend, or uncle, and they all stick close, so people don't want to get on her bad side. Izzy is the first Blacklist racer the player deals with in Camden Beach. The player defeats her using Vic's Supra, and Izzy's RX-8 becomes the newest addition to the player's garage. Number 11 on the Blacklist is Lou Park, better known as Big Lou. He drives a black Mitsubishi Eclipse GT4G. His racing strength is toll booth time trials. Big Lou is of Korean descent, a slab of Korean muscle who considers himself a real ladies' man. He's all show. Rumor has it he panics around the cops and bails on races at the first chance he gets. Along with that, they say he has problems working the clutch, so he's slow off the line. He owns a shop within the Chinatown district of Olympic City entitled Big Lou Auto Repair. The player defeats him using Izzy's RX-8 and takes Lou's Eclipse GT. After the race, Razor calls, belittling the player and saying he is still not close to reaching the top. Number 10 on the Blacklist is Carl Smith, better known as Baron. He drives a 2006 black Porsche Cayman S 987, and his strength is in fractions. He is a rich guy from the coast and is of German-Estonian descent. He thinks garage custom is an excuse for being broke. As far as he's concerned, if it's not brand, it's nothing. He has never seen what homegrown rides can do. The player, now armed with loose Eclipse, defeats him and takes his Cayman S987. Number 9 on the blacklist is Eugene James, better known as Earl. He hails from the Lower East Side of Rockport City but now rides on the coast. He is the last blacklist driver to race against the player in Camden. His car is a 2003 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 8 CT9A. He is a big fan of imports and goes out of his way to take on the big blocks. He calls the player, teasing him about having a bounty on his head. The player defeats him using Baron's Cayman, and his Evo becomes the player's new ride. Following the race, Mia calls with an ominous update, telling the player that the blacklist is a lot more organized than she thought. Razor curiously asks the player about Rog's motivation for supporting him. Rog learns of this and calls the player shortly after, revealing that Razor was paying people to take him down. Number 8 on the blacklist is Jade Barrett, better known as Jules. She drives a 2005 white Ford Mustang GT Gen 5. She's all about big block and muscle. She's got a lot of mileage under her wheels and some serious power under the hood. Driving Earl's Evo, the player defeats Jules and wins her Mustang. After the race, Razor's voice comes through once more, giving the player a reality check that it is him against the world at this point. Because to get to Razor, the player beat a lot of racers who had nothing to do with their feud, and many of them are willing to do anything to make the player pay. Mia, aware of the rising tensions, intervenes with good news telling him that people are not taking Razor's bribes, and she got a contact who dropped his car's heat. Number 7 on the blacklist is Kira Nakazato, better known as Kaze, short for Kamikaze. Kaze is crazy. Kamikaze means divine wind in Japanese, with the Kaze portion meaning only wind. What she can't conquer with skills, she demolishes with speed. She drives a 2004 silver Mercedes-Benz CLK 500 C209, and her strength is cost to state. She doesn't let her sweet looks fool people. She'll thrash anything she sees and isn't afraid to ding her ride to put others out of commission. The player, now driving Jewel's Mustang, faces Kaze in a battle of sheer will and defeats her, thus winning her Benz CLK. One day, out of nowhere, an unknown number calls the player. It turns out to be none other than Cross. He says he is aware of the player moving up the ranks on the blacklist and warns that not everyone out there is a friend. The stakes are rising and Cross's shadow looms ever closer. Number 6 on the blacklist is Hector Domingo, better known as Ming. He drives a black 2005 Lamborghini Gallardo. He prides himself on keeping his ride looking stock. He's fast and shreds radar traps everywhere he can. He is the straight goods. Word is he got his ride from some rich cat who talked when he should have been listening. The player claims victory using Kaze's CLK 500, earning the Gallardo as a reward. Cross calls the player again, his frustration evident, threatening to destroy him when he catches him. Number 5 on the blacklist is Wes Allen, better known as Webster. He drives a 2005 bronze Chevrolet Corvette C6. Webster's always talking about rides, performance, racers, and everything going on in his head. He won't shut up. He's got some crazy idea that he's gonna make it big. When he isn't street racing, he's hanging out at shops. His ride is tuned to the max. Apparently, the interior is stripped of everything that isn't related to speed. The player defeats him using Ming's Gallardo and wins his Corvette. Razor calls the player, sarcastically congratulating him on making it to the top 5. Cross also calls, audibly frustrated that the player did not heed any of his warnings. Number 4 on the blacklist is Joe Vega, simply known as JV. He drives a 2006 green Dodge Viper SRT10 ZB1. His nights are spent in the clubs and days on the streets. He's got a lot of street rep, cops hate him, and racers want to be like him. His flashy green Dodge Viper has cops swarming around it all the time. The player defeats him using Webster's Corvette C6 and adds the Viper to his collection. After the player defeats JV, Razor starts to accuse the player of working for the police, but Mia refutes this, saying Razor is just messing with the player. Ronnie directly calls the player, issuing a challenge for the spot of number 3 on the blacklist. Ronnie, once seen driving a yellow Toyota Supra Turbo, now commands an Aston Martin DB9, a graduation gift from his wealthy Irish parents. He's one of those rich kids who grew up with a silver spoon but thinks he's ghetto. He definitely isn't from around the way, but the guy knows how to drive. He's been to every race school you can think of. The player, driving JV's Viper, dethrones Ronnie and takes his DB9. After the player defeats Ronnie, Razor re-announces to the player about them working for the police, warning him that the table has been turned. Following this, the player's car's heat level is directly set to level 5. Number 2 on the blacklist is Toru Sato, better known as Bull. Toru is a Japanese name close to the word toro, which is Spanish and Italian for bull. He drives a 2004 black Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren C199 and prefers sprint racing. If it weren't for Razor, Toru would still be hanging around at the docks dreaming of the blacklist. Toru likes to keep his car mint. This fool thinks he's got a sleeper. He calls it reverse psychology because he has no visual upgrades on his car. The only thing stock on his ride is the paint. The player defeats him using Ronnie's DB9. As the player's journey continues, Razor grows more frantic, his patience thinning with each passing day. Razor's calls get increasingly agitated as he prepares for the inevitable rematch between them. Raj calls the player, informing him that people as far as Bayview City are betting on their race. Number 1 on the blacklist is Clarence Razor Callahan. Razor rocketed to the top of the blacklist using the player's ride. Now, he's holding it down and rolling the streets like he owns them. He'll do anything he can to give himself an edge, including messing with the player's head, which he tried throughout the player's career. He randomly calls the player, getting enraged and accusing him of being a cop or hanging out with a cop due to the increasing police scrutiny in races throughout Rockport. In the end game, the player battles Razor one last time in a 5-race challenge, with the player eventually defeating Razor. After winning, Razor refuses to relinquish the car, his pride on the line. Seeing him not backing down, Mia steps in, snatching the keys from Razor's grasp. When Razor attempts to forcefully take them back, she subdues him and throws him to the ground, revealing her true identity by flashing her badge and her service weapon. She's an officer of the Rockport Police Department. All along, she had been working undercover, infiltrating the blacklist under Cross's orders, exposing the criminal network from the inside. Cross soon arrives with backup to arrest the blacklist before they can escape. Mia tosses the keys to the player, giving him a chance to flee. Mia's final act of rebellion gives the player the head start he needed. Cross furiously orders the entire RPD to hunt down the player. No longer a mere racer, the player is now the most wanted criminal on the streets. For the first time, Cross authorizes a heat level of 6, an unprecedented decision that sends every law enforcement officer in Rockport after the player. Federal undercover cruisers, supercharged SUVs, police helicopters, and even Cross himself are now in pursuit. Police use all available tactics to apprehend the player. The streets are a war zone, and the player must navigate them with precision, fighting against the oncoming storm. With every safe house locked down, there is nowhere to hide. The player is forced to keep moving, dodging roadblocks, and staying one step ahead of the relentless police force. He has a hard time dealing with the aggression and fights to keep moving. But just when it seems like the player's chances are dwindling, Mia reaches out with a way out of the city. She informs the player of a derelict bridge on the edge of the city, a risky escape route that could be his only chance to break free. The M3, with its speed and power, is the only car that can make the jump. With the police closing in, the player fights his way through the streets, pushing the M3 to its limits. The player sees the bridge ahead, and with a final burst of speed, the player takes the leap, soaring over the gap and escaping Rockport, leaving the chaos and the cops behind. There were many hints throughout the player's journey that Mia was an undercover agent.
Yeah, dispatch, this is Charlie 24. We got a racer here. She claims to be an undercover operator. Can you run her badge for us?
From the very beginning, Mia's actions weren't just about helping the player out of the kindness of her heart. They were calculated. Mia knew everything about him, even his past. Thanks to her connections with the police department, Mia had access to the biodata and history of everyone involved in the street racing scene. Her mission was clear: take down the street racing epidemic in Rockport, and she needed the player to do it. The first major clue appeared when Cross stopped him the first time. Mia fled almost instantly, and Cross didn't mention the other car or chase after it. But the most telling moment came when Cross said he had a beautiful surprise that would tear the racers from the inside out. After the player lost his car and was arrested, it was Mia who bailed him out. She knew the system as an officer, she knew laws and policies, and had the power to pull strings to get him out. This was a risk Mia was willing to take because her mission outweighed everything else. She gave the player that rap sheet gizmo with Cross's credentials and provided him with safe houses throughout the city. But Mia's secret didn't go unnoticed. Razor, the ever-vigilant and calculating blacklist member, was quick to catch on. He started suspecting Mia early on, and without the need to focus on the player, he turned his attention to gathering more information on her. Razor already accused the player of being a narc working for the police, and even called out Mia as someone rumored to be a cop. The whispers and rumors were mounting, but Mia played it cool, maintaining her role as the player's partner. Meanwhile, Rog, who didn't trust Mia from the beginning, warned the player to keep his guard up. This distrust was another sign that Mia wasn't all she seemed to be. Despite the growing tension, the player chose to trust her. Mia and the player shared a common objective. He wanted his car back and she wanted to dismantle the blacklist. Mia also made a lot of money by betting on the player. She didn't save the player in the final moment, she merely gave him a chance to escape. With the heat level 6 police force bearing down on him, Mia took a calculated risk, as it was up to the player to survive on his own. She also waited 5 minutes for the clear to make the phone call to him, informing him about the bridge. Despite everything, it was clear that by the end, she did care for the player. Her feelings for him were real, though they had to remain buried beneath the surface for the sake of her mission. As for Rog, he managed to stay out of the chaos. With his distance from Mia and the racing world, he avoided attracting any unwanted attention, and by the end, he was one of the few who escaped the fallout. Meanwhile, Cross accomplishes his ultimate goal of ending the blacklist's street racing scene in Rockport City because of the player. Every member of the blacklist is arrested.
I got a suspect surname, McCrae. Given one Ronald Street name, Ronnie. This guy's a street racer, but he's not our party. Send EMS to 24. Suspect name, McCrae. Given one Ronald Street name, Ronnie. Yeah, it's Charlie 24. That check came up positive. We're bringing this guy in. Can you give us a cover unit? He's giving us some trouble here. Suspect surname, Callahan. Given one Clarence. Street name, Razor. All units slow down. Suspect under arrest. Units slow down. I'm taking him down. Stand by. Stop. All units, vehicle stopped. I got him. Yeah, I got him.
Send a record of my 20 for the vehicle. Okay, vehicle stopped. We got him. Okay, we got him. Suspect in custody. Vehicle stopped. I repeat, vehicle is stopped. We're taking him down.
We'll need 1037 for his vehicle. We got him. Code 6 vehicle stopped. Taking him down now. Slow down, cover. Code 6 vehicle stopped. Taking him down now. Vehicle stopped. We got him. Vehicle stopped. Vehicle is stopped. We got him. Taking him into custody now. Code 6 vehicle stopped. Code 6 vehicle stopped.
I got him. Code 4. We're gonna need a record to clean this stuff up. Code 6, driver has been stopped. Slow everybody down. Code 6, yeah, the driver has been stopped.
Yeah, there's no point in having us just sit here. Where's Sergeant Cross? He should be monitoring this thing. There's no point in having us sit here. Yeah, is 5-1 around? This thing looks like it's over.
Cross creates a national-level warrant for the player and his BMW M3 GTR, adding him to the national most wanted list. The streets of Rockport would forever remember the legend of the racer who took down the blacklist, whether they loved him or hated him. Years have passed since the player's daring escape from Rockport after becoming the national most wanted racer. He has maintained a low profile since then after learning that there is a $150,000 bounty on his head. Deciding to return to where it all began, the player heads back to Palmont City. By now, Jonathan Cross has quit the Rockport Police Department and works as a bounty hunter, personally seeking revenge against the player. Cross discovers the player is en route Carbon Canyon, on his way to Palmont City, and starts to chase after him. Just as the player reaches the outskirts of the city and enters the canyon, Cross catches up. His Corvette gleams under the moonlight as he closes in and rams the M3 GTR, his grudge against the player burning just as brightly as the promise of $150,000. The canyon walls echo with the sound of metal on metal. The canyon chase is furious and unrelenting. As the player nears a construction site, Cross delivers a crushing blow, sending the M3 GTR into a spiral, totaling the car. Before Cross can make the arrest, headlights pierce the darkness. Darius and his crew arrive. The way Darius and Cross talk implies they know each other from before, and Darius pays off the bounty, causing Cross to leave. As Cross's taillights disappear, Nikki arrives. Her eyes flash with a mix of anger and lingering emotion as she confronts the player. Nikki used to have a crush on the player years ago before he left. She is clearly still angry at him for leaving. Before the player can respond, Darius interrupts. Darius has rescued the player twice now, so he demands repayment, knowing the player is unquestionably in debt to him. Offering to help him out, Darius asks Nikki, who now dates Darius, to assist the player to get a new car. With nothing left but a debt to repay, Darius tows the totaled BMW M3 GTR and sells it off to recover some money. Nikki introduces the player to Neville, Darius' car seller. the player buys a new car from him. Whatever class the player picks, Neville also chooses the same. Nikki brings the player up to speed on what has happened since he left. Then Nikki and Neville race in San Juan to teach player how street racing in Palmont works now. Neville's role as a crew member is a blocker, and his specialty is that he is a fixer. Neville, being a fun-loving guy, is very laid-back and friendly. He may be a mischievous comic relief and a fun guy on the streets, but he is extremely skilled and serious behind the wheel, which is not to be underestimated. As a blocker, Neville's car foo can temporarily take an opponent out by ramming their vehicle and forcing them to a stop. Big Nev's wide girth discourages him from getting out of his vehicle, and once he's safely tucked inside, it takes a swarm of cops to pry him out. Because this has been known to happen from time to time, he has a particular fondness for running cops off the road. Neville then hangs out with the player and settles in a safe house Nikki suggested. Neville becomes the player's first crew member. On Darius's advice, the player begins taking part in street races for control over territories controlled by rival crews across 3 of the city's main boroughs. Nikki introduces the player to Sal. Growing up with the gutter snipes of the inner city gave Sal an appreciation for the deftest routes to escape angry shop owners. He finds just as much joy winning races as knowing that nobody else knows how he got there. He's an avid race fan who has never been very popular, spending his time off the track following the careers of all the other racers. Before the player left Palmont, Sal was a big fan and was in the crowd that night the player had to leave the city. When he learns that the player has returned, Sal seeks him out and meets with him to offer his services. Nikki hired Sal because he idolizes the player. He then explains that things have indeed changed much since the player's departure. He proceeds to inform the player of his abilities as a scout and a fabricator, just as Neville shows up with drinks. Sal is a serious racer who acts a little like a weasel, but he proves to be a loyal teammate. The dynamic between Neville and Sal is lighthearted and often comedic, but their loyalty is clear. With the beginnings of a crew, the player sets out to reclaim Palmont one race at a time. After winning some races in Kenji's territory, the player comes face to face with Kenji, the boss of Bushido, a tuner car crew based in downtown Palmont. He drives a 1995 Mazda RX-7 FD Series 6. Bushido consists solely of Asian drivers who drive tuner cars, depicted in green in Cars and Theme. Bushido's tuner cars have low top speed with middling acceleration, but handle nicely around turns, making them great in drift events and canyon races. Tired of being ignored as a child, Kenji developed a grandiose sense of self to convince people he was a force to be reckoned with. This bravado increased with age, to the point that he doesn't hesitate to puff out his chest and deepen his voice to make a point. He loves threatening his opponents with exaggerated metaphors about their destruction and brags about dubious accomplishments. When the player takes over all of downtown Palmont, Kenji challenges the player to a series of boss races. After defeating Kenji, the player gets a call from a girl named Yumi, who was member of Kenji's crew, asking him to meet at the plaza in downtown Palmont. Upon meeting with her, Yumi tells him a secret about the night that changed everything. She was present on that night, viewing the race from a building's fire escape. Overlooking a section of the racecourse, she overheard police chatter on the radio. They talked about disabling suspects Bravo, Charlie, and Delta, but leaving suspect Alpha alone. Going by this code, the cars of Angie, Kenji, and Wolf were targeted and hit with electromagnetic pulses, but the player's car was deliberately not targeted, leaving him unscathed. She recalls that this strategy made no sense to her, as the police would never leave one suspect in a street race alone unless they were specifically made to do so. With this revelation, Yumi tells the player he should figure out what exactly happened and joins his crew. Her role is a scout, and her specialty is that she is a mechanic. Yumi is ingenious. She's a mysterious racer who specializes in pathfinding. Her shy demeanor masks a curious and fiercely inquisitive nature. She's hyper-aware of her surroundings and hovers close to the action. She has a sharp tongue and uses her wits to surprise those who doubt her. Nobody can guess her age, and her years of experience are hidden as well. She gained her love of body sculpting in her hometown on the small island of Daito Shoto. She had relative freedom working in her father's studio, who was a hermetic artist working with metal. When she moved to Tokyo, she was amazed to discover how oppressive the perception of women was, and became determined to prove the world wrong about their preconceptions. People nicknamed her Oracle for her strange ability to predict the path of least resistance, a talent that has served her well on the racing track. As a scout, Yumi can locate and guide through shortcuts during a race. As a Harajuku girl, she also makes J-pop music in her own time, going by her stage name Melody. With Yumi on board, the player starts taking over territories in Fortuna. The player meets Wolf, the boss of TFK, or the Fortuna Kings. They are solely European drivers who drive exotic cars depicted in a white and grey theme. Their exotic cars have high top speed and acceptable handling, but accelerate sluggishly, making them best suited for the highways of Palmont, where they can maximize their top speed. Wolf was born into money. In fact, he has so much of it that it means very little. He bought the 2004 Aston Martin DB9 the moment it was released. Few other racers prefer exotic cars and drive them so aggressively. He doesn't get too attached to them though, because his own image preoccupies his attention. He dresses in the finest fashions and never strays too far from a mirror to enjoy his own reflection. He developed his tastes while getting kicked out of the finest universities in Europe and carries his pride in a wallet. Wolf divides the world into those who have and the rest who haven't. He is a snob, dangling expensive watches and well-heeled ladies before anyone who is impressed. He loves to race, as it is a perfect venue for him to prove to the world that no rules apply to him. He uses his money, influence, and sheer bravado to run over anyone in his way. Though born in Germany, he considers the world his playground, with Palmont City as his current stage. When all of Fortuna falls under the player's control, Wolf finally steps forward to defend his crown. After defeating Wolf, the player gets a call from a member of Wolf's crew named Colin. Colin mentions his role on that fateful night. While everyone was panicking when the police arrived, he remained cool and noticed something most others missed. Nikki was knocked down by a stranger. What struck Colin as odd was that this stranger had an identical bag to the one Nikki was carrying, confirming that the bags were switched in the commotion. A calculated move that played a pivotal role in framing the player. Colin, more than willing to help, assures the player that he can be an asset as he is one of the best drivers in the city. He joins the player's crew as a drafter, and his specialty is fabricator. Colin originally was a noble, prideful, and competitive motorsports racer who hailed from southern England, where he made waves on professional racing circuits. After retiring from the sport, he developed an interest in street racing and started being involved in it. When he heard about the underground racing scene in Palmont City, he caught the first flight over. His perfect manners and refined taste do not extend to the racing course, where he is a cutthroat racer, and he knows there's nothing noble about finishing last. With downtown and Fortuna under control, the player sets their sights on Kempton. Darius shows up and encourages him to keep it up. Nikki meets with Darius, citing concerns that if the player keeps winning races, he will occupy more territory than him. Darius brushes it off, saying the player owes him and should keep winning to clean up his reputation. Nikki secretly meets with the player and asks him to drive to the location of the big race. On the way, she learns from him that the bags were switched and he didn't run away with the money because he didn't have the bag of money. Reaching the location, Nikki recollects where she was standing and how someone knocked her down. Then she notices that Cross was there the whole time, looking at them from afar. Going back to the city, the player starts taking over Angie's territory. Angie is the boss of the 21st Street crew, a muscle car crew based in Kempton. They are solely American drivers who drive muscle cars depicted with an orange theme. Their muscle cars have acceptable top speed and great acceleration, but awful handling due to their tendency to oversteer and slide around. Angie rushes in where angels fear to tread. She is reckless, uninhibited, and always up for a challenge, regardless of the risks. If she weren't naturally gifted, she would have been killed off long ago in one of the extreme sports she readily embraces. But of all the adrenaline rushes, racing brings her closest to transcendence. She knows she won't live forever, and her only wish is to take her last breath, pushing every fiber of her being to the limit. Angie is Hispanic, 25 years old, and grew up surfing in Morgan Beach, Kempton, which is her hometown. She is a racer with the minor skill of drawing heat, operating on pure instinct. She is very confident and doesn't fear the police or anyone who challenges her. She is a player and changes boyfriends when the wind changes direction. But she is a leader and generous to a fault. She is not afraid to take risky challenges or push her car to its absolute limit. She drives a 1969 Dodge Charger RT. Angie had some bad experiences during her last race when she botched her drift while racing with Kenji, explaining the scratches on her car. The player is challenged to a series of boss races by Angie after he takes over all territories in Kempton. After Angie's defeat, the player receives a call from Samson, a hulking figure who witnessed the duel between Angie and the player. He praises him and suggests they meet up. Upon meeting Samson, he reveals he was present on the night the player was exiled from Palmont and provides a crucial piece of the puzzle. Samson was at the finish line to see the race progress and comments that the player was well talked about by everyone there. While chaos erupted during the police raid, Samson observed a Chrysler 300C SRT-8 parked strategically in an alley, helping the player evade capture. The vehicle, driven by someone carrying a police badge, moved just enough to allow the player to escape before retreating into the shadows. The peculiar behavior of the driver raises questions about who might have been pulling strings that night. That was all he saw, and intrigued by the player's determination to uncover the truth, Samson offers his assistance and joins his crew. His role is a blocker, and his specialty is fixer. He's apparently 7 foot and has the face of a thug, but he's a nice guy and would do anything to help out. Samson is intelligent, very educated, and has an expansive vocabulary. 7-foot Samson discovered early that the best way to win an argument was by picking up your opponent and shaking some sense into them. He takes this philosophy to the streets, where he knows the best way to beat someone to the finish line is by making sure they never get there. Darius has kept track of the player's progress. After players secured all 3 boroughs, Darius congratulates him and calls a meeting with him, only to reveal that he was using the player to take control of the city from the other crews, and he never paid Cross his bounty. He leaves the player at the hands of Cross as part of his plan to rid himself of any competition. Nikki arrives on the scene just as Cross arrests the player. After Darius leaves, Cross sets the player free owing to a secret deal with Nikki. Agreeing to pay the player's bounty herself, Nikki watches as Cross departs, leaving her and the player to confront the web of lies spun by Darius. With all his crew coming together, Nikki learns from each of them a vital piece of evidence confirming that the race had been rigged and doomed to an ambush by the PPD all along, revealing Darius as the mastermind behind the scenes. She discovers that Darius was responsible for tipping off the police, switching the bags, and ultimately ruining the player's reputation. Now, aware of the truth and determined to right the wrongs of the past, Nikki sides with the player to bring down Darius and take control of Palmont's final borough. Her role is drafter, and her specialty is mechanic. Nikki's car is a 2006 Gen 1 Ford GT. Nikki from Bayview also used to drive a Ford. Hers was a Ford Mustang GT. Nikki was 19 at the time of the hero's disappearance and turns 24 years old by the time he returns. She changed greatly in the player's absence. He was her first big crush, and when he left, so did her innocence. Although she subsequently got together with Darius, she is not entirely sure she made the right decision. However, Darius delivered on his promise to let her race full-time, the only place she feels truly free and in control of her destiny. Nikki is an only child, raised by her mom, who is a construction foreman. Although they used to be very close, they have grown distant since she got together with Darius. She has a father complex. Her dad left when she was a kid, and that anger still resides a bit close to the surface. She started hanging around street racers when she was a young teenager, and her first car was a '69 Camaro. She took it apart and reassembled her first engine when she was only 10 years old, and her first job was at a local garage frequented by street racers. One of those racers was the player, whom she had a major crush on well before they started dating. They became closer when the player joined Darius's crew. He broke her heart when he fled town at the start of their romance. Her affection was reciprocated, but the player deemed her a bit too young. She has the makings of a top racer, but where she really shines is tuning cars for maximum speed. At the time of the player's disappearance, she'd made it on a crew as a junior racer muscle, but she was still on the sidelines most of the time or helping tune the crew's cars. She feels that she doesn't have anything in common with people her own age, and she's very competitive, doesn't expect breaks, and hesitates to give them out as well. Although she's self-possessed and tough, she is not yet fully aware of her power and beauty. She wants to be sophisticated but is not worldly, and although Darius is her first real boyfriend, her biggest secret is that she was saving herself for the player. With Nikki's unwavering support and the crew united, the player sets their sights on Darius. Following the incident, Darius receives a phone call informing him that Nikki freed the player from Cross's custody and defected to join the player's crew. He then tells the caller to hire new crew members motivated to take down the player. This leads Darius to reinforce his crew by hiring the 3 former bosses, Angie, Kenji, and Wolf. All 3 of them lost their territories to the player, so they upgrade to Tier 3 vehicles after joining Darius's crew, Stacked Deck. Kenji now drives a Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 9 Mitsubishi Racing Edition CT9A. Wolf drives a Lamborghini Murcielago VT. and Angie switches to a Dodge Challenger concept. Stacked deck is depicted in red in cars and theme. The name Darius comes from the Persian Dariush, which means he possesses or rich and kingly. Darius is a very controlled driver, a racer par excellence who keeps his cards very close to his chest. He is confident, having worked out the intricacies of each race in advance, and exercises his influence well before the flag is dropped. He is magnetic and motivates his crew with promises of wealth and fame. His orders are handed out with surgical precision. He never loses his cool unless it is warranted. But he has no compassion. He is a man born without empathy, interested only in furthering his own agenda. After mastering the sciences before puberty, Darius turned his aptitude to more practical applications when he entered high school. Building cars that could burn up a race course before he owned a driver's license only fired up his ambition. Soon he was applying his insights to war strategy, seeking to consolidate power in the neighborhoods he frequented. He is a self-made man, inventing himself as he steals away from the lower middle-class mediocrity he was born into. His talent and charm won over other racers as he used Machiavellian strategies to divide and conquer all those who stood in his way. The concept of keep your friends close and your enemies closer blurred the lines of loyalties to anyone but himself, and he has long since set his sights on the wealth and prestige of Casino Town. His one weakness is that he delights in the misfortune of others. Nothing makes him laugh harder than seeing another fail. And as he has grown in power, he has made less of an effort to conceal this disturbing character trait. His biggest secret was kept from the player, who was convinced that Darius took him under his wing. By pretending to be his mentor, Darius kept the biggest threat to his empire oblivious to his motives. After taking over Silverton, the player is challenged to a street race across Palmont City, as well as a canyon race against Angie, Kenji, and Wolf. After defeating them, he is able to challenge Darius in a street race and canyon duel. The player eventually defeats Darius, gaining control of all of Palmont's territory. After his defeat, Darius hands over his Audi R8 to the player as a final acknowledgement of their victory. Stripped of his empire and reputation, Darius leaves. The player, now in control of all of Palmont's territories, rides off in the Audi, his name fully redeemed and his legacy cemented as the greatest racer in Palmont City. Having cleared his name in Palmont City and left the chaos of illegal street racing behind, the player seeks a fresh start. With Cross no longer on his tail, he sets his sights on organized, legally sanctioned street racing. He discovers an event called D-Day, set to take place at the iconic Chicago airfield, hosted by the renowned Battle Machine organization. He registers himself in the event, adopting the alias Ryan Cooper to further distance himself from his street racing days. He takes a 1995 Mazda RX-7 FD3S Series 6 to briefly join the Run, a race across North America from San Francisco to New York City. Since Chicago lies approximately 70% along the same route as the Run, it serves as a strategic entry point for him to participate. Even though he does not intend to win the Run, the roar of engines, the thrill of the chase, and the promise of a new beginning drive him forward. Reaching the venue at the Chicago airfield, days before the event starts, Ryan goes for many practice runs. He crashes his RX-7 during one ill-fated run. Left with little time and fewer resources, Ryan scrapes together enough to buy a 1992 Nissan 240SX S13 at the last moment. A patchwork of mismatched body panels and wheels, the car is a stark contrast to the polished machines on display. The D-Day race events finally begin. Leaving illegal street racing behind, he enters the world of legal street racing competition. The announcers for the event are Big J, Roger Evans, and J-Mac. They know of Ryan Cooper's street racing history and hype him up throughout the duration of the race day events. Big J holds the mic for Battle Machine and Noise Bomb events. J-Mac announces for Super Promotion, Nitrocide, and Rogue Speed, while Roger Evans anchors for G-Effect and React Team sessions. At the D-Day event, Ryan Cooper meets Ryo Watanabe, a member of the elite Apex Glide racing team and the reigning Showdown King. Ryo openly detests Ryan Cooper and directly insults his driving abilities and his car whilst on stage. With the races underway, Crystal Forscutt and Sayoko Ohashi appear as flag girls who launch the events with flair. Their presence, energy, and charm amplify the event's spectacle. Ryan Cooper dominates the D-Day races, qualifying for Battle Machine events. Event after event, he showcases his skill, transitioning from the shadows of his past to the spotlight of legal racing. Battle Machine holds multiple different event types across varying locations such as Willow Springs, Nevada, and Portland. With Battle Machine conquered, Ryan qualifies for React Team sessions, which holds multiple event types across locations such as Mondello Park, Ebisu, Tokyo Dockyard, and the Autobahn Ring. After dominating React Team Session race days, Ryan Cooper's racing is promoted to Super Promotion Showdown 1, the gateway to racing's elite. Ryan Cooper is seen dominating a series of grip, drift, and drag events as Ryo Watanabe arrives. While Ryan Cooper participates to gain entry to the organization, Ryo is seen entertaining the crowd and flaunting his status as the Showdown King. Super Promotion is seen as the most established legal street racing organization. They also host showdown events under the name Showdown. Their race events are usually held with their style of sexualized women and a bright modeling magazine palette of colors with reds, oranges, yellows, and whites. Their inflatables are mostly dragons, gorillas, and blimps, with a picture of Ryo Watanabe, the Showdown King. Their billboards feature their names surrounded by pandas, dragons, and women figures. Their music style incorporates mostly songs heard within pop culture. In the following race days, Ryan Cooper enters race events in Super Promotion 2 and Super Promotion 3. Ryan Cooper is then invited to attend an event held by Nitroside, an organization synonymous with pure speed and adrenaline. Their race events are usually held with their demon style and their black, grey, and red color scheme. The inflatables they have are black and red imps with horns. Their slideshows and billboards feature their names surrounded by chains, black paint drips, and flames. The music they play during races is anything fast-paced, showing everyone how focused on speed they are. They feature speed events such as top speed races and speed checkpoints. After dominating the Autobahn Ring and several Nitroside events, Ryan draws the attention of the infamous Nate Denver, leader of the Boxcut crew and reigning Speed King. The crew members include Carlos Galliano, who drives a 1998 Toyota Supra Turbo Targa A80, Paulo Cruz driving the muscle-packed 2006 Chevrolet Corvette C6 Z06, JP Loran, whose 2006 Pagani Zonda F slices through the track like a blade, and their leader, Nate Denver, who commands his vintage yet terrifyingly fast 1965 Pontiac GTO Gen 1. His Pontiac GTO is old, but he's able to keep control of it at blazing speeds, to the point of being appointed leader over his team members. Nitroside's final race day becomes a spectacle of blazing speeds, with Ryan squaring off against Nate Denver for his place as the Speed King. After Ryan Cooper beats Nate Denver, he becomes the new Speed King and wins his GTO. Ryan Cooper is invited to attend an event held by Noisebomb at Ebisu. Noisebomb is a race event organizer that specializes in drift race days. Their race events are usually held with an 8-bit style and their black and green color scheme. The inflatables they have are black and green Asian dolls with various markings. Their slideshows and billboards feature their names surrounded by 8-bit characters, cartoon bombs, Asian characters, and red cats. The music they play during races is Asian electronica. Big J is the DJ and announcer for the organization. Their race days are held in Japan and only feature drift events in locations such as Autopolis, Ebisu, and Tokyo Dockyard. Ryan Cooper has to participate in this organization 3 times before catching the eye of the Drift King Aki Kimura and his Touge Union racing team. The team members include their leader, Aki Kimura, who drives a 1995 Mazda RX-7 FD3S Series 6. Yoshi Suzuki in a 2006 Nissan 350Z Z33. Vinny Gall with a nostalgic 1986 Toyota Corolla GTS AE86. And Tony Manila, who surprises with a 1967 Chevrolet Camaro SS386 in the drift world. After dominating races at Autopolis, Ebisu, and Tokyo Dockyard, Ryan Cooper is invited to take on Aki Kimura for his Drift King title. The final drift showdown becomes an unforgettable dance of skill and control. Ryan emerges victorious, earning the Drift King title and Aki's RX-7. Ryan Cooper is invited to attend an event held by Rogue Speed at Portland International Raceway upon beating 10 different drag event records at race days. Rogue Speed is a drag racing organization. Their race events are usually held with their heavy metal style consisting of a black, grey, and white color scheme. Their inflatables have black and white Mexican wrestling masks. Their billboards feature their name as well as their skull and wings symbol. Their music consists mainly of rock and heavy metal. They mainly feature drag and wheelie events. Ryan Cooper participates in this organization 3 times, winning races at Portland International Raceway, Chicago Airfield, and Infineon. His impressive performance catches the attention of the drag king Carol Monroe and her After Mix crew. Her crew members include Craig Wright with his 2005 Pontiac GTO Gen 5, Frank Book, who races in a 1971 Dodge Challenger RT, Bradley Hunter, who rides a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS 454, and their leader Carol Monroe, who drives a 2005 Ford Mustang GT Gen 5. Her presence is as commanding as her title, and the revelation that the drag king is actually a drag queen adds a layer of intrigue to the competition. Dominating at the Portland International Raceway race day and Rogue Speed's subsequent race day events allow Ryan Cooper to challenge Carol Monroe for her place as the drag king. The final drag race is pure adrenaline, with every gear shift and nitrous boost pushing the limits. Once Ryan Cooper beats her, he becomes the new drag king and wins her Mustang GT. Ryan Cooper is invited to attend an event held by G-Effect at Mondello Park upon beating 10 different grip event records at race days. G-Effect is a racing organization that features mainly grip events. Their race events are usually held with a minimalist tech style, utilizing a palette of mainly blue color shades. The inflatables they have can be seen with simple geometric shapes mixed alongside their minimalist style to create tones that pop out against the greens and grays seen at their race locations. The music they play during races is a mix between rock, techno, and electronica. Ryan participates in a series of challenging grip events, his skills tightening with every lap. His dominance across Mondello Park, Willow Springs, and Texas World Speedway earns him the attention of Ray Krieger, the Grip King, and his Grip Runners crew. The crew members include Rudy Chen with his 2006 Porsche 911 Turbo 997, Henrik Dane racing with his 2005 Audi S4B, Gavin May, who rides in a 1996 Ford Escort RS Cosworth, and their leader Ray Krieger, piloting a 2008 BMW M3 E92. Ryan Cooper earns the opportunity to challenge Ray Krieger for his title as the Grip King. Before the final showdown, Ray Krieger demonstrates his aggressive style, speeding dangerously close to bystanders, including model Sayoko Ohashi freaking her out, whose near miss rattles the crowd. Corner by corner, Ryan Cooper proves his dominance, ultimately crossing the finish line as the new Grip King and wins his M3 E92. With 3 kings defeated, Ryan Cooper must now face Apex Glide and other teams in 3 showdowns at Chicago Airfield, Autopolis, and Autobahn. Only after these intense battles will he be allowed to challenge Rio for the title of Showdown King. The final showdown will take place in Nevada for Drag and Speed Challenge events and Tokyo Dockyard for Grip and Drift events. The Apex Glide team is known for participating in all 4 race types, namely Grip, Drag, Speed, and Drift. The crew, exclusively driving Japanese cars, include Paul Trask in his iconic 1999 Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec R34, Ivan Tarkovsky piloting a 2006 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution MR Edition, Takeshi Sato handling a nimble 2002 Nissan Silvia S15, Joe Tackett, a wildcard with his 1999 Honda Civic CX EJ6. At the helm is the Showdown King Ryo Watanabe, commanding his 2008 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution X MR CZ4A. With unmatched skill and an air of unshakable confidence, Ryo is the final obstacle between Ryan and ultimate victory. The final showdown between Ryan Cooper and Ryo Watanabe is set to be an epic car battle, showcasing the best of Japanese engineering across all 4 racing disciplines. The first half of the showdown unfolds in the Nevada desert, where Drag and Speed Challenge events push both drivers and their machines to the limit. The sun sets over the Nevada desert, casting long shadows across the tarmac as the engines roar to life. The air is thick with anticipation as the 2 racers line up at the starting line, their eyes locked in a fierce stare down. The flag drops, the 2 cars explode off the starting line, trading positions with every burst of nitrous and perfectly timed shift. The Nevada desert blurs past them, the finish line just a heartbeat away. Ryan Cooper's focus sharpens, his hands steady on the wheel. He knows this is his moment. With a final burst of speed, he edges ahead of Ryo, surging forward with unmatched power. The crowd holds its breath as Ryan Cooper crosses the finish line, the roar of the engine giving way to a deafening silence. The second half of the showdown takes place at the Tokyo Dockyard, where grip and drift events bring the battle to the twisting streets of Japan. Ryan hugs the corners with surgical precision, while Ryo barrels through with brute force, each driver pushing their car to the absolute edge. The 2 cars weave through the course, their tires screeching as they drift around tight corners. The crowd holds its breath as Ryan Cooper executes a flawless drift, sliding through the turn with grace and control. Rio, determined not to be outdone, follows suit, but Ryan Cooper's superior handling gives him the edge. As he crosses the finish line, the announcer's voice breaks through, declaring Ryan Cooper the new showdown king. The crowd erupts in applause, celebrating his hard-fought victory. Rio, ever the sportsman, steps out of his Evo and watches his car being driven away. Ryan Cooper, now the showdown king, accepts the pink slip with a sense of pride and accomplishment. The journey has been long and arduous, but he has proven himself worthy of the title of Street King, having conquered all kings. As the sun sets, Ryan Cooper stands victorious, ready to take on whatever challenges lie ahead. The journey marked by grit, redemption, and unrivaled determination transforms him from a fugitive of street racing to a legend of the racing world. The legend of the Street King has been rewritten, and a new chapter begins.
Alright, attention down there in the car show area. Everybody listen up. Important announcement. I've got a car, a little blue car now. I can't tell what it is. License plate NFS-CARBN. The little blue car, you'll know it's you because it's got the crazy NFS-CARBN license plate. You're parked right in front of the Super Promotion tent. Good deal. Now you gotta move it. If you don't move it, somebody's gonna move it for you. Get down there right away, please. Thanks.
Ryan Cooper's rise to the top as Street King attracts the attention of prestigious motorsport teams worldwide. Invitations pour in, and Ryan seizes the opportunity to transition into the world of professional racing. Among these opportunities is a poignant milestone, driving a BMW M3 E92 at the iconic Brands Hatch circuit. For Ryan, this is more than just a race. It's a return to the company he once worked for. The world of Need for Speed Shift is a far cry from the gritty streets of Palmont or Rockport. This is a realm of precision, discipline, and unrelenting competition. The goal for the player is to become eligible to enter the NFS World Tour event. Cars are allocated into 4 performance tiers. Tier 1 features everyday vehicles, entry-level sports, and luxury cars. Tier 2 features mid-level performance sports vehicles. This tier has a mix of race types, including car battles and manufacturer competitions. Tier 3 features high-performance supercars. This tier's races are even more intense, with higher stakes and tougher opponents. Tier 4 features hypercars. Drivers face off against the best racers in the world, including special invitational events and car battles. Player has to purchase and modify cars as he progresses through the career, winning races and becoming eligible to access higher performance vehicles, more difficult events, and greater competition. He can engage in various race modes, each offering unique challenges and excitement. In car battle, 2 drivers compete with specified cars in 3 different race events. Driver duel pits racers against each other in the vehicle of their choice. Drift race sees racers competing to earn the most style points while drifting. Endurance race involves racers competing along a circuit course with a large number of laps. In lap knockout race, the last racer to complete each lap is eliminated. Time knockout race eliminates the racer in last place once the time expires. In time attack events, players must beat the fastest lap record before the final lap is declared. Manufacturer competition has 2 racers facing off in the same vehicle. Series competition involves racers competing in a tournament format. Circuit race features racers competing along a circuit course, while time trials require players to complete a set distance of a course within a specific amount of time. He races across the world in 19 different tracks, including world circuits such as Brands Hatch, Nürburgring Nordschleife, Road America, Spa, Silverstone, Willow Springs, Donington Park, Autopolis, and Laguna Seca. After months of grueling competition, he qualifies for the NFS World Tour, the pinnacle of professional racing. Each event is a crucible of skill, pitting him against the world's greatest drivers. The tour's global stage features breathtaking locales and the fiercest competition he has ever faced. During his NFS World Tour, he comes across an old rival from Rockport. Isabel Diaz, most notably, tried to race in legal motorsports but soon quit and joined professional wrestling, known by her ring name Rosa Mendes in WWE. Other familiar names from ProStreet include Aki Kimura and Tony Manila from Team 2 Gay Union, Nate Denver and Paulo Cruz from Team Boxcut, Carol Monroe and Frank Book from Team After Mix, Gavin May and Rudy Chen from Team Grip Runners, and only Ivan Tarkovsky from Team Apex Glide. Once completing all the qualifying rounds, the player wins the NFS Live World Series. His transition from underground street racing to the highest levels of motorsport is now complete. For the next racing season, during Shift 2 Unleashed, his career begins under the mentorship of Formula D champion Vaughn Gittin Jr. He serves both as a guide and spotter to the player throughout his career. Vaughn teaches him the intricacies of professional drifting, helps him fine-tune his car for maximum performance, and introduces him to Autolog, a network connecting the world's top drivers. Vaughn provides invaluable advice as Ryan transitions into the FIA GT3 European Championship and the Works Series, two of the most competitive motorsport arenas in the world. He also provides useful information on each of the courses the player races for the first time. Upon reaching certain driver levels, special events are made available like Hot Lap Gauntlets, Eliminators, and Invitationals, where the player gets a chance to try out and win new cars. During his career, he partakes in a variety of motorsports like drifting, muscle car racing, retro car racing, endurance races, and circuit competition in the FIA GT3 European Championship to hone his driving skills in hopes of becoming the FIA GT1 World Champion. The Retro Series introduces Ryan to one of his most formidable opponents yet. He goes up against Formula D driver Darren McNamara. Darren D-Mac McNamara is an Irish professional drift driver who competed in the European Drifting Championship and Formula D. He specializes in 80s and 90s sports cars, and his 500 horsepower A86 packs quite a lot of punch. In 2006, Darren won the Irish Pro Drift Series title and gained international recognition. He was invited to compete in the American Formula D Series in 2007, where he achieved notable success, including a maiden win at Wall Speedway and a second-place finish at Road Atlanta. Over the years, Darren has driven various high-performance drift cars, including the Falcon Tire Saturn Sky, Nissan Silvia S15, and a rotary-powered Toyota A86. He founded Group D, a specialist performance parts and fabrication company based in Cork, Ireland. Group D offers high-quality parts and services for drift cars and other motorsport platforms. McNamara serves as the main rival for the retro discipline. The two face off in the Old School Masters event. After defeating him, D-Mac rewards the player with his Team Need for Speed Toyota Corolla GTS AE86. His next opponent is Chris Rado, a legend in the world of time attack and drag racing. Christian Rado is an American time attack driver who is the Unlimited FWD champion of 2009 and 2010. Rado serves as the main rival for the time attack discipline and drag discipline. He drives a drag spec front-wheel drive Scion TC, which is capable of going over 250 miles per hour or 402 kilometers per hour. His other car, the 1200 horsepower Team Need for Speed Scion TC, is no joke either. As most time attack cars have bodyworks with extremely crazy appendages, his time attack spec TC takes this to very absurd heights, with a ridiculously large spoiler, a comically wide front spoiler, and even an exhaust mounted on the bonnet. This car is extremely brutal and punishing, allowing him to set the fastest times with little to no effort. By defeating him in the Time Attack World Championship, the player is awarded his Team Need for Speed AWD Scion TC. Similarly, after winning the 1320 Outlaws Championship event, he grants the player his 2006 World Racing Pro FWD Reaper Scion TC. Having proven himself across countless disciplines, player faces a personal challenge from Vaughn Gittin Jr., who steps forward to test him. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is an American Formula D driver who won the championship in 2010. Gittin is also the owner of RTR Ready to Rock, a sub-brand for performance and aero parts for Ford Mustang models. Gittin, who taught the player everything about the ropes of racing and a few in drifting, also serves as the final opponent of the drifting discipline and the muscle discipline. In addition to his drifting career, Vaughn has competed in various off-road racing events, including the Ultra 4 Racing Series, where he drives a 4400 class Ford Bronco. He has also made appearances in NASCAR, showcasing his versatility as a driver. His iconic custom RTR-X Mustang is based on the Vanilla Boss 302. The two drivers weave through the course, their tires screaming as plumes of smoke fill the air. Gittin's Mustang GT dances effortlessly through the turns, but the player defeats him in the final slide event. Vaughn awards the player his Monster Energy Falcon Tire Ford Mustang GT. The rivalry continues in the Muscle Championship, where Gittin's RTR-X dominates the straightaways with raw power. Player, pushing his own muscle car to its limits, battles tooth and nail, ultimately clinching victory in a dramatic finish. Gittin, proud of his driving skills, rewards him with his Ford Mustang RTR-X. The next opponent is Tommy Milner in the Endurance Series. Thomas Milner is an American endurance driver who once competed in the American Le Mans Series for Rahal Letterman Racing in 2007, 2009, and 2010. He has also competed in the FIA World Endurance Championship and the IMSA Sports Car Championship. In addition to his racing career, Milner is involved in the esports community as a co-owner of the private label Team Hype esports team on iRacing. His car is the Rahal Letterman Racing BMW M3 GT2, which was the cover car of the first Shift game. Milner serves as the main rival for the endurance discipline. Milner, with his deep understanding of endurance racing tactics, is a formidable rival. The race is relentless, with laps stretching into hours and every pit stop a critical decision. After defeating him in the Endurance Challenge of Champions event, he awards the player his BMW M3 GT ALMS. From here, the player faces off against the Kozelu twins. Eric and Mark Kozelu, American twins and owners of Twins Turbo Motorsports, serve as the main rivals for the standing mile discipline. They gained significant recognition for their work with Performance Factory and World Racing, where they played crucial roles in building and tuning some of the fastest cars in the world. Their expertise and dedication helped Christian Rado claim the title of the fastest Integra in the world and nearly win the Naira Pro FWD crown. The twins bring their heavily modified 1997 Dodge Viper GTS to the competition. The Viper, with its twin turbocharged engine and unparalleled straight-line performance, is a beast to beat. After defeating them in the Standing Mile Drag World Championship event, they award the player their Viper GTS by Twins Turbo. Next, the player faces off against Mad Mike Widett in the Works Series. Michael Brandon Widett, better known as Mad Mike, is a New Zealand drifter known for his collection of rotary-powered Mazda vehicles and his long-time sponsorship with Red Bull. Mad Mike has competed in various drifting championships, including Formula Drift in the United States, Formula D Asia, and Formula D Japan. He has also participated in off-road racing events, such as the Stadium Super Trucks series. Mike's rotary beasts scream across the track, leaving plumes of smoke in their wake. Mad Mike serves as the main rival for the Works discipline. He drives a modified Works-converted Mazda RX-7 FC with fully maxed-out parts, complete with a wide body kit and Red Bull stickers all over. Some of Mad Mike's notable cars include Mad Bull, a Mazda FD RX-7 with a 26B quad rotor, naturally aspirated engine. Bad Bull, a Mazda RX-8 with a 20B 3-rotor turbo engine. Rad Bull, a Mazda NC MX-5 with a 26B quad-rotor twin-turbo engine. And Nimbul, a Lamborghini Huracan with a Liberty Walk body kit and approximately 900 horsepower. After defeating him in the Works League Championship event, he rewards the player with his Team Need for Speed Mazda RX-7 FC3S. The next opponent is Matt Powers in the Legends series. Matt Powers is an American Formula D driver. His 911 Carrera RSR has an elaborate zebra and cheetah pattern. He gained recognition for his aggressive yet smooth drifting techniques and his ability to control high-powered drift cars with precision. Throughout his career, Matt Powers has competed against some of the best drifters in the world and has earned numerous podium finishes. He is a specialist in handling legendary vintage sports cars from the 60s and 70s. Powers serves as the main rival for the Legends discipline. The Legends Championship is a love letter to the golden age of motorsport, with races featuring legendary machines from the 1960s and 70s. Powers' expertise in handling these classics presents a unique challenge for the player, who must adapt his driving style to the quirks and nuances of these vintage beasts. After defeating him in the Legends Championship event, Matt rewards the player his Porsche 911 Carrera RSR 3.0. The player's next opponent is Patrick Söderlund in the FIA GT3 series. Robert Patrick Söderlund is a Swedish GT3 driver who once competed in the FIA GT3 European Championship for Team Need for Speed, in which the team finished 6th in the championship in 2010. He began his career as a founder of DICE, Digital Illusions Creative Entertainment, a Swedish video game development company that created the Battlefield series. Under his leadership, DICE grew into one of the most successful game developers in the world and was acquired by EA in 2006. He is also known for his tenure as Executive Vice President of Electronic Arts. He oversaw the development of major franchises such as Battlefield, Need for Speed, and Dragon Age. He represents the German racing team Need for Speed by Schubert Motorsport, alongside his teammate Edward Sandström, who is also a rival in Shift 2 Unleashed. He drives a 2011 spec BMW Z4 GT3 with the number 76 Team Need for Speed Schubert livery. Patrick serves as the main rival for the FIA GT3 discipline. In the climactic FIA GT3 Championship event, players' skill and strategy shine, allowing him to edge out Patrick in a nail-biting finish. After defeating Patrick in the FIA GT3 Championship event, he rewards the player with his Team Need for Speed Z4 GT3. With every discipline conquered, Ryan becomes eligible to compete in the FIA GT1 World Championship, the pinnacle of professional racing. Jamie Campbell-Walter congratulates the player for making it so far and reveals himself to be the final boss the player will face in the GT1 Championship. Jamie Oliver Campbell-Walter is a British-Hungarian driver who competed in the FIA GT1 World Championship. He gained prominence in the late 1990s and early 2000s, competing in various GT championships. He won the FIA GT Championship, driving a Lister Storm GT in the year 2000. His success in the series earned him recognition as one of the top GT drivers of his time. In addition to his FIA GT Championship victory, Jamie has competed in other prestigious events, including the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the American Le Mans Series, and the European Le Mans Series. The FIA GT1 Championship in Shift 2 Unleashed consists of 10 stages, with races taking place at iconic circuits such as Suzuka Circuit GP, Silverstone GP, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and Nürburgring GP. After a long series of races, the player finally defeats Jamie in the FIA GT1 Championship event. After being crowned the GT1 champion, Jamie congratulates the player and gives his Nissan GTR GT1 as a prize. The player has now come full circle, even in the world of legal racing, achieving victories in the highest levels of motorsport. From humble beginnings, he has risen through the ranks, overcoming countless challenges and proving his skill and determination. Now, he stands among the elite, having earned his place in the annals of racing history. His journey is a testament to his unwavering dedication and passion for the sport of racing. Ryan Cooper is contacted by an anonymous female source inviting him to Tri-City Bay. She also sends him a black and red 2009 Nissan 370Z as an invitation gift. Tri-City Bay consists of 4 boroughs. Each borough is linked to the other by a series of highways consisting of around 109 miles or 175 kilometers of road. Ryan Cooper accepts the invitation. Seizing the opportunity, he heads to Tri-City Bay in the Nissan 370Z. As he tears through the highway toward the city, the freedom of the open road is cut short when piercing sirens and flashing lights signal the arrival of the Tri-City Bay police. The pursuit begins as he is chased by squad cars and helicopters in the air. With no scope to turn back, he races towards the city, attempting to escape. He manages to create some distance, but eventually gets busted by the SWAT team. As helicopters hover overhead, Ryan is finally cornered and handed over to the FBI.
Dispatch, I got a guy resisting arrest here. He's in the back seat of my cruiser. He's not talking and he refuses to take off his racing helmet. Got his ID here. Surname Cooper, first name Ryan. I don't know, something not right about this guy.
After his arrest, he is transferred to FBI Special Agent Chase Lynn, who was the anonymous female source that called him to the city in the first place. The 370Z wasn't just a gift, it was bait, a calculated move to pull him into her world. It was her plan to officially arrest the alias Ryan Cooper for the books, so she could use the player as an undercover agent. She needs the player, not the racing champion, but the street racer who knows the underworld of racing better than anyone. Special Agent Chase Lynn, born on December 19, 1976, holds a Bravo classified clearance and operates solo. Currently engaged in an Alpha classified operation, she collaborates with various international agencies, including Interpol, CSIS, MI5, CIA, and DEA. Her commendations include 3 letters of commendation, the FBI Shield of Bravery, and the FBI Medal for Meritorious Achievement. Throughout her career, she has faced violations and internal issues, such as striking a superior field officer, exceeding operational parameters, overutilizing agency field resources, and disrupting or ignoring established professional courtesies with regional authorities. Despite these challenges, Agent Lynn's skills are exceptional. She holds a gold level in marksmanship, excels in interrogation, counterterrorism, crisis negotiation, international relations, unarmed combat, and defensive, pursuit, and swift driving skills. She briefs him on his recruitment initiative. There have been growing civic concerns over the dramatic rise in grand theft incidents. particularly involving both private and public automobiles, and the associated rising costs to the state. The growing cohesion and competition between local and international criminal organizations necessitated a more streamlined and immediate coordinated response, especially when dealing with individuals suspected or known to be involved with such organizations. To take them down, she needs someone who can infiltrate their world. Agent Chase had been meticulously observing the player's unique skill set and background for months. The player possessed an uncanny ability to blend into various environments, a talent honed through years of diverse experiences. His exceptional driving skills, quick thinking, and adaptability made him an ideal candidate for undercover operations. Additionally, the player's extensive knowledge of the racing underworld on the other side of the law and his ability to gain the trust of even the most elusive individuals were invaluable assets. The player's desire to bring justice to those who had wronged him and his unwavering commitment to finding answers no matter the cost resonated deeply with Agent Chase. Remembering this is exactly what Sergeant Cross did with Mia in Rockport, the player agrees. Now, recruited by Chaselyn, the player officially becomes an undercover agent. The player steps into a dimly lit conference room, the air heavy with tension. Seated at the head of the table is Lieutenant Jack M. Keller, his commanding presence undeniable. Lieutenant Jack M. Keller, born on 21st April 1955, is an active member of the Tri-City Bay Police Department. He reveals to the player that the city once had lower crime activity during his youth. His investigative expertise spans vice, stolen vehicles, and organized crime, and he collaborates with various agencies, including the DEA, FBI, Sheriff's Office, and State Police. His commendations are numerous, including the Tri-City Distinguished Service Citation, Community Policing Citation, Mayor's Citation, Police Medal of Valor, and Police Combat Cross. However, his career has not been without controversy. Keller has faced multiple violations and internal issues, including 4 counts of excessive force upon suspects in custody, improper use of a firearm, and 11 counts of internal departmental complaints. These issues have led to promotion freezes, first as a sergeant for 3 years and currently as a lieutenant. Despite these challenges, his skills are undeniable. He holds a gold level in marksmanship, excels in interrogation, and has distinguished and extensive military service in the United States Marine Corps within the reconnaissance units. His investigative procedure capabilities are also rated highly, making him a formidable force in law enforcement. The player's secret identity is only known by Agent Lynn and Lieutenant Keller. Player is called into the Palm Harbor Police Station by his superior, Lieutenant Keller. Keller is dismayed that the Federal Bureau of Investigation is now fighting against the Tri-City Bay PD for jurisdiction over a case involving stolen cars from a dock a couple of weeks ago. Agent Lynn carries an air of authority. Keller's annoyance is evident, but Lynn ignores it, directing her attention to the player. He is informed that their current investigation into the region's underground street racing world is to bring down an international criminal syndicate operating in the region that is involved in smuggling stolen cars. The player is given a blue Nissan 240 SX and is instructed to pose as a new street racer and join in on major illegal street races around the city, along with gaining infamy with the Tri-City Police. Chase instructs him that he must win as many races as possible and not play it safe, as she wants the criminals to notice the player. His mission objective is to gather evidence that could convict a network of crime lords in many countries. With each race, the player climbs the ranks of Tri-City Bay's underground racing scene, earning a reputation as a fearless driver. He eventually gains enough notoriety and attracts the attention of Hector Mayo after beating his brother in a street race for pink slips. Zack attempts to attack the player after the race in anger, but he is stopped by Hector. Back at headquarters, Chaselyn briefs the player on the Mayo brothers. Zack Mayo, born on 28 January 1987, is infamously known by his alias, the Time Bomb Prince. His known acquaintances are his brother, Hector Mayo, and Carmen Mendez. Zack's criminal record is extensive, with 9 counts of excessive speeding, 8 counts of reckless driving, a permanently revoked driver's license, 1 count of drunk and disorderly conduct, 1 count of underage drinking, and 3 counts of assault and battery. As the younger brother to Hector Mayo, Zack is considered the heir to his brother's crew. His explosive and brash nature has led him to threaten police officers when pulled over. Despite his volatile behavior, Zack remains under permanent protection with local crews out of respect for his brother Hector Mayo, who is known by his alias Smiley. Hector was born on 15 December 1982. His criminal record includes 8 counts of grand theft auto, 6 counts of excessive speeding, and 3 counts of reckless driving. His known acquaintances are his brother Zach Mayo, Caleb Reese from Bayview City, and Isabel Izzy Diaz from Rockport City. Having served a 2-year sentence for Grand Theft Auto, Hector earned the nickname Smiley in prison for his optimistic and grand plans upon release. He organized a small crew made up of neighbors and family members who deal in stolen cars. Hector demands respect and loyalty from his crew and is known as a local up-and-comer with a big future ahead of him. A few days later, Zach challenges the player to a highway battle during rush hour for a rematch. As soon as the player wins, Zach acknowledges the player's ability and informs that he will keep the player posted on future available jobs. Not long after, the player receives an unexpected call from Carmen Mendez. Learning of the player beating Zach again, she proposes a friendly race along the Cross Slope Expressway. Chaselyn tells the player that a check into Carmen's background doesn't reveal any previous criminal activity, although she may be involved with the smuggling ring. The race starts with Carmen driving her 1967 Shelby GT500 and the player driving behind her. After the player defeats Carmen, they become friends. Zach offers the player his first job, to steal a black Renault Megane Coupe from the Altamont Auto Showroom. He emphasizes the importance of delivering the car to the chop shop without any damage and without attracting police attention. As the player drives out of the showroom, the alarm blares and the Tri-City Bay Police Department is immediately alerted to the theft. With skillful driving and quick thinking, the player loses the police, delivering the Renault to the chop shop unscathed, completing his training wheels mission. The player's journey into the criminal underworld of Tri-City Bay has only just begun, and his skill and resolve will be tested like never before. For the next job Zach offers the player, he has to steal a black Chevrolet Corvette C2 from the Grand Hotel. The heist unfolds like clockwork, but the police response is faster than anticipated. Zach calls the player to bring the car to his chop shop without wrecking it, and without leading the police to the chop shop. As the player speeds away, the Tri-City Bay Police Department dispatches a helicopter to pursue the stolen vehicle. The player somehow manages to evade the pursuing police and keeps his eyes in the sky for the helicopter. After he loses the police, he successfully delivers the car to the chop shop in one piece. Zach calls the player with another job. He has to steal a Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution X and deliver it to the client as soon as possible. The player wastes no time, slipping into the driver's seat of the sleek Evo X. As he drives the car, the roar of the engine announces his intentions, but the Tri-City Bay police are already onto him. The player loses the cops and delivers the car to the client just in the nick of time. Zach recommends the player to his brother Hector for bigger jobs. To test the player, Hector tasks him with stealing a Nissan Skyline GTR R34. The job is simple in theory. The execution, however, is anything but simple. The player faces relentless pursuit from the police, narrowly escaping spike strips and roadblocks as he navigates the sprawling highways of Tri-City Bay. When the player successfully delivers it after evading the cops, Hector is impressed and earns his trust. Chase reminds the player that he must go deeper within the crew to investigate Hector's connections to the smugglers. Zach's recommendation puts the player face to face with Hector Mayo. Hector fills him in on a high-risk, high-reward job. The player and Hector steal 2 cars, a blue Audi TT 3.2 Quattro and a red Dodge Charger SRT 8 Super B. He challenges the player to a race, promising that the player can have his car if he can beat him. The race starts on Wilson Avenue and ends at the lighthouse. The player manages to outrun Hector and reach the lighthouse first. His win against Hector earns the trust of the whole crew, and Hector offers the player a pink slip to one of the cars as promised. Back at HQ, Chaselyn is less impressed. She informs the player that Hector is not affiliated with the international smuggling ring and is nothing but a distraction. Her words linger as the player receives a call from Carmen Mendez, asking him to meet her at her garage. When he meets her, she reveals that she isn't really a member of Hector's crew but has known him since they were kids, and Hector always had time for her. The player's dual identity becomes a dangerous game. Each race brings him closer to the heart of the syndicate, but it also brings new enemies. The streets of Tri-City Bay are a crucible, testing his loyalty, skill, and resilience. While seeing Carmen, the player recalls his undercover assignment. Chaselyn informs him that their cover will be blown if they get any deeper with the crew. She then tells the player that they have enough evidence to convict Hector's crew and orders him to bring them down to protect their identity. Chaselyn tells the player to target Zach Mayo first. She tracks him driving along the interstate and orders the player to take him down. As the player closes in, Zack believes that the player is attempting to race him, but the player quickly rams his car and wrecks him. Chase calls the player after he takes down Zack, telling him he did well and orders him to leave the scene as she has called for cleanup. Chase calls the player again, saying that Zack's brother Hector is the real target. She adds that there is no room for personal feelings and orders the player to take Hector down immediately, as Hector is the leader of his organization and that the smuggling ring will be broken if he is busted. The player chases down Hector Mayo, who is flanked by 2 loyal bodyguards protecting him. The bodyguards make their move, attempting to ram the player off the road, but player takes them out one by one, clearing the path to Hector. The player closes in, forcing Hector's car to a halt. Hector's gang is in disarray after his takedown. Agent Chase then orders him to take down the rest of Hector's crew before they can expose him and jeopardize the entire operation. So, he systematically dismantles the remnants of Hector's crew. First, he takes out the Grease Monkey, who drives an orange Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution X. After that, he takes out the Loco, driving a grey Renault Megane Coupe with precision. With the crew eliminated, the operation seems complete. But the player gets a call from a mystery woman offering him a job with a big payoff. After dismantling Hector's crew, Chaselyn calls the player and says that she thinks there might be a leak in the Tri-City Bay Police Department. So the player is sent to Sunset Hills to infiltrate a crew operated by GMAC. The player accepts the transporter job offered by the mystery woman, which requires delivering a package while driving a stolen Audi S5. The player is instructed to pick up a package from a specified location. Once he reaches the destination, the package is placed into the Audi. The player must then deliver the package to a truck stop within the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Upon arrival, the mysterious woman is impressed with his driving skills and hints at more work to come. This mission is a reference to the Transporter film series, as the main character in the films drives a black Audi A8 W12 in the later films. The unknown woman calls the player again, revealing her name to be Rose. She informs him that she has gained him entry into a big race in Sunset Hills. A victory here would get him great exposure to the top gangs in the region. As he makes it to the location, Chaselyn informs him that one of the stolen racing cars featured in the big race has special importance to the Bureau. It was clear that Hector Mayo did not have this car, and GMAC's crew has a history of criminal records, but none of them would have been bold enough to steal the car from the docks in broad daylight. She wants the player to find out if GMAC's crew has changed their ways. She also warns the player that none of her missions have ever failed, and she intends to keep it that way. As the player waits for the race to start, Carmen finds him and informs him that Hector and his crew have suddenly disappeared, but he is still on the streets. She mentions that other racers are suspecting the player of causing the disappearance since he recently left Palm Harbor. Despite the tension and suspicion, the player focuses on the race and competes in the Tri-City tournament, winning the big race and proving his prowess to GMAC's crew. After the race, GMAC steps forward collecting all the other racers' pink slips. Most hand them over grudgingly, but Nickel resists. GMAC tells Nickel that he lost the race and thus has to give up the pink slip to his car. Nickel becomes aggressive, but Rose calms him down. Rose congratulates the player on a good race and tells him that she'll see him around. GMAC then offers the player the choice of one of the racer's cars, suggesting that he'd personally take Nickel's car to rub it in his face. Back at HQ, Chaselyn debriefs the player on the new crew he's investigating. Brad Nickel Rogers, born on 29 April 1981, is infamously known by his nicknames Hard KO and Boy D. His known acquaintances are Gregory G. MacDonald and his girlfriend Rose Largo. Brad's criminal record is extensive, including 3 counts of grand theft auto, 1 count of armed robbery, 5 counts of excessive speeding, 3 counts of assault and battery, 1 count of resisting arrest, and 2 counts of assaulting a police officer. Having served a 5-year sentence at the Tri-City Federal Penitentiary, Brad's past as a former amateur Golden Gloves boxer has contributed to his overly aggressive nature and propensity for physical violence. His driver's license has been permanently revoked, and he is known as an enforcer for GMAC. Gregory MacDonald, known by his alias GMAC, was born on 25 August 1972. His known acquaintances are Brad Nickel Rogers, Rose Largo, and Jonathan Cross from Rockport. Despite facing multiple charges, including 2 counts of bribery, 1 count of extortion, and 2 counts of assault and battery of a suspect in police custody, he has never been convicted. A former lieutenant in the Vice Branch of the Tri-City Bay Police Department, GMAC was a highly decorated officer with consistently high performance reviews. Local law enforcement considered him untouchable. and he was suspected of having ties to an international smuggling ring. Known for his arrogance and explosive temper, G-Mac often resorted to violence with his own crew if any of them crossed him. Rose Largo, born on 21 March 1983, is known by her aliases Ally Kaner and Lady Grey. Her known acquaintances are Gregory MacDonald, Brad Nickel Rogers, and Rachel Teller from Bayview City. Rose has a criminal record that includes 9 counts of fraud, 4 counts of embezzlement, 3 counts of confidence schemes, 8 counts of excessive speeding, and 2 counts of reckless driving. With an above-average IQ and a degree from Stanford University with honors, Rose has a firm grasp of the law and has served as her own legal counsel on multiple occasions. She is suspected of running multiple ongoing confidence schemes, particularly in real estate and investments. As a known associate and advisor to Gregory G. Mack, Rose's intelligence and cunning make her a formidable figure in the criminal underworld. Together, they form a dangerous alliance, their power growing unchecked within the criminal underworld of Tri-City Bay. Carmen calls the player, eager to see him and requesting a rematch. He accepts the challenge and they begin racing on the highway. Midway through the race, 2 black Lexus ISFs appear in the rearview mirror, closing in fast. They begin to aggressively target Carmen, attempting to force her off the road. The player skillfully maneuvers through the chaos, taking down the goons one by one before they can wreck Carmen's car. The player ensures Carmen's safety, allowing her to escape. They hide in Palm Harbor for some time. Carmen wonders who the attackers were and suspects if they were the ones who went after the Mayo brothers. She thanks him for saving her life and says that she's been scared ever since Hector's disappearance. After the incident, Chaselyn tells the player that the drivers who tried to attack them could have been from a rival crew or someone within G-Mac's team, telling him to keep building his rep with G-Mac's crew. Shortly after, Chase gets a phone call. Chase's composure shifts upon answering and hearing the voice on the other side. She answers, her voice momentarily steady but tinged with surprise. Someone named Chow asks her about an object. She replies that to talk about the object, they first need to discuss a vehicle. Following that, Chase calls the player, informing him that she will try to find more information on the black sedans. Meanwhile, she advises him to stay cool and remain with the crew to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention. Nickel calls the player, his voice dripping with venom, asking for a rematch since he embarrassed him in the Tri-City tournament. He challenges the player to a highway battle to see who's the best. Chaselyn tracks Nickel's location and tells the player to be careful as Nickel is extremely dangerous. The player must overtake Nickel's Dodge Viper SRT-10 and stay in the lead for 90 seconds or lead by 300 meters. Nickel pushes hard, but the player's skill outmatches his brute force. The player's victory causes Nickel to become increasingly aggressive towards the player, warning him that he will not play as nicely the next time. Rose contacts the player to inform him that G-Mac is impressed with his driving abilities but suspects the player might be a cop. G-Mac believes there is a rat in his gang and has become very suspicious of the player. To prove G-Mac wrong and demonstrate his loyalty, Rose tells the player that he needs to steal a police car, showing that he's not afraid to get a little dirty. The player breaks into a Nissan GTR Super State Cruiser from a Tri-City Bay Police Department precinct motor pool in Sunset Hills and makes a daring escape. A police car attempts to block the player's path, but he skillfully slips past and escapes from the precinct. Rose calls to compliment the player on the successful theft and instructs him to bring the car to the garage once he evades the police. The player shakes the relentless cops and delivers the stolen cruiser to the garage. This stunt impresses G-Mac, but he remains suspicious of the player. Rose gives 2 new job contracts to the player, and Chase reminds him to do his job. The first job is a special delivery. An Audi RS4 needs to reach a truck stop in 3 minutes. As the player speeds through traffic, Chow Wu's thugs appear, determined to stop the delivery. The player outruns the thugs and arrives at the truck stop, delivering the car unscathed. For the next job, the player steals a Mercedes-Benz CLS 63 AMG, and Rose informs him that he has to get to the garage within 90 seconds. The player's arrival at the garage is quickly interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Tri-City Bay Police. Rose says that it could be a tip-off and that the player must lose the cops to complete the mission. He successfully escapes by destroying several police vehicles using pursuit breakers and arrives at the garage with the AMG. A call from Carmen Mendez brings another twist. She reveals that before disappearing, Zach had been caught up in a job Hector didn't sanction, which made Hector furious. Having proven his worth, he finally wins G-Mac's trust for him. so GMAC offers him a new job in which he has to steal 4 cars in 48 hours. The line between ally and enemy continues to blur, with the player walking a razor-thin edge between loyalty and betrayal. Now the player is given access to Port Crescent, one of the largest ports in the world. GMAC hides all his cars there and tells the player not to attract any heat. Keller and Chase suspect that one of these cars could be the one they are looking for and remind him to be careful. The first of the 4 cars is a black Bugatti Veyron 16.4 fitted with a custom nitrous oxide system. The player steals the car from the Grand Hotel and must deliver the Veyron to GMAC's garage within 5 minutes. The theft sets off alarms, and the Tri-City Bay Police Department responds in record time. GMAC instructs the player to lose the cops before attempting to drop off the car at the garage. Using a combination of pursuit breakers and backroad maneuvers, the player eludes the relentless cops, delivering the Veyron to GMAC's garage with seconds to spare. For the second heist, the target is a green and black McLaren F1. The player has to steal the car from Belmont Estate Mansion and deliver it to a casino without wrecking it. Rose calls him to say that the car belongs to a famous race car driver and has a security tracking device installed that will soon activate. The tracker goes live, summoning a fleet of police units already en route. He manages to lose all of the police and delivers the F1 to the casino just as the last echoes of sirens fade away. For the third car, the player has to steal a yellow Chevrolet Corvette from Port Crescent dockyards. As the player drives off with the Corvette, Rose informs him that the previous owners of the car are some serious bad guys who will come after him, so he has to watch his back. A convoy of black Lexus ISFs emerges in an effort to stop the heist. He outruns the pursuing goons, and the Corvette is delivered to its destination. For the final car, the player has to steal a grey Ford GT from Port Crescent dockyards again. Thugs pursue the player, each driving a black Lexus ISF. GMAC tells the player to not let them follow him to the destination, and he must lose the thugs before delivering the car to a truck stop. He evades the thugs by using the Ford GT's raw power and agility, then drives it to the truck stop, completing the final delivery. GMAC, now thoroughly impressed, mentions that his South American friends will be very pleased with their job. He rewards his crew with brand new supercars. Chaselyn informs the player that GMAC is definitely involved with the smuggling ring and was probably involved in the shipment theft from Port Crescent. She then tells the player that they now need to find the shipment. By this time, Rose appears to have taken a liking to the player and challenges him to a race in the canyon. She drives a Porsche 911 GT 2997. Player knew he has to be careful as Nickel won't be happy at all if he hears about this. As the race begins, the player takes the lead, but just near the finish line, his car's brakes fail, causing him to crash. He narrowly avoids a serious injury. The conclusion of the race involves the player talking to Chaselyn and Lieutenant Keller. Chase is surprised that the player is still alive. Keller asks whether they should cancel the operation before someone ends up dead, but Chase is adamant to keep running her operation. She says that the evidence is concealed in one of the cars from the missing shipment, and GMAC is their lead, but now he's running scared. This in turn led to the player's car being sabotaged. Keller then angrily states that the player almost died because Nickel cut his car's brake line instead, before showing her some surveillance photos. The photos reveal that the international smugglers are actually Chinese triads. The triad's leader is Chow Wu, who has a long history of smuggling, extortion, and murder. Keller warns both the player and Chase that they are much more dangerous. He also adds that his department have been working on the matter themselves and got to a lead despite the two being on the case. Carmen has been increasingly scared since Hector's crew disappeared, and when she heard about the player's accident, she calls him expressing her concerns. She tells him that she needs someone she can trust. GMAC learns of Chow Wu's dealings in the city, interfering with his business, so he plans to frame Chow Wu by stealing one of his cars to mess with the cops. Tasking the player with stealing a Pagani Zonda F from a triad shipment at the Port Crescent dockyards, GMAC's intentions are to frame Wu and redirect police scrutiny. The player steals the Zonda and GMAC tells him to drive to a Tri-City police precinct within the next 90 seconds. On the way, he is pursued by Chow Wu's henchmen in black Lexus ISFs, determined to stop him. Arriving at the precinct, the player leads the cops on a destructive spree, smashing into police vehicles and racking up $25,000 cost to the state. After causing enough damage, he loses the police and the Zonda is planted in front of Chow Wu's lavish estate. Before the dust settles, GMAC calls with another urgent mission. He tells the player that the feds have a car that incriminates him, and he wants it back. The car is a Lamborghini Murcielago LP640, which was once impounded by the FBI, and now G-Mac needs the car back or he'll face 20 years in jail. The player must first lose the chasing FBI vehicles without wrecking the car and then deliver it to the garage. After facing resistance from Heat Level 5 police, he manages to escape the cops and then deliver it to the garage. The player receives a chilling call from Chow Wu, saying that he is lucky to still be alive despite stealing his car. He offers to overlook the theft in exchange for the player's help in recovering a car stolen from his shipment containing a very valuable item. Chow Wu believes that G-Mac has the car and threatens the player to bring it to him. With tensions escalating and things starting to get out of control, Chase orders the player to take down G-Mac's gang. Nickel is first on the list. The player gets his chance at payback and chases him down. The Tri-City police also arrive at the scene. A pursuit ensues, the player dodges the cops and takes out Nickel. Chase Lin calls the player after he evades the police, telling him that G-Mac is smart and well connected, so he will know what happens soon. Therefore, he has to take out Rose immediately. The player goes in pursuit of Rose, catching her off guard and rams her car, but she calls G-Mac for help. He arrives and starts attacking the player to protect Rose. Chase orders the player to take down G-Mac after dealing with Rose. The player's relentless attacks leave both vehicles wrecked. Then Chase Lin orders him to eliminate the remaining members of G-Mac's crew as they still pose a threat to the undercover operation. The player needs to take them down quickly to ensure they don't blow his cover. The first crew member drives a grey Ford GT and the player catches up to him on Fasulo Bridge. After a chase, the player wrecks the crew member's car. Without wasting any time, the player proceeds to the location of the next gang member, who is driving a Porsche Carrera GT. He catches him on Diamond Bridge and takes him out with ease, ensuring his cover is safe. Carmen contacts the player, requesting a meeting. The player senses the desperation in her tone and agrees. Upon reaching her, she reveals that she has figured out Hector and Zach Mayo's disappearance. It was because of the BMW M6 Zach unknowingly stole from Chow Wu's shipment, which made Hector furious. She is concerned about the sudden disappearance of the racers, unaware that the player had busted the brothers and the other street racers in their gang. She asks the player to take the BMW M6 away, fearing that Chow Wu will come after her. Suddenly, sirens are heard, and Carmen explains that she called the police because she wasn't sure if the player would come. The player doesn't waste a second, jumping into the M6 and leaves the garage. Chow Wu becomes aware that the player now has the car he has been looking for. He contacts the player, giving instructions to deliver it to a warehouse. He reveals that he has kidnapped the player's handler, Agent Chase, to coerce compliance. Chow Wu demands that he bring the M6 to him without any police pursuit, warning that more people will die if his instructions are not followed. Upon delivering the car, Chow Wu immediately inspects the car and grabs a briefcase out of it. He releases Chase Lin, but she reveals herself as a double agent. She was the corrupt federal agent all along, working with Chow to recover the car as it possessed vital evidence of his activities and a sizable quantity of cash. Before Chow can dispose of the player, Chase takes a silenced pistol from Chow and shoots him and his bodyguards. Their bodies hit the floor as the warehouse descends into silence. She takes the briefcase containing the money and evidence, framing the player for the murder. Sliding into the M6, she speeds off, leaving the player behind amidst the carnage. Red and blue lights flood the warehouse as the Tri-City Bay Police Department arrives. Officers storm the scene, discovering Chow Wu's lifeless body and assuming the player is responsible. The player leaps into one of the black Lexus ISF, barreling through the police blockade in a desperate bid for freedom. The Heat Level 5 police chase after him. Keller calls the player saying that he believes player is innocent but needs some time to clear his name. He tells player to take down Chase and recover the evidence that may prove his innocence. With the police hot on his trail, the player weaves through crowded highways and industrial zones, dodging spike strips and evading roadblocks. The pursuit intensity peaks, with helicopters tracking him from the sky and SWAT SUVs crashing into pursuit breakers. Finally, after a relentless chase, the player loses the heat and disappears into the shadows. Keller contacts the player again after he evades the police pursuit, telling him that the entire Tri-City Bay Police Department is after him, but he recruited another officer to help him out. After ditching the Lexus, the player finds himself in need of a new vehicle. Keller's partner manages to secure him a new car in a safe location where the player can pick it up. Keller's partner looked up flight records and learned that Chase Lin requested a helicopter pickup in the city.
The whole police force is after you. I've recruited another guy to help you out. He doesn't believe you did it, and he wants to help. He looked up the flight records. Chase has requested a helicopter pickup, and he'll pass on the location.
As soon as the player receives the location, he heads there without wasting any time to apprehend Chaselyn before she leaves the city, as it is the only way to clear his name. Spotting Chase in the distance, the player closes in. He catches up to her along Gusa Road and chases after Chase. Tri-City Bay police notice him and tries to stop the player. He skillfully evades the attacks from police vehicles and manages to keep up with Chase. Keller contacts the player, informing him that he has called off the pursuit temporarily. He tells the player that this is his only chance to catch Chase. The player slams into her car, forcing her car to a stop. Chase is eventually caught and arrested, but she yells that it is not over and she will be back soon. Keller arrives at the scene and his partner gives him the briefcase. He discovers a PDA device inside, which contains vital evidence of Chow Wu's activities. He also informs the player that Carmen Mendez has told him everything she knew, and that stealing the M6 was Zack and Hector's mistake, so the player will be cleared of all charges. Keller commends the player for his hard work at recovering the evidence and mentions he knows what it's like to go deep undercover, as it is too easy to lose oneself. Sometime later, the player meets up with Carmen. She's relieved to see him alive and free. She asks him to take her to the university as she has enrolled in a medical course there. Together with Carmen, he looks ahead to a future unshackled from deceit and danger, a chance to start anew. Before Hector was taken out by the player, Hector sent a voicemail to his girlfriend Jessica from his garage. It was Hector's last message to Jessica, sent just before he vanished. His voice was abruptly ended with a certain urgency she didn't understand, and then nothing. No follow-up, no calls, no trace of him anywhere. Jessica wasn't the kind to sit back and wait. She drove straight to Hector's garage, hoping for answers. But instead of finding Hector, she encountered Dimitri, a low-ranking member of his crew. Before Jessica could press for more information, headlights flared outside and sounds of engines are heard. Chow Wu's men had arrived. Jessica's instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, she grabbed the keys to Hector's silver Nissan 370Z, and she and Dimitri hid inside just as the garage doors swung open. The triad stormed in, searching for the missing car. Jessica waited for the right moment, then slammed the into reverse, spun around the thugs, and launched into the streets. Jessica weaved through traffic as the triads gave chase. She outmaneuvers them and loses them as she crossed into the next district. Dimitri tells her that someone named Rabbit might know where Hector is. Rabbit was a hustler, a street racer with connections, always sniffing around for his next score. If anyone knew where Hector was, it would be him. When they arrive at Rabbit's place and demand answers, he challenges her to a race, saying that if she wins, he will tell her about Hector's whereabouts. But if he wins, then he will take her car. Jess easily wins the race and waits for him back at his place. When Rabbit arrives, he tells them that the Chinese cartel took Hector because he stole one of their cars. She finds a clue about the triads, leading to Port Crescent. When she reaches there, she finds Hector beaten and bruised by the triads. Dimitri causes a distraction outside, drawing the triads' attention, and runs away, giving Jess time to free Hector. Jessica sprinted into action, untying Hector and takes him in her car. As she drives off, a thug chased after them in a black Mustang. Jessica fought to keep control, sending the car into a perfect drift through tight turns. Finally, she braked hard, forcing the Mustang to overshoot off a bridge. She successfully took out the thug and goes back to Rabbit's place. When Hector gains his senses, he is surprised why she brought them to Rabbit's place. Then Rabbit walks in and pulls a gun on them, demanding the location of the car that Zack stole. The air was thick with tension. Hector hesitated, but Jessica didn't. She grabs a pool cue and slams it into Rabbit's wrist, sending the gun flying. She then beats Rabbit up with a stick and runs away with Hector in the 370Z. Rabbit's car tore through the streets behind them, trying to force them into a crash. Jess has a difficult time trying to shake him off, but then Dimitri shows up and causes Rabbit's car to crash out. After they escape the scene, Dimitri meets up with them and asks Hector if he will gather a new crew to retaliate, expecting to hear plans of revenge. But Hector shook his head. Hector says that he is out of that life and wants to live peacefully with Jess. Hector saw a different road ahead. Not one of chaos and crime, but of freedom, of second chances. Jessica smiled. It was time to leave it all behind. And with that, they drove off, leaving the past where it belonged. After his excellent work in Tri-City Bay as an undercover officer, he is recommended to the Seacrest County Police Department, where his driving skills could be a lot more useful. Seacrest County is located along the west coast of the United States, with environmental attributes similar to those of Washington, Oregon, and California. It is an open world with over 100 miles of open road devoid of urban areas. Seacrest County has become the ultimate place to speed, a playground for the most exotic cars and drivers in the world. But this is not a lawless place. Constant competition has led to the creation of the world's fastest police force, Seacrest County Speed Enforcement. The SCPD are the primary law enforcement of the district. They own and enforce the roads of Seacrest County in a wide variety of vehicles to do whatever it takes to stop racers breaking the law in Seacrest County and bring them to justice. They are the best trained drivers prepared to serve justice regardless of the risks. The relationship between the cops and racers in this county is described as a dog chasing down a rabbit, as the police are more powerful while the racers are faster. The player starts as a level 1 cadet in the traffic police department. For his first assignment titled Chase 101, he is given a Ford Crown Victoria Police Interceptor Traffic Police Unit, and his target is a suspect driving a red Mazda RX-8. As the player engages in the chase, the RX-8 weaves through traffic, attempting to shake the pursuing officer. The player starts heading south along 3 Points Road in Boulder Desert and easily busts the suspect. For his second assignment titled Escape to the Beach, he responds to reports of dangerous driving in the vicinity of Mission Beach. He locates 3 suspects participating in a race. The suspects' cars are a blue BMW Z4 S-Drive 35IS, a red Dodge Charger SRT8, and a yellow Porsche Boxster Spider. The chase begins along the sunlit coastline, with the racers darting between beachgoers and traffic. The player engages each suspect one by one, using strategic driving and tactical nudges to force them off the road. After a hot pursuit, all 3 racers are successfully taken down. For his next assignment, titled Blockbuster, he is approved the use of roadblock units. Calling in a roadblock results in the deployment of a line of cop vehicles ahead of any suspects on the road. If a suspect hits the block, they sustain heavy damage. He chases the suspect driving a red Dodge Charger SRT8 along Grand Ocean Road. The player positions himself strategically to deploy roadblocks at critical choke points. The suspect, driving aggressively, slams into one of the blocks, incurring heavy damage. The player moves in for the final blow, executing a perfect takedown and completing the mission. For his next assignment titled Fast Master, player is given the classic Porsche 911 Turbo 930, and he starts heading east on South Bay Freeway. There is no tougher test for the SCPD than to navigate the busy lanes of Hope Canyon Freeway at speed in the wet. The player races around the loop and then proceeds down the rest of this motorway, after which he races down Hope Canyon Freeway to assist his fellow officers. His next assignment, titled Lightning Reflex, requires him to assist officers in stopping a suspect attempting to escape. With a strict time window, the player races to the location and intercepts the fleeing suspect. The player blocks the escape route and successfully brings the suspect to justice. For his next assignment, titled Fighting Dirty, he is approved the use of spike strips. A spike strip is a device that can be dropped from the rear of a car and then extends across a road with a series of spikes across it. It is designed to burst the tires of any cars that drive over it, resulting in any car that does to spin out, slow down, and incur damage. The target is a blue Subaru Impreza WRX STI, driven by a racer with a history of eluding the police. During the pursuit, the player expertly deploys a spike strip, shredding the suspect's tires and forcing their vehicle to lose control. The player delivers the final takedown, ending the chase. The SCPD promotes him to officer for his impressive traffic patrol duties. The SCPD issues an arrest warrant for a racer suspect driving a white Porsche 911 Turbo 930 with weapons and tactics more commonly found on much faster cars. The SCPD Traffic Police Unit has never had to deal with a suspect like this before. The player is given 2 EMPs, 2 helicopter support calls, and 4 roadblocks to shut down the racer suspect. The suspect's reliance on the Porsche's off-road capabilities pushes the player to rely on his rallying techniques, as he has been a rally racer in the past. He takes down the suspect with the assistance of aerial unit and roadblock units. For his next assignment, titled Dark Horse, he has to shut down a street race in progress heading north on Lost Horse Road. There are 4 racer suspects participating in the race: a silver Mazda RX-8, a red Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution X, a purple Nissan 370Z Roadster, and a blue Subaru Impreza WRX STI. The player expertly weaves through the pack, cutting off each racer with calculated precision. After he successfully busts them, he is promoted to patrolman and is transferred to highway patrol. For his first assignment in the highway patrol unit, titled Denial of Service, he is approved the usage of an electromagnetic pulse device. The EMP is a long-range weapon designed to rein in fleeing racers. After a successful lock-on, the EMP delivers an electronic payload to the target, overloading their systems and causing significant internal damage. He has to bust a racer suspect driving a white BMW M3 E92. After a chase, the suspect is brought into custody, a clean bust marking the player's first success in highway patrol. For his next assignment, titled More Haste, Less Speed, an emergency call came in, and it was a race against the clock. He has to reach South Face Drive in under 3 minutes. There was no room for mistakes. The player powered through, pushing the car to its limits. For his next assignment, titled Summit Assault, the player heads to the mountains to bring down 5 suspects, tearing up the asphalt at Eagle Crest. The suspects are driving a red Alfa Romeo 8C Competizione Spider, a white Audi TT RS, a dark green Jaguar XKR, a blue Maserati Gran Cabrio, and a red Porsche 911 Targa 4S. The player uses roadblocks, spike strips, and EMPs to apprehend the suspects and restore order to the mountain roads. For his next assignment, titled Eye in the Sky, SCPD airborne units are assigned to his department, and he is authorized the support of aerial response units. Once called in, the SCPD helicopter will attempt to maintain contact with racers during its time on station, and will drop spike strips in front of racers. He has to bust a racer suspect driving a blue Audi TT RS. The player executed the bust with ease, proving that the new support unit was just another tool in their growing arsenal. For his next assignment, titled Spike Out, the player is tasked with busting a suspect who was seen using spike strips against SCPD units. The suspect, driving a silver Porsche 911 Targa 4S, has been causing havoc on the roads. The player joins the pursuit using all available resources, including EMPs and roadblocks, to bring the Porsche to a halt, ensuring that this dangerous suspect would cause no more mayhem on the streets. For his excellent work, player is promoted to Trooper. For his next assignment, titled Precision Pursuit, he responds to a police emergency where officers require assistance on Hope Canyon Freeway. He arrives in the nick of time, assisting fellow officers and helping bring the situation under control. For his next assignment, titled Point of Impact, the player must stop 6 racers going over 200 miles per hour heading south through the desert badlands before they reach civilization. The 6 racer suspects are driving a red Alfa Romeo 8C Competizione, a white BMW M3 E92, a yellow Chevrolet Camaro SS, an orange Dodge Challenger SRT8, a silver Maserati Gran Turismo S, and a green Porsche Cayman S. The desert roads were unforgiving, but the player was relentless. Using all available resources, he successfully brings down all 6 suspects. The player is authorized the assistance of Ford Shelby GT500 Interceptor roadblock units for future operations. For his next assignment, titled Turn the Tables, he has to bust a suspect driving a red Alfa Romeo 8C Competizione Spider, making hazardous U-turn maneuvers to escape. With expert driving, the player forced the suspect into a dead end, wrecking their car before the suspect could cause any more damage. After his impressive service in the Highway Patrol Unit, he is transferred to Rapid Deployment and authorized the use of SCPD Porsche Cayenne Turbo Interceptor roadblock units for future pursuits. For his first assignment in the Rapid Deployment Unit, titled Porsche Patrol, he has to bust 6 racers heading west on Cascade Terrace. The 6 suspect cars are a red Aston Martin DBS Volante, a bronze Audi R8 Spider 5.2 FSI Quattro, a yellow Chevrolet Corvette Grand Sport, a grey Lamborghini Gallardo LP560 Spider, a dark grey Porsche 911 GT3 RS, and a silver Porsche 918 Spider Concept Study. The player strategically deploys EMPs to disable individual cars while coordinating roadblocks to trap entire groups. Despite their best efforts to escape, the racers are systematically shut down, and the mission is completed in record time. For his next assignment, titled Turn It Up, he is assigned to drive the 1988 Porsche 959 and stop 6 suspects engaging in a street race. The suspects include a silver Aston Martin V12 Vantage, a white Lamborghini Gallardo, a silver Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG Black Series, a light blue Porsche 911 Speedster, a dark blue Porsche Panamera Turbo, and a silver Nissan GTR Spec V. Despite the Porsche 959 being a very old model, the player utilizes its high top speed and excellent off-road capability to chase the suspects. After a grueling pursuit, the player successfully disables and busts all 6 racers, proving the enduring strength of this legendary vehicle. For his next assignment, titled Locking On, the SCPD intercepted a shipment of illegal EMP hardware, but one suspect manages to escape with a device. He must now stop a suspect attempting to escape in a green Lamborghini Gallardo LP570-4 Superleggera, who has acquired one of the EMP devices. He manages to dodge the suspect's attempts to lock on using his EMP and outmaneuvers the suspect to bust him. After the player's outstanding performance, HCM Corporation provides a significant upgrade to the EMP system. The new EMP features an explosively pumped flux compression generator, which allows it to fire a military-grade electromagnetic pulse in half the regular lock-on speed. This upgrade allows for quicker targeting and faster takedowns of suspect vehicles, ensuring the SCPD remains at the forefront of pursuit technology. For his next assignment, titled Snake Pit, he has to shut down a race involving 5 racers. Due to Seacrest County PD cutbacks, he is restricted to using only spike strips. The racers drive either a Dodge Viper SRT-10 or a Shelby GT500 Super Snake, and the player is allowed to choose one of these cars to match their performance. Since he is driving the same car as the racers, it's up to the better driver to win. After facing some pushback from the racers, the player employs spike strips as the sole weapon, strategically placing them to outsmart the racers. He takes a daring approach by positioning himself ahead of the racers, attempting to stop the race from the front. He successfully shuts the race down, bringing the chase to an end. For his next assignment, titled Out for the Count, he is tasked with taking down a notorious racer driving a red Lamborghini Countach 5000 QV. To level the playing field, the SCPD provides him with their own Countach interceptor to bring the suspect to justice. The mission becomes a head-to-head battle of skill as the player faces off against the suspect in identical cars. However, the player's superior driving skills ensure a decisive takedown. For his next assignment, titled Under Pressure, all SCPD airborne units are made available for his use to help stop a dangerous suspect driving a blue and white striped Ford Shelby GT500 Super Snake. With the aerial support dropping spike strips in front of the racer, the suspect had nowhere to go. The chase is brief but intense. The player disables the Super Snake and apprehends the suspect, successfully ending the pursuit. For his next assignment, titled Marked Man, he must bust a racer driving a Porsche 959. Although it may not look like an off-road car, its performance on dirt has made the suspect difficult to catch. To counter this advantage, the player is equipped with a Porsche 911 Speedster, which boasts excellent handling and acceleration. As the chase begins, the suspect tries to use off-road tracks to his advantage, but the player's mastery of terrain and exceptional driving skills allow him to bring the suspect to justice. For his next assignment, titled Hang Tough, the SCPD receives an urgent alert about an escaped convict driving a red Chevrolet Corvette Grand Sport on Grand Ocean Road. The escaped convict will do anything to avoid being sent back to Seacrest Penitentiary. The convict has also reinforced his Corvette to withstand impact from the police. The player is advised to exercise extreme caution while dealing with the situation, as the convict is desperate and highly dangerous. The player engages the convict in a high-stakes chase. He uses precision driving and utmost vigilance to ensure the suspect is apprehended safely, ensuring a safe and clean takedown. For his next assignment, titled Run to the Hills, he has to shut down 7 aggressive drivers heading for the hills around Foxlair Pass. The suspect's cars include a light blue Aston Martin V12 Vantage, a bronze BMW M6 convertible, an orange Lamborghini Gallardo Valentino Balboni, a black Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG Black Series, a red Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG, a dark purple Nissan GTR, and a silver Porsche 911 Turbo S. The player, supported by level 1 air support units and roadblock units, carefully coordinates the pursuit to ensure no suspects escape. After a series of strategic takedowns and a well-executed blockade, the entire group of racers is apprehended, restoring order to the area. Following this, SCPD authorizes him the use of level 2 air support units. These advanced helicopters come with an increased fuel capacity and are equipped with enhanced detection technology, which can track targets even inside tunnels. They can also deploy spike strips from the air, providing crucial support during high-speed pursuits. With this new capability, the player is better equipped to apprehend suspects and maintain order on the roads. For his next assignment, titled Guided Missile, the player responds to an emergency dispatch on Coral Bay Drive. The chase concludes with the suspect's capture, ensuring public safety is restored. After this pursuit, HCM Corporation awards him with a new upgrade to his spike strip called the Shredder. This advanced spike strip is 50% wider, covering a larger span of the road, and 30% longer for greater surface area. It also activates in less than 5 seconds from the moment it lands on a surface after being deployed. HCM Corporation is an aftermarket automotive company that manufactures advanced technology for the SCPD. Their company motto is Engineering the Future of Speed Enforcement. HCM Corp is currently installing military equipment on Seacrest County Police Department vehicles as they are stated to use military-grade technology in their equipment. For his next assignment titled Coming in Hot, he responds to a police emergency where a distress call comes in from officers on Oakmont Valley requesting immediate assistance. Player successfully reaches there in record time, bringing the operation to a close. He faces his next assignment titled Limited Emission. The SCPD requires all of his experience and training to stop a notorious street racer known for evading pursuits driving a Porsche 918 Spider. The player is given 2 spike strips, 1 helicopter support call, and 3 roadblocks to shut down the suspect. After a tense pursuit, the racer is apprehended, ensuring the streets are safer. For his next assignment, titled Crime Wave, the player is authorized to select any rapid deployment Lamborghini from the SCPD's fleet, each equipped with the latest police weaponry to stop a high-speed street race. There are 7 racer suspects participating in the event, driving a variety of high-performance cars, including a silver Aston Martin V12 Vantage, a silver Aston Martin DBS Volante, a red BMW M6 convertible, a red Chevrolet Corvette Grand Sport, a blue and white Ford Shelby GT500 Super Snake, a white Lamborghini Gallardo Spider, and a grey Nissan GTR Spec V. The mission demands speed and strategic use of the police equipment to bring the racers to justice. After an intense operation, all suspects are taken down with the help of SCPD helicopter support and roadblock units. For his next assignment titled Rule of Law, he is tasked with laying down the law by bringing 7 street racers to justice. The suspects are driving high-performance cars, including a blue Dodge Viper SRT10, a white Lamborghini Gallardo Spider LP564, a silver Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG Black Series, a red Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG, a grey Nissan GTR Specs V, a brown Porsche 911 Turbo S Cabriolet, and a silver Porsche 918 Spider Concept Study. The player systematically disables the suspects' vehicles and is able to apprehend all 7 of them by using the SCPD's resources during the pursuit. He is promoted to rank lieutenant in the Seacrest County Police Department for his exemplary work in apprehending some of the most wanted street racers in the county. After his impressive service in rapid deployment, player is transferred to Speed Enforcement Unit. For his first assignment in the Speed Enforcement Unit titled ALMS Race, he needs to stop 5 racers packing specialist countermeasures and heading towards Eagle Crest Road. The suspects are driving some of the most powerful cars on the road: a silver Aston Martin 177, a red Dodge Viper SRT10 ACR, a red Ford GT, a yellow Lamborghini Murcielago Super Veloce, and a silver Porsche Carrera GT. With the clock ticking and the stakes higher, he uses every ounce of his skill and the latest police weaponry to disable each racer with surgical precision, ensuring no escape. The SCPD authorizes him the assistance of a Level 3 aerial unit. This helicopter is the most capable aerial support unit available to the SCPD. With the largest fuel capacity, it is able to maintain deployment the longest once called in, and is the most capable of dropping spike strips multiple times ahead of speeding suspects. For his next assignment titled Untouchable, the player must respond to another emergency call, requiring a high-speed sprint to the north end of East Gorge Freeway. The mission demands exceptional time management and flawless driving, as the player races against the clock to assist fellow SCPD officers. For his next assignment titled Tough Justice, the player has to shut down a racer suspect driving a silver Aston Martin 177. The suspect attempts to evade capture by utilizing off-road shortcuts and sudden direction changes. The player expertly navigates these challenges, maintaining close pursuit, and finally wrecks the suspect's car, bringing the chase to an end. For his next assignment, titled Show of Force, he needs to stop several joyriders racing stolen convertibles on West Beach Freeway. The stolen cars include a silver Aston Martin 177, a red Bentley Continental Super Sports convertible, a grey Dodge Viper SRT 10 Final Edition, a grey Lamborghini Murcielago 650 Roadster, a silver Lamborghini Reventon Roadster, a white Pagani Zonda Cinque Roadster, and a silver Porsche Carrera GT. To help apprehend the suspects as quickly as possible, he is given 3 EMPs, 2 helicopter support calls, 3 roadblocks, and 10 spike strips. After an intense chase, all 7 racers are apprehended, ending the joyride spree. After this pursuit, HCM Corporation upgrades the EMP system to level 3. This advanced EMP is equipped with more military technology, delivering a blast 100 times more powerful than a lightning strike. It also features new lock-on algorithms for 75% faster targeting compared to the level 1 model. This upgrade can cause significant damage to suspect vehicles quickly and efficiently. For his next assignment titled Charged Attack, he must stop racers in lightweight exotics before they reach the forest around Bear Hollow. The suspects include a blue Chevrolet Corvette ZR1, a purple Dodge Viper SRT10 ACR, a silver Lamborghini Reventon Roadster, a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento, an orange McLaren MP4 12C, a white Pagani Zonda Cinque Roadster, and a yellow Porsche Carrera GT. Armed with 10 EMPs, the player disables each vehicle one by one, ultimately bringing the race to an end. For his next assignment titled Sunset Scalpel, the player responds to an emergency call requiring immediate assistance. He races from Sunset Drive to Carson Ridge, weaving through traffic and sharp turns to reach the destination within the time limit, showcasing his speed and precision under pressure. For his next assignment, titled Dust Storm, he takes the action off-road to bust 6 suspects racing west out of the desert. The suspects are driving high-performance cars, including a blue Chevrolet Corvette ZR1, a yellow Lamborghini Murcielago SV, a grey Lamborghini Reventon Roadster, a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento, an orange McLaren MP4 12C, and a white Pagani Zonda Cinque. Leveraging aerial and roadblock support, he shuts the race down, bringing the suspects to justice. For his next assignment titled Weapon of Choice, he has to stop a stolen Pagani Zonda Cinque, which is equipped with advanced countermeasures. Anticipating the suspect's potential to fight back, the player uses strategic driving and intercepts the vehicle before the suspect can deploy any of the stolen hardware. He is given his next assignment titled Desert Strike. He must stop a suspect who is driving a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. To match the suspect's speed and handling, the player drives a Lamborghini Murcielago. Despite the powerful car, he finds it difficult to keep up with the suspect, who is using a turbo to gain an advantage. With assistance from aerial units tracking the suspect, the player eventually outmaneuvers them, successfully bringing the chase to an end. For his next assignment, titled Heavy Hitters, he must stop 6 fast, aggressive suspects before they reach the end of West Beach Freeway. The suspects' cars include a black Bentley Continental Supersports Coupe, a white Bentley Continental Supersports Coupe, a red Ford GT, a yellow Ford GT, a green Lamborghini Murcielago, and a silver Lamborghini Murcielago LP640. The player is given only one use of each weapon, so he has to rely more on his driving skills than the tech. Despite the odds, the race is shut down and all racers are apprehended. For his next assignment titled Priority Call, the player must reach the end of Coral Bay Drive as quickly as possible. The mission tests their ability to navigate winding roads and dense traffic under time pressure, ensuring officers on the scene get the backup they need. For his next assignment titled Elements of Speed, he responds to an emergency call and has to reach West Beach Freeway as fast as possible to assist SCPD officers while driving the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. The mission showcases the player's ability to respond swiftly and provide crucial support in critical situations. Player is promoted to rank sergeant in the Seacrest County Police Department. After this pursuit, HCM Corporation upgrades the Shredder Spike Strip system by fitting it with a multiple device launch system, allowing 2 shredders to be deployed simultaneously, covering more road, and making it almost impossible for racers to avoid the traps. This upgrade significantly enhances the player's ability to disable suspect vehicles. For his next assignment, titled Infernal Rampage, he must shut down a race in the mountains while driving the 1995 Lamborghini Diablo SV. Only the SCPD's finest officers are permitted to drive the Lambo Diablo, as it is the most prized vehicle in the force's fleet. Despite being an older model that lacks modern driving aids, the Diablo SV's raw power and agility make it a formidable choice. He is given 3 helicopter support calls, 3 roadblocks, and 6 spike strips to shut down a total of 7 racers. The suspects' cars include 2 silver Aston Martin 177s, a grey Dodge Viper SRT Final Edition, a yellow Lamborghini Murcielago LP670, and orange McLaren MP4 12C. a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento, a silver Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren Sterling Moss, and a silver Porsche 911 GT2 RS. In spite of the suspects having the latest cars with advanced technology, he uses his superior driving skills and the Diablo's raw power to outmaneuver and wreck them, ensuring the racers are apprehended and brought to justice. For his next assignment, titled Fight Night, he must apprehend a suspect driving a red Dodge Viper ACR. The suspect attempts to ram the player off the road multiple times, but with precise driving and tactical use of pursuit techniques, the player manages to avoid the attacks, disable the Viper, and successfully bust the suspect. For his next assignment, titled Takedown Notice, he has to bust a racer who has a history of wrecking police vehicles. The suspect is seen driving a blue Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. With the help of roadblock units, the player anticipates the suspect's moves and successfully brings them down. For his next assignment, titled Zero Tolerance, he has to bust a racer suspect driving a yellow Lamborghini Diablo SV. How to chase down a Lamborghini Diablo was on the first page of the original SCPD training manual, and busting one has become a rite of passage for all officers. He chooses another SCPD Lamborghini unit and brings the suspect to justice, completing the mission. For his exemplary performance, he is promoted to rank Captain. The player is promoted to lead the Special Response Unit, which represents the pinnacle of the SCPD, equipped with the fastest vehicles and most advanced technology to tackle Seacrest County's most dangerous racers. For his first assignment in the Special Response Unit, titled Fight or Flight, he must shut down 7 racers on the run in the world's fastest production cars. The suspects are driving a black Bugatti Veyron, an orange McLaren F1, a silver Koenigsegg Agera, a blue Koenigsegg CCX, a red Koenigsegg CCX, a Koenigsegg CCXR edition, and a white McLaren F1. Equipped with all available resources, the intense pursuit pushes him to his limits as he navigates challenging terrain and expertly deploys his resources to outmaneuver and bust each racer, shutting the race down entirely. For his next assignment, titled Lockdown, he faces one of the most challenging missions yet. He must bust 7 racer suspects driving some of the fastest and most powerful hypercars on the planet. The suspects' cars include a white Bugatti Veyron 16.4 Grand Sport, a Bugatti Veyron 16.4 Super Sport, a blue Gumpert Apollo S, a silver Koenigsegg Agera, a red Koenigsegg CCX, a Koenigsegg CCXR edition, and an orange McLaren F1. Each suspect presents unique challenges with their car's speed and agility. With the clock ticking and the pressure mounting, he deploys his arsenal of tools at the right moments to outmaneuver the suspects and shut down the race. For his next assignment, titled Natural Selection, he must bust a suspect driving a white McLaren F1. While the F1's reputation as a speed icon precedes it, its age gives the player a slight edge in the chase. Using his superior driving skills and strategic maneuvers, he successfully apprehends the suspect and brings the chase to a swift conclusion. For his next assignment, titled Hard to Handle, the player must apprehend a suspect driving a white Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport. With roadblock units assisting him, he successfully intercepts and busts the suspect after a dramatic pursuit. For his next assignment, titled Hard Target, he needs to fight his way past his wingman to bust 3 Veyron racers steering south up Grand Ocean Road. The Veyron racers are competing against 4 other high-performance cars, a silver Koenigsegg Agera, 2 Koenigsegg CCXRs, and an orange McLaren F1. The player strategically targets the 4 cars at the back of the pack first. After neutralizing these threats, he closes in on the Veyron leaders at the front of the pack. With calculated precision, he busts all 7 suspects, bringing the race to a definitive halt. By this point, the player has apprehended nearly all wanted racers in Seacrest County, drastically reducing illegal racing activity and restoring order to the district. The player is promoted to rank Pursuit Agent. For his next assignment, titled Cut to the Chase, he has to stop a new racer who has arrived in Seacrest County driving the extremely agile Gumpert Apollo S. Equipped with spike strips and support of roadblock units, the player demonstrates patience and precision to outmaneuver the racer. After a relentless pursuit, the player successfully brings the suspect to justice, ensuring the roads of Seacrest County remain safe. For his next assignment, titled Double Cross, he is sent against one of their own. An SCPD officer has gone AWOL and needs to be brought to justice. The rogue officer has fled in a Koenigsegg CCXR edition. With the assistance of roadblock units and a combination of skillful driving, he catches up and manages to apprehend the rogue officer, ensuring that no one is above the law. His next assignment, titled Damage Limitation, requires the player to respond to an urgent call to assist officers at West Beach. Racing against the clock, he proves his value as part of the elite Special Response Unit by arriving on time to support the SCPD's ongoing efforts. For his next assignment, titled Any Means Necessary, his skills are required to hunt down and bust a Bugatti Veyron last spotted on Rockingham Road. Equipped with the SCPD's latest special response vehicle, the Bugatti Veyron 16.4 Super Sport, the mission becomes a showdown of Bugatti versus Bugatti. The player outmaneuvers the suspect in a high-octane pursuit, bringing the chase to a decisive conclusion. For his next assignment, titled Contact Sport, the player responds to an emergency call requiring him to race to the end of Bear Hollow to assist SCPD officers. The assignment serves as a reminder that only the fastest and most reckless racers remain at large in Seacrest County, but the SCPD won't stop until they are all off the road. For his next assignment, titled Duty Calls, the Seacrest County Police Force has just taken delivery of the new Gumpert Apollo S Special Response Unit. The player must put it into immediate service as he responds to an emergency call from officers requiring assistance. The mission demands quick thinking and precision driving as he navigates through the challenging terrain, showcasing the Apollo's blistering speed and agility to reach the officers in need and ensure their safety. For his final assignment, titled End of the Line, he must shut down 7 hypercars packing all known countermeasures, blazing west on Cascade Terrace. The suspects participating in the event are driving a blue Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport, a silver Koenigsegg Agera, a light green Koenigsegg CCX, a dark blue Koenigsegg CCX, a Koenigsegg CCXR, an orange McLaren F1, and a light blue McLaren F1. Equipped with the latest technology, the racers test his abilities to the limit. After an intense pursuit, he successfully shuts down the race, ensuring the safety of Seacrest County's roads and upholding the law. For completing this monumental task, the player is promoted to the highest rank in the SCPD Speed Enforcement, Ultimate Enforcer. His career in the SCPD is marked by his unwavering dedication, exceptional driving skills, and strategic brilliance. Having faced and conquered the most challenging assignments, he leaves behind a legacy of law and order, making the streets safer for everyone. Recognized for his exemplary service in Seacrest County, the player is transferred to Redview County to leverage his expertise in a new environment. Redview County has been plagued by a surge in illegal street racing, and the local authorities are struggling to maintain control. The player is tasked with bringing order to the chaos and dismantling the notorious racers that have taken over the streets. Upon arrival in Redview County, the player quickly realizes that the challenges are even greater than anticipated. The racers are more aggressive and the terrain is more treacherous, with over 100 miles of winding highways and tight mountain passes. His reputation as the ultimate enforcer in Seacrest County precedes him, and he is determined to leave a lasting impact in Redview County as well. The RCPD utilizes 3 types of vehicles: Patrol, Enforcer, and Undercover. Patrol vehicles are traditional marked police cars equipped with standard patrol gear. They have the fastest acceleration, improved control, and moderate durability. Enforcer vehicles are upgraded versions of patrol cars, featuring higher performance capabilities, greater structural integrity, and advanced patrol equipment. They have improved acceleration, control, the highest strength, and are the most durable. Undercover vehicles are unmarked units with grey body paint, allowing them to blend in with racers before initiating a pursuit. They do not appear on the map for racers unless actively engaged in a pursuit. These vehicles have improved acceleration, control, strength, and durability. The RCPD also employs various pursuit tech, which are weapons and support devices. 2 tech items can be equipped to a vehicle at any point. In addition to EMP, spike strips, roadblocks, and helicopters, the RCPD uses 2 new tech items: electrostatic field and shock ram. ESF device generates a charge through the body of a vehicle. When another vehicle collides with a car generating an ESF, it temporarily loses control, gets damaged, and is repelled away. ESFs also protect a vehicle from stun mines and EMP targeting once activated. Shock ram is an advanced technology is mounted to the front of the officer's vehicle and delivers an EMP-like burst upon ramming another vehicle, causing additional damage. The scenic yet treacherous open roads of Redview are host to a growing culture of racers inspired by Zephyr, a notorious figure who brazenly flaunts his exploits online, challenging law enforcement and encouraging copycats. Within days, other racers begin replicating Zephyr's daring stunts, becoming more public and increasingly dangerous in their criminal acts. The racers' reckless behavior leads to significant property damage as they speed through the streets. In response, the Redview County Police Department ramps up its efforts to stop the racers, facing public scrutiny for their increasingly aggressive tactics. As the player disrupts more races and busts key figures, Zephyr takes notice and begins taunting the RCPD directly. His increasing defiance pushes the tension between racers and law enforcement to its peak, with racers banding together in high-stakes, large-scale events. The RCPD, now armed with the best technology and vehicles, relies on the player to lead the charge in dismantling the racing syndicates and bringing Zephyr to justice. The escalating battle between the RCPD and the racers reaches a boiling point when Officer John McManus is severely injured during a high-speed pursuit, attempting to keep up with the racers. Public sentiment, initially critical of the police for alleged excessive force, swings back in their favor after the incident. Outraged by the recklessness of the racers and their disregard for safety, the player vows to bring them down. However, the increased police intimidation and accusations of excessive force lead to all RCPD officers being placed under probationary suspension. The racers, emboldened by the shakeup, continue their defiance. The Federal Bureau of Investigation steps in, deploying the FBI's Vehicle Response Team to take over the control of law enforcement in Redview County. Realizing the new threat, Zephyr begins targeting the VRT authorities, escalating the conflict even further. Frustrated by Zephyr's recklessness and the lack of response to his actions, the player decides to go rogue as a vigilante under the alias F8, pronounced fate and taking justice into his own hands. He takes a Ferrari Enzo from the police impound to the streets and infiltrates the street racing world, wreaking havoc by taking down street racers under the guise of a fellow racer. Fate's vigilante actions quickly attract the attention of the FBI. After learning that it's the player, they send him an invitation to join the VRT. Recognizing the opportunity, he abandons his vigilante persona as Fate and accepts the invitation. Meanwhile, the RCPD is reinstated after being cleared of all accusations, and public support grows for the crackdown on street racing. Zephyr discovers Fate's real identity and learns that he is a cop. So Zephyr retaliates by stealing a decommissioned Koenigsegg Agera police unit, using the car to attract police attention. In his signature style, he uses it to wreak havoc on Redview's law enforcement, further fueling public outrage. As the RCPD is cleared of all accusations against its officers, public outrage grows, and the VRT remains in Redview County. The increase in police activity and violent arrests of street racers leads Zephyr to release a public message to the RCPD, demanding an end to their brutality. Tensions reach their peak when Zephyr issues an open challenge to both racers and cops, proposing a race war around Redview County to resolve their differences once and for all. The VRT intercepts Zephyr's radio communications and triangulates his location. Upon confirmation of Zephyr's location, Fate sets out to stop the race. Fate, now regarded as the VRT's most capable officer, is tasked with locating and apprehending Zephyr once and for all. The final showdown, the high-speed pursuit, ends with Fate forcing Zephyr into a police blockade, resulting in a catastrophic crash. Subsequent news reports claim that Zephyr's car was totaled, with smoke billowing from the wreckage, implying his demise. However, Zephyr is revealed to have survived, barely conscious, struggling to restart his wrecked car, leaving his fate ambiguous. As for Fate, his victory over Zephyr comes at a great cost. Losing control of his car during the pursuit, he crashes violently and is left in critical condition. A following news report reveals that an investigation by the VRT has led to his discharge from the force for his reckless actions. Despite his heroics, Fate is labeled a liability and dismissed from law enforcement entirely. Sometime later, with Zephyr never heard from again, a video surfaces online of Fate, now fully recovered and driving the stolen Ferrari Enzo, challenging all racers to compete for the title of Redview's top racer. Abandoning his ties to law enforcement, he solidifies his new identity by going back to his old ways in street racing. His bold challenges inspire a new wave of competition, with racers vying to claim supremacy on the open roads. The roads of Redview County become a battleground once more, as Fate's presence reignites fierce competition among racers to claim the title of the ultimate street racer. With the thrill of the chase rekindled, Fate leaves Redview County, setting his sights on Seacrest County, determined to reclaim the title of Most Wanted. He embarks on a quest to dominate the streets once again. Armed with unmatched skill and experience, he sets out to dominate the streets and become the ultimate street racer. After leaving Redview County, he had unfinished business, and the coastal highways and sprawling roads of Seacrest would bear witness to his resurgence. The goal was clear: to reclaim his title as the most wanted racer, proving that no amount of law enforcement can contain his unrelenting drive for glory. Each series in the racer career offers a unique and exhilarating experience, allowing him to test his skills, push his limits, and rise to the top of the racing world. His rise began modestly, as a speeder weaving through local races. It didn't take long for his talent to turn heads, both among the racing community and the SCPD. In the sports series, armed with a modest yet nimble sports car, he takes on the streets of Seacrest County. The early races are a test of his skills as he navigates through winding roads and fierce competitors. Each victory brings him closer to earning respect and recognition as he climbs the ranks, leaving his mark on the racing world. With each victory, his reputation grows, and his ability to evade SCPD's initial responses earn him the title of suspect. To counter the police, the racers in Seacrest use devices of Hudson Tech, a cutting-edge aftermarket automotive technology company, manufactures and sells advanced technology. They upgrade equipments such as EMP, spike strips and jammers for consumers in the same manner in which HCM Corp upgrades police equipment. They are presumed to be in cooperation with the Seacrest County Police Department and the military, as they have mentioned that their consumer technology is up to military grade. They have revolutionized the world of street racing with its advanced weaponry and support devices as racers use their equipment to counter the weaponry used by the SCPD. Most notably, racers equip their cars with Hudson Tech jammers and turbo devices. The jammer is a sophisticated communication and equipment disruption device, perfect for leaving the cops in the dark. When activated, the jammer effectively blocks cop weapon systems, scrambles interceptor navigation units, and disrupts deployed spike strips, rendering them useless. It's the perfect counter to a cop EMP, as it can disable any EMP lock-on attempts by cops or fellow racers, deactivate and collapse any placed spike strips, and show any nearby called-in roadblocks on the minimap. Number of SCPD units affected by a single jammer use. The radius and the jamming duration improve with upgrades. Cops that have been jammed will have their communications disrupted, resulting in them losing their link with command and being unable to activate any of their available equipment until communications have been restored. Communications are restored once their system has rebooted. Hudson Tech offers 3 levels of jammers, each with increasing power and duration. Level 1 is a military-grade communications jamming device, capable of disrupting standard police radio frequencies and preventing officers from coordinating their efforts effectively. This entry-level jammer provides a significant advantage by creating confusion and delays in police response times. Level 2 upgrades the jammer to a sweeper, which utilizes the latest advancements in communication jamming technology. The sweeper can disrupt a broader range of frequencies, including those used for advanced police equipment requests. This enhanced device cancels cop equipment requests for a greater period of time, ensuring that backup units and additional resources are delayed, giving racers a crucial edge during high-speed pursuits. Level 3 further upgrades the sweeper to a barrage, featuring digital radio frequency memory and a live link to constantly updated police databases. The barrage can mimic and replay police communication signals, creating false information and further confusing law enforcement efforts. This top-tier jammer increases the amount of possible communication jamming time, allowing racers to maintain their lead and evade capture with greater ease. Hudson Tech turbo devices provide a burst of speed to the racer's vehicle, giving them a significant advantage in high-speed pursuits. This powerful boost system dramatically increases the car's acceleration and top speed for a short period of time. However, maintaining this acceleration introduces a significant strain on the car's infrastructure. Once activated, the turbo system cannot be purposefully deactivated until its duration has ended. However, it can be deactivated by a sufficient collision with another vehicle or if the car crashes. The car will emit green flames from its exhausts, the engine noise will be much louder, and the car will also have increased understeer for the duration of the turbo. Hudson Tech offers 3 levels of turbo devices, each with increasing performance and duration. The level 1 turbo provides a short burst of speed, allowing the racer to quickly accelerate and gain an edge over their opponents. This basic turbo is perfect for quick sprints and short bursts of acceleration, helping racers to evade police and outmaneuver other competitors. The level 2 turbo is an upgraded version of the standard turbo drive technology. It offers a longer period of usage, providing a more sustained burst of speed. This upgrade is ideal for longer races and more extended pursuits, giving racers the ability to maintain high speeds for a more extended period, allowing racers to cover more ground quickly making it harder for the police to catch up. The Level 3 Turbo is the pinnacle of Hudson Tech's turbo drive technology. It offers the longest period of usage, providing an extended burst of speed that can be maintained for a significant duration. This advanced turbo is perfect for the most intense races and high-stakes pursuits, giving racers the ultimate advantage in speed and acceleration. With the Level 3 Turbo, racers can maintain top speeds for an extended period, making it nearly impossible for the police to keep up. Hudson Tech's turbo drive technology gives racers the edge they need to stay ahead of the competition and out of the reach of the law. Developed in conjunction with the Seacrest Air Force, the EMP is a dangerous experimental weapon that remotely delivers an electronic payload to the target, overloading their systems and causing significant internal damage. This powerful tool is designed to give racers an edge in high-speed pursuits by temporarily disrupting and damaging a target vehicle following a successful lock-on. Drivers can evade an EMP lock-on through various means, such as forcing the targeting vehicle to overtake its target, forcing the targeting vehicle to crash, successfully hitting the targeting vehicle with a spike strip, activating a jammer, or increasing the distance between the target and the targeting vehicle beyond the device's lock-on range. Hudson Tech offers 3 levels of EMP devices, each designed to disable and disrupt electronics. Level 1 EMP is a basic equipment level that can take up to 8 seconds to achieve a lock-on. Once a successful lock-on is achieved, it fires an electromagnetic pulse that temporarily disables the target vehicle's electronics. This entry-level EMP provides a crucial advantage by creating a window of opportunity for racers to overtake their opponents or evade pursuing law enforcement. Level 2 EMP device is an upgraded version with a decreased lock-on time, allowing for quicker targeting and disruption of the target vehicle. This advanced EMP utilizes enhanced algorithms to reduce the lock-on duration, making it more efficient in high-pressure situations. The quicker targeting capability ensures that racers can disable their opponents' vehicles with greater speed and precision, giving them an edge in competitive races. Level 3 EMP is the most advanced EMP device, featuring an increased damage amount inflicted with a successful lock-on. This top-tier EMP delivers a blast 100 times more powerful than a lightning strike, capable of causing significant damage to the target vehicle's electronics and systems. It includes new lock-on algorithms for 75% faster targeting compared to the Level 1 model, ensuring rapid and accurate deployment. The Level 3 EMP's devastating power and efficiency make it an indispensable tool for racers looking to dominate the streets and outmaneuver their rivals. These state-of-the-art devices are essential for any racer aiming to secure victory in high-stakes competitions. Reverse-engineered from the SCPD's standard-issue spike strip deployment system, Hudson Tech's spike strips are a deadly tool for racers. These devices can be dropped from the rear of a car, extending across the road with a series of spikes designed to burst the tires of any vehicle that drives over them. This results in the target vehicle spinning out, slowing down, and incurring a small amount of damage. Spike strips are perfect for taking care of persistent cops and can be deployed nearly immediately after being dropped. Hudson Tech offers 3 levels of spike strips, each designed to disrupt and disable their opponents on the road. Level 1 spike strip is a basic equipment item that can be deployed from the rear of any car. It has a short delay before activation after landing on a surface, making it a reliable tool for creating obstacles and slowing down pursuing vehicles. This entry-level spike strip provides a crucial advantage by puncturing the tires of any vehicle that drives over it, causing a loss of control and speed. Level 2 spike strip, nicknamed the Shredder, is an upgraded version that offers enhanced coverage and effectiveness. This spike strip is 50% wider, covering a larger span of the road and 30% longer for greater surface area. It activates the moment it lands on a surface, ensuring immediate disruption of any vehicle that encounters it. The increased size and instant activation make the Shredder a formidable tool for racers looking to gain an edge over their opponents. Level 3 spike strip combines the Shredder with a multiple device launch system. Equipped with an MDLS, this level allows for 2 spike strips to be deployed instead of 1 for each usage. Both strips are active the moment they land on a surface, doubling the chances of disabling pursuing vehicles. This top-tier spike strip provides maximum coverage and effectiveness, making it an indispensable tool for racers aiming to dominate the competition. These spike strips are non-discriminatory in their effectiveness, capable of damaging adversaries, fellow team members, and even the vehicle that deploys them. They flash with colored lights at either end and in the center, with red indicating a racer-deployed strip. Spike strips can be deactivated and collapsed if they are within range of an activated jammer, adding an extra layer of strategy to their use. These devices are essential tools for any racer looking to maintain their lead and to give them an edge in high-speed pursuits, making every chase a thrilling and strategic battle. He continues to push the limits, taking on more challenging races and evading increasingly aggressive police pursuits. The races grew fiercer, the opponents more ruthless, and the police responses more coordinated. His skills and daring maneuvers earn him the title of Target, making him a prime focus for the SCPD. The thrill of evasion was as intoxicating as the roar of his engine, and he thrived in the chaos. As he progresses to the Performance Series, the stakes get higher, and the competition becomes more intense. He upgrades to more powerful performance cars, facing off against seasoned racers who won't go down without a fight. His relentless pursuit of glory leads him to become a felon. Becoming a felon brought new challenges. With his reputation cemented, only the best racers challenged him, and the SCPD's resolve hardened. It was no longer about fines or confiscations, they wanted him off the roads permanently. The Special Response Unit was deployed with the most advanced vehicles and cutting-edge technology, but he relished the fight. Each showdown was a battle of wits and will, with his raw skill pitted against overwhelming firepower. He carved his way through roadblocks, disrupted EMP locks, and left police cruisers wrecked in his wake. The streets of Seacrest County were his stage, and every escape added to his infamy. His ability to outsmart and outrun his opponents and the police earns him the title of Offender. As an offender, his reputation attracts the attention of the most elite racers and is constantly on the radar of SCPD's Special Response Unit. In the Super Series, he enters the realm of high-performance supercars. These machines are engineered for speed and precision, and only the best can handle their raw power. The races are faster, the tracks more challenging, and the competition fiercer than ever. Every second counts, and a single mistake can cost him the race. The thrill of pushing these supercars to their limits and the satisfaction of crossing the finish line first become his driving force. He takes on high-stakes races and daring escapes, earning the title of Outlaw. His name becomes synonymous with speed and defiance. The SCPD escalated their tactics, but he was always one step ahead. His moves became bolder, his escapes more daring, using the terrain to his advantage. The racing community whispered his name with reverence, while the SCPD seethed with frustration. His journey continues as he becomes wanted, with the SCPD deploying all available resources to bring him down. The Exotic series takes him into the world of luxury and style. He gets behind the wheel of exotic cars that are as beautiful as they are powerful. These races are not just about speed, they are about showcasing his flair and finesse. The thrill of driving these exotic machines and the prestige of winning these races elevate his status in the racing community. By the time he was labeled a fugitive, he had transcended the racing scene. The SCPD poured every resource into his capture, deploying relentless pursuit strategies designed to overwhelm even the most skilled racer. With his unparalleled driving skills and razor-sharp instincts, he turned every chase into a spectacle. He would lead a convoy of flashing lights and screaming sirens through twisting roads, only to vanish into the horizon without a trace. His skillful driving and strategic brilliance allow him to evade capture and earn the title of Notorious. His reputation ignited awe among racers. The stakes had never been higher. The SCPD deployed their most advanced vehicles and roadblocks, but his tactics unpredictable. He would bait the police into overextending their forces, then slip through a gap they never saw coming. He wasn't just racing for glory anymore, he was racing for his legacy. And that legacy demanded perfection at every turn. Seacrest County's roads, cracked asphalt, and scorched tire marks were a testament to the countless skirmishes between him and the law. Yet, despite the SCPD's best efforts, they couldn't contain him. The title of Most Wanted was finally within his grasp. The SCPD, desperate to end his reign, threw everything they had at him, but he was undeterred. He takes on the most dangerous races and evades the most relentless pursuits. Opponents dropped out one by one, succumbing to the SCPD's relentless onslaught or their own limitations. But he endured, his focus unwavering as he navigated through a gauntlet of obstacles. The Hyper Series is the pinnacle of the racer career. Here, he competes in the fastest and most advanced hypercars ever built. These races are the ultimate test of his abilities, pushing him to the edge of his limits. The tracks are designed to challenge even the most skilled racers, and the competition is relentless. Every race is a high-stakes battle, where only the best can emerge victorious. The thrill of driving these hypercars at breakneck speeds and the satisfaction of conquering the toughest challenges make this series the ultimate racing experience. Finally, he achieves his ultimate goal and becomes the most wanted racer in Seacrest County. The journey to becoming most wanted wasn't just about outrunning the police or outdriving his rivals, it was about outlasting them. He knew that speed alone wouldn't secure his place at the top. It required strategy, patience, and an unrelenting will to push beyond every limit. The race that crowned him most wanted was a battle of attrition, a grueling test of endurance and skill. The title of Most Wanted wasn't just a designation, it was a badge of honor. After conquering Seacrest County and claiming the title of Most Wanted, the player should have felt untouchable. The sirens had faded, the rivals had fallen, the crown was his. But peace never lasts in the world of speed. Whispers began circulating through underground channels, quiet at first, then impossible to ignore. A BMW M3 GTR had appeared out of nowhere. The car had the same blue and silver livery as the player had some years ago. It stormed through a handful of high-stakes races, dominated seasoned drivers, disabled multiple SCPD units in brutal takedown, and then vanished without a trace. No name, no crew, no record, just the legend of a silver and blue monster that hit like lightning and disappeared like smoke. For most racers, it was just another rumor. Another ghost story born from late-night exaggeration, but not for the player, because he knew that car, or at least he knew one just like it. The thought refused to leave his mind. The way it raced, the way it handled police pressure, the way it struck back instead of running. It felt familiar, too familiar. Using his experience from the FBI's vehicle response team skills he had refined during his pursuit job from Redview County, he began digging deeper. Race footage, police chatter, intercepted radio logs, damage reports from disabled cruisers. He studied everything. Could it really be his? After all these years, after Rockport, after Palmount, after everything, was it possible the M3 GTR survived, or had someone rebuilt it, stolen its identity, resurrected its legacy? There was only one way to find out. The pattern started forming. The M3 GTR had followed a specific escape corridor, a string of highways and industrial bypass routes that pointed in one direction, Fairhaven. That name hit differently. Fairhaven wasn't just another city, it was a battleground, a proving ground. He packed up, fired the engine, and aimed toward the horizon. The road to Fairhaven stretched ahead long, uncertain, heavy with unanswered questions. If the M3 GTR was truly there, then this wasn't just another race. This was unfinished business. After becoming the most wanted racer in Seacrest County, he travels to the urban city of Fairhaven, which bears a resemblance to the cities of Boston and Pittsburgh. Every area presents unique challenges. Its open highways, urban alleys, and hidden shortcuts to the towering bridges and scenic coastal drives. Fairhaven is a sprawling metropolis with diverse regions, from the bustling downtown area to the industrial Callahan Industrial District. The city's law enforcement is governed by the Fairhaven City Police Department. The FCPD employs a variety of pursuit tactics, including roadblocks and spike strips, to bring him down. The Fairhaven City Police Department is renowned for its relentless pursuit tactics, as they are equipped with a variety of vehicles to bring down street racers. Their headquarters are based in the city's downtown region, and they engage all suspects committing any form of illegal driving activities upon sight. The FCPD utilizes a range of pursuit vehicles, each designed for specific roles in high-speed chases. Their main patrol vehicle is the Ford Crown Victoria, which is used for traffic patrol and initial engagements. As the heat level increases, the FCPD deploys more powerful and durable vehicles, including the Dodge Charger SRT-8 for highway patrol and the Chevrolet Corvette for interceptor units. One of the most iconic aspects of the FCPD in the game is their use of Rhino units and SWAT trucks. These heavy-duty vehicles are deployed at higher heat levels to create roadblocks and perform head-on collisions with racers. The Rhino units, based on the Ford Police Interceptor utility concept, are designed to withstand significant damage and deliver powerful hits to disable suspect vehicles. The FCPD's pursuit tactics are aggressive and varied. The FCPD also uses advanced communication systems to coordinate their efforts and ensure that no racer escapes. The combination of powerful vehicles and aggressive tactics makes the FCPD a formidable opponent for any street racer. His mission in Fairhaven is clear: climb to the top of the most wanted list by defeating its members in head-to-head races. So he immediately starts to build up his rep. One target stands out: a racer driving his beloved BMW M3 GTR. Last time he saw his M3 GTR was in Palmont City when it got totaled and Darius sold it. After years of being apart from his beloved BMW M3 GTR, he embarked on a journey across the country, searching for the car that had become an integral part of his identity. The M3 GTR had been stolen and restored in Fairhaven. It wasn't just a machine, it was a symbol of his triumphs and his struggles. The memories of the races they had won together, the narrow escapes from the law, and the camaraderie with fellow racers kept him going. It had been restored but repainted in white and blue instead of the original silver and blue. The car had been through its own journey, but it had endured just as he had, so he decides to go after that most wanted racer first to take his car back. A legendary race car with a storied history and exceptional performance. The BMW M3 GTR represents legendary rebirth and dominance. The fireball explosion signifies its racing glory, while the black hole collapsing reflects its mysterious disappearance from motorsport. The crystallization and rotating lights symbolize its return as a mythic icon, restored and reborn to dominate the streets once again. The final reveal of the full car emphasizes its iconic status and racing heritage. As he defeats each most wanted racer, he has to take down their cars to obtain them. After an intense race, he overtakes his rival and crosses the finish line, securing his hard-fought win. As the M3 GTR is handed over, he takes a moment to absorb the significance of the moment. Sliding into the driver's seat of the M3 GTR is a moment of pure nostalgia. The roar of its engine, the hum of its finely tuned mechanics, and the familiar scent of its interior transport him back to the glory days of Rockport and Palmont. He felt a sense of belonging that he hadn't felt in years. It was as if the car was welcoming him back, ready to take on the world once more. As he drove the M3 GTR out of the garage and onto the open road, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The years of searching had been worth it, and he was finally reunited with the car that had been a part of his soul. Together, they would conquer new challenges and continue the legacy that had begun so many years ago. The opening cinematics for each rival racer's car are tailor-made with visually striking metaphors, reflecting the unique identity and stories of each car. Racer number 10 is an Alfa Romeo 4C concept. Its featherweight 2,200-pound carbon fiber monocoque chassis ensures razor-sharp handling and agility, making it one of the most nimble sports cars in its class. The sound waves reflect its lightweight design and sharp handling, perfectly in tune with the environment. The off-road chase hints at its versatility, showing that beauty and brawn can coexist. It lacks power steering, making the driving experience raw and unfiltered, delivering every vibration and sensation from the road directly to the driver. Inspired by the legendary Alfa Romeo 33 Stradale, the 4C carries the torch of Italian performance heritage while embracing a minimalist ethos. Racer number 9 is a Shelby Cobra 427. Created by Carroll Shelby, the Cobra 427 is revered for its timeless design. The crystal formation symbolizes its legendary status, forged from decades of heritage and unmatched performance. The crystals parting as it races signify its ability to dominate the road, commanding respect and awe with every turn of its tires. As the car races and the crystals make way for it, it showcases the Shelby Cobra 427's dominance and ability to carve its path through any challenge. Shelby's vision was to create an American car that could dominate the European sports car scene, and he succeeded. The Shelby Cobra 427 is an icon of brute force and raw power. Racer number 8 is a Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG. A luxurious yet powerful vehicle, the SL65 AMG is the perfect blend of power and sophistication. The shadow of the car's shattering glass in a black background represents breaking through barriers and pushing boundaries. The spear and molten shards signify its cutting-edge design and dominance, signifying the car's power and precision. The final reveal in a giant shiny showroom highlights its luxury and elegance, which reinforces its premium aura. The SL65 AMG's significance extends beyond specs. It's part of a lineage dating back to the Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing, blending tradition with cutting-edge technology to create an automotive masterpiece. Racer number 7 is a Lexus LFA, a high-performance sports car with a sleek design and impressive speed. The cinematic features a bunch of fibers interloping and fusing together, representing the carbon fiber tub that was so controversial during the Lexus LFA's story development. This visual metaphor highlights the car's advanced engineering and innovative design. Lexus built only 500 units, each crafted with meticulous precision. Its engine note, often compared to a Formula One car, is so iconic that it was fine-tuned by Yamaha's musical instrument division. Its carbon fiber reinforced polymer chassis ensures a featherweight construction, enhancing agility and speed. Racer number 6 is a McLaren MP412C, a cutting-edge supercar with advanced aerodynamics and top-tier performance. The McLaren MP412C is shown growing from a sterile, icy environment, emphasizing the cleanliness and clinical style that McLaren is famous for. This cutscene reflects the precision and meticulous craftsmanship that went into birthing their first road car in decades. Powered by a 3.8-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine, it produces 592 horsepower. What sets the MP412C apart is its innovative proactive chassis control system, which eliminates the need for traditional anti-roll bars and provides unparalleled cornering precision. Racer number 5 is a Porsche 918 Spider concept, a hybrid supercar that blends electric efficiency with blistering speed. The cinematic uses blue and yellow lights mixing together, symbolizing the hybrid nature of the car. This visual representation underscores the futuristic outlook of the 918's hybrid power unit, blending electric efficiency with high-performance capabilities. Its powertrain features a 4.6-liter naturally aspirated V8 engine paired with 2 electric motors, producing a combined 887 horsepower and enabling a 0 to 60 miles per hour sprint in just 2.5 seconds. It could also run in pure electric mode for short distances, delivering eco-friendly driving. Racer number 4 is a Lamborghini Aventador, a fierce and aggressive supercar known for its striking looks and immense power. The Lamborghini Aventador is stored in an aircraft hangar, representing the fighter jet-like styling of the car. The cutscene builds anticipation as the bull is released, showcasing the car's aggressive design and immense power. The Aventador's uniqueness lies in its advanced independent shifting rod transmission, allowing lightning-fast gear changes for maximum performance. Coupled with its all-wheel drive system and carbon fiber monocoque chassis, the Aventador combines brute power with exceptional handling. Racer number 3 is a Bugatti Veyron Supersport. One of the fastest cars in the world, the Veyron Supersport is a technological marvel. The transformium-like particles coming together to form the car symbolize its advanced engineering and state-of-the-art technology, while the magnetic assembly emphasizes its unrelenting pull on the imagination of car enthusiasts as the ultimate symbol of speed and engineering excellence. Powered by an 8-liter quad-turbocharged W16 engine, it produces a staggering 1,200 horsepower. Few cars can claim to redefine what is mechanically possible, but the Veyron Supersport stands as a pinnacle of automotive achievement. Racer number 2 is a Pagani Huayra. The red laser projection outlining the car's blueprint in 3D represents the meticulous design and craftsmanship that goes into creating the exotic hypercar. The final formation of the car showcases the Huayra as a piece of art brought to life, merging engineering and beauty into one sublime package. The Pagani Huayra is named after Huayra Tata, the Andean god of the wind, and it truly lives up to its name. What makes the Huayra exceptional is its active aerodynamic system. 4 flaps on its body adjust in real time to optimize downforce and stability. Racer number 1 is a Koenigsegg Agera R, a hypercar that combines extreme speed, precision, and power. The spiky ball and black roots symbolize its wild and untamed power, born from relentless innovation. Its emergence from chaos into a sleek, defined shape mirrors the precision engineering that channels its raw energy into an unstoppable hypercar. The reveal of the car from the black goop signifies its emergence as a dominant force on the road. Its 5-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine produces 1,140 horsepower, propelling it to a top speed of 273 miles per hour, or 439 kilometers per hour. In addition to the main most wanted racers, there are other racers who bring their unique challenges to the table. Shelby GT500, a powerful muscle car with a rich heritage and raw, untamed muscle wrapped in American legacy. The molten core signifies its fiery heart, a roaring V8, while the red cloth rising and flying away showcases the dramatic flair and larger-than-life presence this car brings to the streets. The cloth flying away to reveal the car highlights its bold, striking design and aggressive nature. The Shelby GT500 carries the legacy of Carroll Shelby, embodying the spirit of American performance. Porsche 918 Spider. The Porsche 918 Spider is a revolutionary hypercar that combines electrification with unrelenting speed. The web signifies the constraints of conventional engineering, while the car breaking free represents Porsche's leap into hybrid technology, creating a car that balances ecological responsibility with blistering performance. The car turning around and speeding out of the frame emphasizes its speed and agility. It also features rear axle steering and adaptive aerodynamics for superior handling, symbolizing innovation and transformation. Hennessy Venom GT Spider, a blisteringly fast hypercar known for its incredible acceleration and top speed. The Crystal's failed attempts represent the hurdles in achieving perfection, while their sudden union reflects the breakthrough moments that gave birth to this unparalleled machine, delivering pure, unfiltered speed. The crystals dispersing to reveal the car highlight its sleek and powerful appearance, representing the car's innovative and unconventional design. With a top speed of 265.6 miles per hour or 427.5 kilometers per hour, it holds the record for the fastest convertible in the world. These cinematics not only showcase the unique characteristics of each car, but also immerse players in the thrilling world of high-speed racing, making each encounter a memorable experience. These tailor-made cutscenes add depth and personality to each rival racer, making the journey to become the most wanted racer in Fairhaven an engaging and immersive experience. With the M3 GTR back under his control and his name as the most wanted racer in Fairhaven, the journey had come full circle, and as the sun set on the horizon, he knew that he and the BMW M3 GTR were destined for greatness once more. Whispers of an underground racing scene in Ventura Bay, known for its high-stakes runs and elusive legends, piqued the player's interest. Leaving the M3 GTR behind to avoid attracting attention and throwing off potential heat from authorities, he opted for a low-profile car that would let him blend into the shadows of the bustling city. The player arrives in Ventura Bay driving a humble, bone-stock black Fox-body Mustang. Ventura Bay is a sprawling city that never sleeps, buzzing with underground racing activity. A man from a local crew accompanied the player as he did stunts across Ventura Bay. It didn't take long for the player to catch the attention of the Ventura Bay Police Department cops, but he evades them with ease. A chance encounter with the city's police turned into a masterclass in evasion. This stunt catches the attention of a group of influential racers who captured the stunt on camera. Just as a guy named Spike approached the player to congratulate them, police sirens were heard in the distance, scaring Spike's friend. Despite Spike assuring him that the cops were blocks away, his friend implied that he was on probation and ran away. Spike invites the player to a party to meet his crew after being impressed by his driving skills. When he reaches the party, the air was electric, and the room buzzed with the presence of racing royalty. Icons who had shaped the culture stood casually among the crowd, their reputations larger than life. Akira Nakai, the legendary tuner whose Porsche masterpieces redefined car culture. Shinichi Morohoshi, known for his daring Lamborghini creations that lit up the Tokyo streets. Frederick Asbo, the fearless Formula Drift champion, a master of precision on the edge of control. Magnus Walker, the urban outlaw and Porsche icon, whose raw, unfiltered style captivated the racing world. Ken Block, the Gymkhana king, whose stunts defied belief, chatting casually with Formula Drift champion Vaughn Gittin Jr. Spike notices the player and introduces him to Robin. After a brief chat, Spike led him to the garage and introduces him to Amy. Later, Spike brought the player to meet Travis, the de facto leader of the crew. Travis wasn't one for theatrics, but recognized talent when he saw it. On Spike's recommendation, he welcomed the player into their fold and handed him a starter car, a symbolic gesture of trust and potential. He keeps watch over his crew members and encourages them to impress the driving icons. Spike tries to sweet-talk Amy into lending her own ride, but she does not give any favors to anyone without payment. Then they go to the hangout of the rest of their crew. There, he meets Emmanuel and Norwegian Formula Drift racer Frederick Asbo, also known as the Norwegian Hammer. Sometime later, Amy calls him to meet her at the garage. When the player arrives, Amy is busy fine-tuning her car. She is the crew's mechanic and drives a Nissan 180SX Type X S13. Amy works on cars for her crew at her own tuning shop, which she hopes will get noticed by her idol, Akira Nakai. She shows the player her latest car build, and he is given full access to her garage on the condition that they will put the tools back every time. The crew wasted no time encouraging the player to take on challenges tailored to impress the icons. Each icon represented a distinct racing discipline, from precision drifting and technical builds to high-speed sprints and daring stunts. From there, they all go out together to eat at a diner called The Longhorn. Spike wants to meet Magnus Walker, and Amy has a desire to impress Akira Nakai with her car build. As a speed specialist, Spike offers the player speed missions, encouraging them to beat numerous time records of Magnus Walker in order to get his attention. His car is a BMW M2 FH7. Spike is the least experienced racer in the crew, which is why he is mocked by other members, despite the fact that he shows some good skills behind the wheel and a strong determination to meet his racing idol, Magnus. After winning more street races and posting them online, he starts to get more attention from the local racers. Some nights later, the crew was called back to the diner, but this time, it wasn't just for burgers and banter. Travis shows him that Magnus Walker has issued an open challenge on social media after player and Spike's multiple street runs. Word of the player and Spike's relentless street runs had finally reached Magnus. The player has to earn the respect of the icons by defeating their runs in their respective disciplines. After the player successfully completes Magnus Walker's challenge, Magnus issues a new challenge. This makes Spike envious of the player as he wants to be as great behind the wheel as the player. Walker represents an icon for speed, which focuses on fast and smooth maneuvers such as high speed, slipstreaming behind opponents, and clean driving. At the diner one evening, the player was relaxing with Robin, Manu, and Spike. They play pool for a bit, then Spike gets a message inviting them for a race. After the race, Spike and player head to the diner. Spike, still charged from the race, couldn't help but bring up his idol. He spoke with starry-eyed enthusiasm about Magnus Walker, the urban outlaw. Born in Sheffield, England, Walker moved to the United States in 1986 and eventually established a successful clothing brand called Sirius. Walker's fascination with Porsche began at a young age when he saw a Porsche 911 at the 1977 Earl's Court Motor Show. Over the years, he started collecting and customizing vintage Porsches, which led to his rise in the car collecting scene. His unique style and approach to car customization earned him the nickname Urban Outlaw. Later, the player goes to the Longhorn Diner to show his crew that Magnus Walker has sent him a direct message. Magnus had issued a new challenge. If they could beat his race timings, they'd earn the chance to race him directly. Spike is surprised how Magnus got the player's handle, but he is still happy as he is so close to racing with his idol. Spike grows increasingly competitive, often frustrated that the player is outshining him. The player and Spike stood on the edge of something great, with Magnus Walker's shadow looming large over their journey. Soon, Magnus Walker sends player a message challenging him to a sprint race. After he crossed the finish line ahead of Magnus, the thrill of victory was undeniable as he had beaten the urban outlaw. Then he heads over to the Longhorn Diner. They gather around, playing billiards when suddenly, the celebratory mood was cut short when Spike stormed in. Spike was tinged with jealousy and disappointment, evidently frustrated at the player. He had just found out that the player had raced against Magnus Walker and defeated him without his knowledge. Spike vented his emotions, his words tinged with hurt. For him, Magnus wasn't just a racing icon. He was the dream, the pinnacle of what Spike aspired to be. And now, someone else had lived his dream without him even being a part of it. Before things could escalate, Travis steps forward, revealing that he was the one who gave Magnus Walker the player's number. Robin quickly moved to calm Spike down. She reminded Spike that this wasn't about any one of them, it was about all of them. Travis tells Spike that if one of them gets noticed, they all get noticed. Spike's anger slowly gave way to understanding. He cools down and gets over it. Spike takes a deep breath, the tension slowly dissipating. He realizes that his friends are right. The player's victory is a testament to their collective efforts and skills. With the air cleared, the crew returns to their game of billiards. For the final challenge, Magnus Walker gives the player his Porsche 911 Carrera RSR 2.8 277 to beat his time in a time trial challenge. The player took to the streets in the Porsche and beats Magnus's time. The player is then invited to the Longhorn to celebrate by Magnus Walker. When he gets there, he meets Magnus Walker in person and celebrates with his crew who are also there. Spike is also stoked to meet Magnus. He was finally standing in the presence of his idol, and for a moment, all his earlier frustrations melted away. This was what he had dreamed of, and now it was real. The player's journey had brought them closer, and their growing reputation continued to ripple through Ventura Bay. As the player takes on various challenges, they begin to establish themselves as a serious contender in Ventura Bay. He then meets up with the crew in the diner where they discuss about drifting. In the dimly lit diner, the crew gathers, their conversation buzzing with excitement and ambition. The topic of drifting dominates the table, with Manu leading the discussion. He explains the art of drifting, not just as a technique, but as a style, a spectacle that embodies precision and flair. The crew nods as Manu delves into the details, talking about how competitions like Formula Drift and D1 Grand Prix evaluate speed, angle, line, and most importantly, style. Judges want drivers to blend power and finesse, maintaining seamless control while sliding through hairpin turns and complex courses. Manu, a passionate style specialist, sees potential in the player. His Mazda MX-5 NA, small and nimble, is a reflection of his personality, unassuming yet capable of extraordinary feats. Manu offers the player style missions, pushing them to embrace the thrill of drifting, airtime stunts, and jaw-dropping maneuvers. He emphasizes that these challenges aren't just about winning races, they're about leaving a lasting impression, catching the eye of the one and only Ken Block. After a few practice drift runs, the player and Spike meet up with Manu at one of his favorite spots. There, he talks about Ken Block's Gymkhana runs. Block gained widespread fame for his Gymkhana video series, which showcased his incredible stunt driving and drifting skills. The first Gymkhana video, released in 2008, became an internet sensation and helped establish Block as a pioneer in motorsports filmmaking. Block was also involved in the creation of an AWD Ford Mustang called Hoonicorn. He is best known for his affiliation with the rally racing team Hoonigan Racing Division. Manu gets arrested by the police. With the police tightening their grip, Manu decides to lay low for a while. Later, after another successful drift session, the player meets with Amy, Manu, and Frederick. The group's excitement is palpable as they share ideas for their next challenge. Manu can't stop talking about Block's legendary Gymkhana runs, clearly inspired by the man's unmatched ability to make the impossible look effortless. Spike shows up and he isn't impressed by Ken Block's videos, dismissing them as nothing more than clever editing designed to look cool. His attitude sparks a playful tension among the crew, but Manu sees this as an opportunity rather than a disagreement. Then Manu pitches an ambitious idea: recreate one of Ken Block's Gymkhana runs, move for move in one take, with no edits and no reruns, just one continuous take. The room buzzes with the audacity of the challenge. The crew knows this won't be easy. Fresh off the success of the one-take Gymkhana run, the player meets Manu at his hangout spot. Manu's face is lit with excitement as he shares the news. The video has racked up over 10,000 hits in just an hour, but the room doesn't echo the enthusiasm. Spike and Travis do not seem too impressed. Manu brushes off their indifference, but his determination hardens. Then Ken Block calls Manu, saying that he has seen the video and is thoroughly impressed, so much so that he promises to feature it on the Hoonigan blog. Manu hangs up. But instead of being happy, Manu says that they need to make something so good that even Travis will be impressed. They need to do better, bigger, faster, more daring. A few nights later, Manu calls him to his place, and when he reaches there, he meets Ken Block and Vaughn Gittin Jr. He is meeting Vaughn again after many years. Ken Block has brought his team and his fleet of high-performance cars to town. The atmosphere is electric as they discuss their plans for the night. Ken suggests they go for a Hoonigan run, a thrilling drive that showcases their skills and the capabilities of their cars. The idea is met with enthusiastic approval, and they gear up for an hooning session. Later, Ken calls the player for a more personal challenge. This time, it's a Gymkhana run, just the two of them. Ken brings out his Ford Mustang Hoonicorn RTR for the run. After the run, Ken invites the player back to Manu's place. There, Ken applauds their performance, impressed by their seamless execution and daring maneuvers, and recruits Manu on the Hoonigan team. It's the validation he's been chasing, proof that his passion and talent have not gone unnoticed. The player's skill and dedication have helped elevate not only their reputation, but also his. With Ken Block's seal of approval and Vaughn Gittin Jr. in their corner, the future looks brighter than ever. The player decides to check on Amy. As a build specialist, Amy offers the player build missions, encouraging them to upgrade their cars as much as possible and get the attention of Nakai-san. The player's growing reputation attracts the attention of the icons. They begin to issue direct challenges, testing the player's skill and commitment. As the player works on their car, Amy shares more about Akira Nakai's journey. He wasn't always a legendary tuner. He started as a street racer, carving out his reputation in the late-night circuits of Japan before he used to build cars. Nakai developed an unwavering passion for cars from a young age. His fascination with Porsches began in the late 1980s when he saw a Porsche 930 Turbo on the streets of Japan. He is the founder of Rauwelt Begriff, which translates to Rough World Concept, a Japanese tuning shop known for its custom bodywork for air-cooled Porsche cars. His most famous work is a Porsche 911 Turbo called Stella Artois. His unique vision focused on widening the bodywork, adding distinctive over-fenders, and enhancing aerodynamics to create a truly unique driving experience. Nakai-san represents an icon for build, which focuses on the car's performance capabilities, such as 0 to 60 acceleration, reaching maximum speeds, and performing a long nitrous burst. Travis sneakily manages to bring Akira Nakai's iconic car to Amy's garage to surprise her. When Amy sees the car roll in, her eyes widen with both awe and suspicion. She demands to know how Travis managed to get in touch with Nakai-san. For a fleeting moment, she even accuses him of stealing it. But Travis, with his usual calm demeanor, reassures her that it's all good. With a grin, he tosses the keys to the player, only for Amy to quickly snatch them as she wanted to drive the car first. Amy, practically glowing after the test drive, returns to the garage even more motivated to perfect her own build. The player joins her and Travis as they meticulously work on Amy's project car, every tweak and adjustment made with Nakai-san's iconic style in mind, hoping to impress him and earn a chance to race alongside the legendary tuner. The garage is filled with tools and engines as Amy pours her heart and soul into perfecting every detail of the car. Later, Travis calls the crew to Amy's garage, hinting at a surprise. When the player arrives, Spike is already there, teasing Amy relentlessly about some big secret. Their playful bickering is cut short as Travis steps forward, revealing none other than Akira Nakai himself. The room falls silent. Time seems to pause as Nakai-san, the legendary tuner whose work has inspired racers and builders worldwide, steps into the garage. Amy's eyes widen in disbelief and excitement. For her, meeting Nakai-san is like meeting a lifelong hero. Nakai-san greets everyone warmly, his presence commanding yet approachable. Nakai-san greets the player with a warm smile and a firm handshake. He begins to share his philosophy on cars, emphasizing that self-expression is what brings them together. He says, each build is different. Car customization is self-expression. His words resonate deeply with everyone in the room, especially Amy, whose admiration for his work has fueled her journey. Nakai-san's presence leaves a lasting impact on everyone, reinforcing the idea that car culture is not just about speed and performance, but also about creativity, individuality, and community. The player and the crew are more determined than ever to make their mark in the world of underground racing, carrying forward the legacy of those who came before them. After some time at the garage, they all head to Travis's place, where Nakai-san is hanging out with all of them. The evening becomes a celebration of shared passion. Nakai points at the player and says that they are the next generation. His words carry a weight of responsibility and inspiration, motivating the crew to continue pushing the boundaries of car customization and racing. They feel a renewed sense of purpose and camaraderie, knowing that they have the support and recognition of a true legend. The evening is filled with laughter, stories, and a shared passion for cars. Robin calls the player to her hangout, eager to introduce him to Risky Devil, a legendary Chicago-based drift team. While she's the girly girl of their crew, she still has an interest in street racing, and she's also a big eater. She's the moral center of the crew, acting as a mediator whenever tensions rise within the group. She drives a BMW M3 E46. As a crew specialist, Robin offers the player crew missions, encouraging them to work together during races and get the attention of Risky Devil. The entire team represents an icon for crew, which focuses on teamwork-based maneuvers, such as drifting closely to another drifter in a form of a drift train and matching the speed to nearby opponents. After several practice runs through the twisting hills, Robin gathers the player to discuss Risky Devil's unique approach to drifting. She tells him that Risky Devil started in the 2000s and is still active in grassroots drift events. Their drift team consists of AJ, Cook, Fish, Stevie, and Tim. Risky Devil's drifting style is characterized by their synchronized and precise maneuvers, often performed in close proximity to each other. Risky Devil's drifts are not just about speed and power, they emphasize style, control, and coordination. The team's ability to perform complex drift sequences with seamless transitions and tight formations sets them apart from other drift crews. Spike makes an unexpected appearance, visibly frustrated. He vents about inviting them for a race and getting no response. His disappointment is palpable as he storms off, leaving Robin and the player to carry the energy forward. Determined to make an impression on Risky Devil, Robin declares that they'll recreate one of their iconic chain drift sequences to get noticed. After they successfully recreate the drift train runs, Robin takes the player to her hangout, promising a meeting with Risky Devil. When they reach there, they find the place eerily dark and quiet. Robin's playful spirit fades, replaced by suspicion. Then she pulls the curtain to reveal 4 men in pig masks. Without hesitation, Robin grabs a baseball bat and swings towards them when they finally break their prank. They are impressed by the player as they've been following his journey online and recognize his talent. This moment solidifies the connection between the player and the team. Risky Devil's respect is earned, and they now see the player as a rising force in the drifting world. Sometime later, Robin invites the player for another drift session. He goes to meet Robin, who is hanging out with the Risky Devil crew. Spike also arrives, and Robin excitedly tells him that they are planning a drift run and invites him to join them. Spike hesitates for a moment, but then, with a grin, he agrees. The group heads out for a drift session, showcasing their skills and enjoying the thrill of the ride together. After going for a drift train run with Robin and Risky Devil, they invite him to a celebratory party at Robin's place. When he reaches there, the place is packed. Travis and Spike are also there for the party. Each victory brings the player closer to becoming an icon in their own right, and their success cements their reputation as a rising star. Amy, Robin, Manu, and Spike call him to the diner. Morohoshi-san is seen casually chilling at the back. The crew gathers at their usual table, their expressions serious. The conversation quickly shifts to the chaos unfolding on the streets, caused by an unknown group of rogue drivers brazenly defying the police. The group shares their thoughts on the situation, expressing concern about the reckless behavior of these drivers. Spike, always the thrill seeker, brings up the idea of outrunning the cops. However, the other 3 are completely against that idea. His excitement is met with disapproval as Robin, Amy, and Manu firmly shut him down. Robin's tone is sharp, her concern evident. Manu, usually laid back, mirrors her seriousness, while Amy speaks with calm resolve. Their conversation clearly shows that they have stayed clean and have never gotten into a police chase, unaware of the player's long history with the police. The player listens quietly, reflecting on his own experiences and the countless times he had to evade the authorities. He admires his crew's dedication to staying clean, but can't help but feel the pull of the outlaw life tugging at him once again. Despite their past, he appreciates the crew's commitment to staying on the right side of the law. Sightings of the mysterious outlaws become more frequent, their audacious stunts and challenges drawing the attention of both racers and law enforcement. The crew reconvenes at the Longhorn Diner to address the growing issue. His crew calls him over to the Longhorn Diner to discuss an unknown outlaw caller who has been issuing challenges designed to antagonize the police. Morohoshi-san is also seen having dinner at the back, casually observing the scene. They start the conversation saying the outlaws are causing chaos and drawing too much attention from the cops. The crew worries that their own activities might get swept up in the increasing police scrutiny. As the discussion continues, the tension in the air becomes palpable. It's only a matter of time before things get out of hand. And now there's this unknown caller issuing challenges to go against the police. He looks around at his friends, seeing the concern and determination in their eyes. Unbeknownst to his crew, the player is no stranger to the outlaw life. For weeks, he has been receiving and secretly accepting the mysterious challenges. Completing these tasks rekindles the thrill he thought he had left behind. The high-stakes chases, the roar of sirens, and the adrenaline of dodging roadblocks have become a secret indulgence. He keeps it hidden from the crew, knowing full well they wouldn't approve. The thrill of evading the police and the rush of adrenaline become addictive, but he knows he must keep it a secret to avoid disappointing his crew. As the outlaw's actions grow bolder, so does the player's involvement. Every completed challenge fuels his reputation on the streets, but the duality of his life begins to weigh on him. After the player accepts and beats all the challenges of the outlaw, the unknown caller asks the player to meet up at the diner. The player arrives at the diner, his heart pounding with anticipation. As he scans the room, he spots Morohoshi-san leaving with his guys, giving him a nod of acknowledgement. The nod feels like a silent approval, a recognition of his skills and determination. Before the player can process the moment, Travis comes up from behind, revealing that he had been the mastermind behind the outlaw challenges all along. He tells him that the rush of being an outlaw can never come close to anything. The player realizes that Travis had been testing him, pushing him to see how far he would go. Travis leans in slightly, his tone shifting to one of raw excitement. He speaks of the unparalleled rush of living on the edge, of defying rules and embracing freedom in its purest form. For him, the life of an outlaw isn't just thrilling, it's transcendent. Travis then asks him to ride with the other outlaws, who are surprisingly revealed to be Morohoshi-san and his team. The allure of joining the elite group of outlaws is too strong to resist. He nods in agreement and they head out together. By the end of the night, the player has earned the respect and admiration of Morohoshi-san and his team. They welcome him into their fold, recognizing him as one of their own. The player feels a sense of pride and accomplishment, knowing that he has proven himself in the eyes of the legendary outlaws. Morohoshi-san represents an icon for outlaw, which focuses on criminal activities such as property damage, reckless driving, and police pursuits. His car is a Lamborghini Diablo SV. Morohoshi congratulates the player for keeping up with their challenges and completing them. He praises the player's tenacity, describing his driving as relentless, like a pit bull that never lets go once it locks on, and welcomes him to his crew of outlaws. He nods in agreement, embracing the opportunity to join the ranks of the legendary outlaws. After emerging victorious in all the Icons challenges, the crew and Icons recognize the player as the new ultimate icon of Ventura Bay. Once the player becomes the ultimate icon, the final challenge is against his own crew: Travis, Spike, Amy, Robin, Manu, and the Icons Ken Block, Magnus, Morohoshi-san, Nakai-san, AJ, Cook, Fish, Stevie, and Tim in a 21-mile-long sprint race. After winning the race, Travis calls him over to the club to celebrate. The crowd was waiting. Ventura Bay had its new champion. Having risen from an unknown racer to a recognized icon, the player has left an indelible mark on Ventura Bay's underground racing culture. All his crew and the Icons congratulate him. The crew reflects on the journey, their lives forever changed by the player's presence. In a symbolic gesture, the player takes a group photo with their crew and the Icons. Notably, the player wears a mask, maintaining his anonymity while solidifying their legendary status in the underground racing scene. The story ends on a high note, with the player embracing their new status and continuing to dominate the streets of Ventura Bay. Travis informs him of Eddie from Olympic City, who has come to Ventura Bay and issued a series of challenges. Years ago, Travis used to date Melissa before she met Eddie. Till this day, Eddie and Travis are still not on good terms. Eddie won't race Travis anymore, so he sends the player to race as his proxy. Melissa calls the player with missions for Eddie's challenge. Eddie and Melissa are still together after all these years, which shows they have supported each other through it all. Eddie had underestimated the player from the start, dismissing them as nothing more than a proxy for Travis, someone he could easily outpace. But as the players sped through each challenge, Eddie's dismissive attitude began to change. Eventually, Eddie races against the player in the final challenge, unaware that he is facing the same person who defeated him over a decade ago, as they never meet in person. After winning Eddie's Skyline, Travis calls the player to congratulate them and jokingly offers to buy the car, just to see the look on Eddie's face when he sees Travis driving it. Ken Block was a visionary, a pioneer, and an inspiration to countless enthusiasts around the globe. Though Ken is no longer with us, his spirit lives on in every drift, every jump, and every heart-pounding moment on the track. His passion for pushing the boundaries of what was possible behind the wheel ignited a fire in all who watched in awe, as he performed feats that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The motorsports community is forever grateful for the inspiration and excitement he brought into their lives. Ken showed that driving was not just a skill, but an art form. His precision, creativity, and fearless spirit transformed the way motorsports were viewed. He brought joy and excitement to millions, and his influence will be felt for generations to come. Rest in peace, Ken.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running
I guess my only legacy would be that I like creative stuff and I like fun stuff, you know, and I don't take life too serious. But at the end of the day, I try and inspire people to be creative and live a fun life. And don't be an asshole.
You throw caution in the wind, you just go for it. Once I'm behind the wheel, literally nothing else matters. You know, you push yourself to the limit and beyond.
For me, style is just a part of life, and you either do it or you don't do it. But there's nothing else like that feeling of being able to control a car. Can't really get much better than this.
自分のために作ってるんで、車乗れない頃からもホビーとか模型とかで作ってたからね、車だけによらず洋服にあったり映画にあったり音楽にあったり全ての部分からイマジネーションが湧くんで。
These spots would be empty for all night, so we'd literally just hang out there and start zigzagging through side streets. And I found an open garage, and I pulled into someone's garage. it was I couldn't believe I got away with it.
自分は車を走らせるときにその車がどう走ったら一番かっこいいかっていうのをとにかく諦めないでずっと続けることですから。
Some amazing things I can't feel anywhere else in my life. We've all got a need for speed. One of the great things about Need for Speed is compared to what we do in real life, which is very, very expensive, very dangerous, you can do this all in a very realistic world and do it without the danger of what it takes to shut down a street and risk your life and risk, you know, all this property damage. So the video game to me is a great way to experience these things in a very fun way.
Driving around the streets of LA was my real first experience of speed. Once I'm behind the wheel, literally nothing else matters. You know, you just make those moves and push yourself to the limit and beyond. The great thing about Need for Speed is it gives everyone a challenge to get out there and do your perfect run. So I'm known for being a Porsche guy, but ultimately we've all got a need for speed. It doesn't matter what car you drive, just get out there and drive.
2種類の見方があると思うんですけど、一つはすげえなかっこいいなっていう人と、まあなんだあれはと 2種類いると思います。自分が小さい時から、社会とか大人に反抗していて、多分それが今も続けてるのかもしれないですね。自分の生き方がNeed for Speedっていう形とリンクしてる感じはすごいします。
やっぱりもうそれぞれね、ニードフォースピードによって車のチョイスは違うと思う。それがあるからいろんな種類があって面白いんだと思うし、戦える車も違うから面白いんだと思うんだよね。だからそれぞれの車でみんながね、好きなチョイスもう本当に何でもできるんでね、いろんな選択をしてもらって、いろんな経験をしてもらって、もちろん失敗もあると思うけど、このゲームでね、いろんな経験をしてもらってね、もう実写と同じなんで、楽しく戦えるように、なれればいいなって思ってるね。ニードフォースピードでも戦おう。
I just got a call from someone from EA Games. It's like, well, they want to put us in a video game. Need for Speed, have us be part of the game. And so it was more of like a shock, surreal. It's the coolest thing. I mean, I couldn't even like dreamt of an opportunity like that, or for all of us to be able to do this together.
When we sat around the table, had dinner with everybody, found out who's going to be in the game, we're like, to me, it felt like we won the lottery or something.
And not only is it really cool to actually just be in the game, but to meet, all the individuals that we got to, and to actually hang out with them and get to know them, and go out and have a good time with them. It's that means so much as well.
Yeah, and Need for Speed was able to bring all these people together, which was to me amazing. This is once a lifetime experience, and we would have to be morons not to take on that opportunity. I don't even think any of us are really going to grasp how amazing this was until years down the road, and when we look back on it, we'll be like, dude, it's like that was incredible.
Razor has spent more than 10 years in prison and has returned to reclaim his dominance in the racing world. The first thing he does is get back his Mustang GT. The sleek, roaring beast had been a symbol of his dominance in the racing world in Rockport, and he intended to make sure the streets knew he was back. Razor had spent more than a decade behind bars, but his thirst for the throne was unquenched. The world had changed, but one thing was certain: Razor would not be dethroned. He was coming for the title, and he wouldn't stop until he reclaimed his crown. Razor is determined to prove that he still has what it takes to be the king of the streets. As the word spread that Razor had been released, whispers began to circulate through the underbelly of the racing world. Looking for a new city to conquer, he heads to Blackridge. But Razor's return wasn't something the locals took lightly. They knew who he was, they knew his reputation, and they didn't know whether to be excited or terrified. Razor was a force, and his return meant things were about to get real.
They betrayed me. They made a fool of me. But now, it's my turn.
Officer Rivera learns of the inevitable return of Razor in the world of street racing. She knew the only way to stop Razor was to get to him before he could get to the top. Rivera had an unorthodox plan. She enlisted the help of a local racer to stop Razor from dominating the streets of Blackridge. She gives him a BMW M4 painted in the iconic livery of the BMW M3 GTR that belonged to the player from Rockport. This was psychological warfare to mess with Razor's head. She explains Razor's history with a car like that in Rockport. Officer Rivera used to work in Rockport PD but got transferred to Blackridge. Her connections from Rockport allow her to provide performance upgrades for the BMW M4 so that the new racer can take down Razor when he shows up. Rivera's gamble was simple: put the M4 in the hands of someone who could beat Razor and drive him out of Blackridge. Razor arrived in Blackridge with the swagger and attitude that only a king could possess. He wasn't subtle about it. He announced his presence with the confidence of someone who had never been dethroned. The streets of Blackridge were his kingdom, and it was only a matter of time before the local racers acknowledged it. He wasn't here for small challenges. Razor was here to take over. to prove that after all these years, he was still the king of the streets. Officer Rivera communicates with the new racer through a secure connection, as helping the racer is not exactly legal. Razor eventually takes notice of the new guy and his car, which looks familiar to him, the M3 GTR design. There was something about that M4 that felt eerily familiar. Razor couldn't shake the feeling that he was being toyed with. He could sense something more was at play, something that he wasn't in control of. Rivera catches on to Razor's suspicion, as she did not plan for Razor to see the car early on. Rivera knew she'd have to stay ahead of him, but Razor wasn't easily fooled. She provides more insights into where Razor has been all these years. Razor had been in and out of jails across various cities, including Fairhaven. If she was going to beat Razor, she needed the new racer to understand exactly what they were up against. She needed him to chase Razor out of Blackridge, fast. Razor was ready for anything, or so he thought. He raced against the new guy in the BMW M4. At first, it felt like just another race, another challenger trying to stake a claim. But as the race went on, Razor started to feel the weight of déjà vu. Something about the M4 felt like a ghost from his past, someone he raced years ago. Rivera had succeeded in her subtle mind game. Officer Rivera tries everything to hide the fact that she is receiving help from Rockport to take Razor down again. He finally uncovers that Rockport PD has been helping them all along. Razor knew that the car was not a coincidence. The M4, the livery, the connections, it was all starting to add up, and it didn't sit right with him, and Razor wasn't about to let that slide. He knew the game, and he was done playing it. As Razor becomes aware of Officer Rivera's plan, she contacts the new guy through an open channel, even though she risks suspension in doing so. She had to be sure. Razor had to leave, so she told the racer to finish the job, beat Razor and chase him out of Blackridge.
I'm glad you're here, Sugar Plum. You brought me luck last time. Ready to donate another car to the Razor Fund, baby? It's go time.
Just keep running like you have and this race is yours.
The new racer pushed the limits, forcing Razor to his breaking point and finally beats him. Frustrated and humiliated, Razor couldn't stand the sight of the car. With a final look at Blackridge, Razor made his decision. He was gone, for now at least. Officer Rivera, with the help of the new racer, had succeeded in driving him out, once again. Blackridge was safe for now. A year after his defeat, the streets of Blackridge are once again shaken by the return of Razor. This time, he's behind the wheel of a 6th generation Mustang GT, but his goal remains unchanged, to dominate Blackridge's own blacklist. The infamous racer has returned, determined to leave his mark once again, and reclaim his place as the king of the streets. The player, now a seasoned racer, learns of Razor's return and decides to pass the torch. The player sends his BMW M3 GTR, a car that had once been a symbol of the player's reign, to Kim in Blackridge. Kim is a sharp and resourceful figure in Blackridge who runs a car enhancement business. She's well connected in the underground scene, and her knowledge of the racing world is unmatched. Kim provides guidance to new racers, much like Samantha and Rachel did for the player, helping them navigate the chaos of Blackridge's streets. Kim is shocked when she sees the M3 GTR for the first time. She immediately understands the gravity of the car's legacy. The player left a note on the windscreen which read, "This M3 is a symbol of street racing across the nation. But it's not enough. We need to make this car known worldwide as an icon to inspire other drivers. If you are willing to bear the burden, elevate this car to the top of your city's blacklist. Do that, and you can keep the M3. If you're not, I'll find another who is." After reading the note, Kim knows exactly what's at stake. She gives the M3 to her best driver, entrusting them with the challenge of climbing Blackridge's notorious blacklist. Kim explains the concept of the blacklist to the new driver. It's a list of the most wanted street racers ranked by their bounty. The blacklist originated in Rockport City, but now, every city with a serious underground racing scene has one. To climb the ranks, a racer must prove their worth by defeating the most skilled and notorious drivers in the city. It's a tough climb, but the M3 GTR is the perfect vehicle for the job. The new driver starts building their reputation, taking down racer after racer, challenging Blackridge's elite, and making a name for themselves. But Officer Rivera, now stationed in Blackridge, takes immediate notice of the M3. Her pursuit of the car is relentless, as she recognizes the history behind it and sees it as a threat to her city's peace. After the new racer defeats the number 10 ranked racer on the blacklist, Razor makes his shocking return to the scene. Upon seeing the M3 GTR, he immediately recognizes it. This car is no ordinary ride. It's the same car that haunted his past. Razor's eyes narrow as he realizes that the new guy is connected to the player's legacy, and he's not thrilled about it. Razor, now number 2 on the blacklist, challenges the new racer to test his skill. The new racer prevails, crossing the finish line with Razor trailing behind. Razor, despite his loss, offers a grudging respect. He says the new kid has potential, and that the car's real owner would be proud. Kim, always looking out for her own, shares the truth with the new racer. Razor's history with the M3 GTR goes deep. He had once been at the top of Rockport's blacklist, driving the M3. Razor had cheated his way to victory, stealing the car from its rightful owner and leaving them to get arrested. But the racer came back, reclaimed their car, and took back the top spot. Kim warns the new driver that climbing Blackridge's blacklist won't be easy, and the M3 GTR comes with its own set of burdens. But the potential for greatness is there, if the new driver is willing to carry it. After defeating the number 8 racer, Kim and the new guy notice Razor and the number 1 blacklist racer of Blackridge, Sam. Razor, always looking for an edge, challenges the new driver to keep up with them. Kim warns him that if he keeps hanging around Razor, his bad luck will rub off on him too. Despite the warning, the new racer continues to rise through the ranks, one victory after another. But after defeating the number 7 ranked racer, Razor makes an unexpected offer. After defeating the number 5 racer, Kim tells the new guy about the number 4 racer. His name is Ward, and he is a shady character who also came out of Rockport just like Razor. But before they can focus on that, the tension between Razor and Sam becomes impossible to ignore. Razor talks to Sam, telling her that he was in the same place as her once. The top of the blacklist is an empty feeling. It feels trapped, like there's nowhere else to go, and they have to dance for the cops and other blacklist members when they come around. But Sam isn't ready to admit defeat. Sam replies that there is nothing for her out there and she has nowhere else to go. The blacklist is all she has. Razor offers her freedom in exchange for her number 1 spot. The new driver keeps climbing the ranks and defeating Blackridge's toughest racers. After besting the number 3 spot, only Razor and Sam remain. Razor has been stuck at number 2 for years. A few racers have defeated Razor to become number 2, but soon get caught by the cops when they go for number 1 to challenge Sam. Therefore, Razor by default becomes number 2 again in a constant stalemate. Now, Razor sees his chance to change the game. He makes the new guy a deal, help him get to Sam without the cops interfering, and the new guy will get their shot at Razor's spot. He tells him that whenever the cops learn that number 1 and number 2 are about to race, they immediately swarm in to stop the race. He says that sometimes he intentionally lets other drivers beat him for number 2 and then watch them go after number 1 and end up in jail. So he wants the new guy to distract the cops while Razor races Sam for the number 1 spot. Kim is initially skeptical and hesitates, but then agrees. The plan is risky, but it's the only way to challenge Razor for the number 1 spot. The new driver becomes part of Razor's crew, drawing the attention of Officer Rivera, who immediately begins a pursuit. As Rivera chases them down, Razor finally makes his move. He challenges Sam for the number 1 spot. While Officer Rivera is distracted, focusing on the M3 GTR and its driver, Razor and Sam race side by side. The cops can't interfere, and Razor takes full advantage of the situation. In the end, he crosses the finish line, claiming victory, and with it, the number 1 spot on Blackridge's blacklist. True to his word, Razor goes for a victory lap around the city, giving the new guy the chance to take on Sam, who's now number 2. The new driver defeats Sam in an intense race, climbing to the number 2 position. At last, they're on the cusp of facing Razor himself. Officer Rivera arrives on the scene, and something unexpected happens. She calls Sam by her full name, Samantha. As more officers pour into the streets, Sam is stunned. Razor observes, watching the police close in. Sam, realizing the situation has escalated beyond her control, turns to Razor for help. But instead of backing her up, Razor bails on her, leaving Sam to face the consequences alone. As Officer Rivera and her team close in on the racers, Sam's world begins to unravel. They manages to escape, and she demands answers from Razor about the number 1 spot, and what he reveals shocks both her and the new guy. Razor, finally revealing the truth about Blackridge's blacklist, drops a bombshell. The number 1 spot was a lie all along. It was a decoy, a fake racer planted to trap anyone who challenged her. Sam, the #1 racer, was nothing more than a pawn in this game. The cops were working behind the scenes to protect her from challengers, letting her hold the title for as long as they could lure in the next victim. Sam is devastated. Razor continues saying that he needed to get her out of the way so he could take #1 and restore the legitimacy of the blacklist with him as the rightful king. This revelation sends shockwaves through the streets. He wanted to erase the fake #1 and rebuild the blacklist with respect for the real racers at the top. But the final twist hits hard. Samantha's sister is Officer Rivera. Sam, with all her pride and power, had been protected by the very person she never suspected, Ash Rivera, the officer who had been orchestrating her rise and fall from behind the scenes. In a rage, Sam turns to Rivera, demanding answers. Rivera tries to calm her down, but Sam has already made up her mind. Sam declares she is done with her, walking away from everything she thought she knew. After a dramatic series of events in Blackridge, Kim and the new guy make their escape from the city, setting their sights on Razor. It's a race for supremacy, one that would define who truly rules the streets of Blackridge. Razor, ever the strategist, finally challenges the new guy to a rematch for the #1 spot.
It's go time.
It's over, Razor.
It ain't over until I say it's over.
After the new guy beats Razor, still driven by his ego and pride, Razor says it's not over. But before the new guy can savor his victory, Officer Rivera catches up to them and sends every Blackridge police vehicle unit after them.
I want every single unit after the guy.
Everyone?
Everyone!
The new guy manages to escape the cops and becomes the new owner of the BMW M3 GTR, cementing his status as the most wanted racer of Blackridge's underground racing scene. Soon after, the Blackridge PD dismantles the blacklist, arresting every known racer in the city. A few days later, Kim receives a simple yet meaningful note from the player that reads, "Well done." A year later, with Blackridge now liberated from the oppressive grip of the blacklist, the city becomes a hub of excitement as tournaments from all around the country are held there. The rules of the ProStreet tournament are strict. Only certain cars are allowed to race against the Showdown King, making the competition fierce and exclusive. The next event, Shift, brings its own set of challenges. In the final race of the event, a BMW-only manufacturer competition determines the winner. During the underground tournament, a fierce and determined female racer from Olympic City, driving a Nissan 370Z, steps into the spotlight. Her skills are undeniable, and she adds a fresh challenge to the ever-growing world of underground racing. During the Most Wanted tournament, Razor makes a return. Having been arrested after the blacklist was scrapped, Razor is back with a vengeance, determined to reclaim his reputation. He reveals that he has been locked up twice now, once because of the Rockport racer, and the second time because of the new guy. He also reveals that as soon as he got out of Camden Prison in Rockport, Officer Rivera followed him all the way to Blackridge. But before the rematch can begin, a twist of fate strikes. The new guy's car unexpectedly stalls. In the nick of time, Kim brings him the player's M3 GTR from her garage, giving the new guy the chance he needs to take on Razor. With the M3 in hand, the new guy beats Razor once again. Officer Rivera arrives, and Razor, having been defeated, is arrested again, while the new guy escapes just in time. In the background, the player has been observing the new guy and Kim's rise. It's clear the new guy has the potential to leave his mark on Blackridge, but the player knows that the real test is yet to come. After the new guy beats the player in the tournament, the two finally face each other for the first time. The player, always one to acknowledge new talent, tells the new driver, Olympic City, Bayview, Rockport, Palmont City, these are my cities. But Blackridge, I don't need convincing, this one's yours. One day, you'll join me in infamy. I know it. Keep it up. Oh, and thanks for looking after the M3. The player's words are a rare show of respect, a testament to the new driver's skill and determination. After defeating the player and dominating the streets of Blackridge, the new guy had already proven himself against some of the toughest racers the city had to offer. The Speed Hunter Showdown had been his biggest test yet, but victory in Blackridge wasn't the end of the road, because the Speed Hunter Showdown didn't start there. Its true origins trace back to a city thousands of miles away, a paradise where the underground racing scene never slept. Palm City, a place where the Speed Hunters events were born. For the new guy, the decision was obvious, so he packed up and drove the hero's M3 GTR towards Palm City. In the Need for Speed Heat storyline, the new driver from Black Ridge arrives in Palm City for a vacation. He drives the player's iconic M3 GTR, gifted to him by the legendary player himself during the events in Need for Speed No Limits. The car gleams under the Palm City sun as he cruises through the streets, feeling the thrill of the open road. However, his peaceful drive is short-lived. The Palm City Police Department's high-speed task force units quickly takes notice of the M3 GTR. Lieutenant Frank Mercer, known for targeting high-value vehicles for his illegal car smuggling operation, sees the legendary car as a prized target. After a tense, high-speed pursuit, the Palm City Police Department corners and busts the new guy, confiscating the car under Mercer's orders. The M3 GTR is impounded and taken to Mercer's chop shop, where it is left damaged and awaiting dismantling or export. When Anna and NFS Heat's protagonist sneak into Mercer's chop shop, the backside of the BMW M3 GTR can be seen among the many impounded cars. Mercer's dirty operations involve impounding cars from racers in the city, even those with no criminal record, then bringing those cars to his chop shop to strip off car parts or illegally export them through shipping containers in Port Murphy for laundered profits. They overhear two officers talking about the car's driver, making fun of him. They devise a plan to expose Mercer by crashing a showdown event with some members from the league joining them, leading police and local media to his chop shop, but it turns out to be vacated. The group retreats to Lucas Rivera's garage, only to find Lucas tied up and badly beaten up. Mercer reveals he anticipated their plan after he saw them on a hidden camera in his chop shop. He takes Anna and the protagonist captive, intending to drive them to the station to frame them as the masterminds of his operation. As Mercer drives away, Lucas breaks free from his restraints and intercepts them in his father's Camaro and rams Mercer's car, leaving it severely damaged. Miraculously, Anna and the protagonist are dazed but unharmed. Seizing the window of distraction, Anna steals Mercer's laptop and escapes with Lucas and the protagonist. They move to a new safe house in a different location, then decide to use Mercer's laptop to expose him. They hack it open with Roshni's help and upload the incriminating files to various news networks, proving his corruption. The laptop contains a treasure trove of evidence, including incriminating files detailing his smuggling operation, payments from buyers, and surveillance footage from his chop shop. The information leaked to local and national news outlets causes a media frenzy. The fallout is swift, and Mercer is suspended from the PCPD. He is forced into hiding to avoid prosecution. Sometime later, they learn that Mercer is preparing the stolen cars in his possession for export before fleeing Palm City. As they do not know which cops are complicit or innocent, Anna and Lucas convince the League and other crews to simultaneously create chaos and draw as many police cars as possible to Port Murphy where the stolen cars are being loaded. The coordinated effort successfully draw enough attention from the police and the media, leading them to the docks and exposing the racket of stolen cars ready to be shipped. Confronted by a swarm of police and news outlets, Mercer attempts to escape and evade custody by stealing the BMW M3 GTR from the cargo. In a desperate bid to escape, he jumps over the crowd with the car and rides off. Heat's protagonist chases after Mercer. After a pursuit, the chase ends with the protagonist wrecking the M3 GTR, rendering it undrivable and leaving Mercer stranded. They immediately leave as per Torres' orders. Officer Eva Torres soon arrives on her motorcycle at the crash spot. Mercer tries to talk to her, but she pulls her gun in response to his threats. The scene cuts to black, leaving Mercer's exact fate ambiguous. Over the following week, Mercer is declared missing and presumed dead. Torres takes over his position, vowing to reform the high-speed task force with a focus on fairness and accountability. The iconic BMW M3 GTR, once the king of the streets, is impounded again and left to rot. The once vibrant car now stands as a silent witness to the passage of time. Dust gathers on its once pristine surface, and the vibrant livery fades under the harsh sun. Stripped of its purpose and pride, it becomes a forgotten relic, abandoned in a dusty corner of the impound lot. Years later, the player, the legendary racer who once owned the M3 GTR, standing outside the chain link fence, gazes at the car with a mix of nostalgia and regret. Memories of high-speed chases, intense races, and hard-fought victories flood back. The M3 GTR was more than just a car. It was a symbol of their journey, their triumphs, and the bond forged with fellow racers. As the player turns to leave, The weight of the moment hangs heavy in the air. The car that once defined an era of street racing now lies abandoned, a testament to the relentless pursuit of justice and the ever-changing tides of the racing world. With a final glance, the player walks away, tears welling up in his eyes, knowing that a chapter has closed, leaving behind a legacy that will never be forgotten. Need for Speed Payback takes place simultaneously during the events of No Limits. During the events of Need for Speed Payback, which takes place in Fortune Valley, at various points in the story, characters from previous Need for Speed games appear or are mentioned. In one of Jess's runner missions, she eavesdrops on a conversation with Cross from Rockport, who is now a member of the Silver Rock PD. He expresses disgust with the flagrant level of corruption in the department and vows to quit and return to Rockport. Aki Kimura is now the leader of Tier 2 Drift Street League, Noisebomb in Fortune Valley, and he drives a Nissan Silvia Spec R Aero. When Aki Kimura boasts that no one has ever beaten the Drift King, Mac reminds him of his defeat at the hands of Ryan Cooper. Aki is quick to assert that that was a long time ago and no one's done it since. During Tyler's race against Natalia Nova, which Natalia live streams, Natalia at one point reads a chat donation from a Wolf TFK. One of the crew bosses in Carbon was named Wolf, and his crew was named TFK. During the events of Need for Speed Payback, racers occasionally discover abandoned vehicles hidden around Fortune Valley. One of these derelicts is a BMW M3 E46, resembling the legendary Most Wanted M3 GTR. The car had been modified with a racing body kit and painted in the unmistakable blue and silver livery that once ruled the streets of Rockport. It looked almost identical to the legendary machine. After escaping the cops, Tyler and Raj restored the car and brought it back to life. With it, he raced across Fortune Valley, eventually using the machine during the final stages of the Outlaws Rush. The curator states that those who committed great achievements in the Need for Speed universe, such as having beat the blacklist from Most Wanted, stumped the Speed King from ProStreet, and ran the run from the run, are welcome to the Outlaws Rush. After Lina Navarro and the House were defeated, the car changes hands across the underground. Over the next few years, the replica M3 moved through the underground market, bought, sold, and traded between collectors, smugglers, and street racers who wanted to own a piece of the legend, until eventually it surfaced in a delivery network operating out of Lakeshore. One of those networks belonged to Yaz. Need for Speed Heat also has many references to previous games. These include the Lamborghini Diablo SV from Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit, Eddie's Nissan Skyline GTR, R34 from Underground, Rachel Teller's Nissan 350Z from Underground 2, the player's BMW M3 GTR from Most Wanted 2005, and Faith Jones's Ford F-150 Raptor from Payback. Each of the iconic cars sports the exact body kit, spoiler, wheels, and license plates as their respective games. Some of the street art collectibles scattered around Palm City are logos of previous Need for Speed games. Some street art mentions YouTubers: AR12 Gaming, Black Panther, JVY Pennant, Crowned, Wise Guy, Straight Up Hippo, LPN05, Domestic Mango. There is a street sign naming real-life locations Moapa and Glendale. Moapa is a city from Nevada, Glendale is from Arizona. The Haunted Barn from Most Wanted makes a return. Atlantica is a course in Need for Speed 3, High Stakes, and in Underground. There's a course similarly named Atlantica. There is a sign saying Lost Vegas, which is from the Need for Speed. One colorful sign reads Play EA Games, while another reads Game On. A third sign reads Color Console and has a symbol that looks a lot like the Dreamcast symbol. Need for Speed V-Rally 2 was released for the Dreamcast in the year 2000. Officer Torres's BMW S1000 RR Bikes license plate is CY1994. This is a nod to Road and Track presents the Need for Speed, which was released in 1994. Another highway sign in Western Port Murphy says Rusty Springs 2345 miles. referring to Rusty Springs Raceway from the series' very first entry, The Need for Speed. There is a Proving Grounds Raceway, which is a course from Need for Speed 2. There is a road sign stating Mystic Peaks 8314 miles. It is a track from Need for Speed 2. A building in Port Murphy has a sign that says Monolithic Studios, which was the unlockable bonus track from Need for Speed 2. There is a sign saying Last Resort Club, which is a track from the Need for Speed 2 Special Edition. There is a sign saying Corsica, which is a real-life location in France. It is a reference from Porsche Unleashed. There is a sign saying Normandy, which is a real-life location in France. It is also a reference from Porsche Unleashed. There is a sign saying Red Rock Bridge, which is a course from Need for Speed 3. There's a highway sign at the end of the pier in Bayview Park, which itself a reference to the City of Underground 2 that says Aquatica 3 miles, a reference to the track of the same name in Need for Speed 3. There is also a sign in Bayview Park saying Calypso Coast, which is a track in Hot Pursuit 2. The Palm City itself is named as a nod to the Palm City Island, a track in Hot Pursuit 2. There is a sign in a tunnel in Cloudbank saying Coastal Parklands, which is a track in Hot Pursuit 2. A road sign stating Olympic City 98 miles can be found in downtown Palm City. It is the City of Underground 1. There is a sign saying Port Royal, which is a district from Underground 1. A store in Sandino Ranches has a sign saying Ronnie was here. This refers to Ronnie, the number 3 member of the Blacklist in Rockport. Another store is in Mendoza Keys. This fruit stand named Ronnie is here is a reference from a real-life fruit stand named Robert is here in Florida. There is a reference to Sergeant Cross in Mendoza Keys with a sign for the Cross Memorial Bridge. Edgewood Valley refers to Need for Speed Edge. Fairview Fields refers to Hot Pursuit's Fairview Road. There is a Krieger Bridge, which refers to the Grip King, Ray Krieger from ProStreet. A building called Devil Culinary Institute has its logo similar to Ghost Games. This studio made Need for Speed Rivals, Need for Speed 2015, Payback and Heat. There is a district called Fort Callahan, similar to how there is a district named Callahan Industrial in Fairhaven City. There is also a prison there where lore-wise, Razor Clarence Callahan was imprisoned. In the eastern part of Fort Callahan, there's an abandoned car with a TFK logo referencing the Fortuna Kings crew from Need for Speed Carbon. There is also a Fortune Valley license plate, which is the city of Need for Speed Payback. Outrun gas station hints at Outrun races in various Need for Speed games. There is a port dedicated for Ventura Bay shipment. After Mercer spares Joe's life, he decides to quit racing in Palm City and go back to Ventura Bay.
I'm going back to Ventura and I'm taking Richie with me.
But we're a crew!
Not anymore. It's over.
What? You just gonna walk to Ventura?
Yup. You're on your own.
Roshni mentions that she and her gang had to leave Ventura Bay because the feds were looking for them there. Fairhaven City's Hughes International Airport maintains scheduled flights connecting to Rockport, Seacrest County, and Paradise City, the iconic city of Burnout Paradise. Jake Paul called 2017 the best year of his life because his YouTube channel exploded, Team 10 was everywhere, and its Everyday Bro went viral. Things were going so well that he even took a detour to Fortune Valley, showing up as a racer just to prove his clout on the streets. After being arrested by Officer Rivera in Blackridge during the events of No Limits, Razor was transferred to Fort Callahan Prison in Palm City. While in prison, Razor learns of the infamous M3 GTR making headlines again after Frank Mercer tried to escape with the car from Palm City during the events of Need for Speed Heat. The wrecked M3 GTR was impounded by the Palm City PD and eventually transferred to Lakeshore as scrap. Razor's obsession reignites, fueled by years of scheming and a burning desire for revenge. The car had symbolized his rise and fall, and reclaiming it would restore his fractured legacy. A few years later, Razor is released from Fort Callahan Prison. Now older, he sees his Mustang being towed away, a stark reminder of how far he has fallen. Determined to reclaim the car that sent him to prison, he begins tracking the BMW M3 GTR, watching as it moves across the country. When Razor discovers that the car has landed in Lakeshore, he seizes the opportunity to rebuild his reputation and plan his ultimate comeback. Fresh out of prison, Razor isn't just a man looking for redemption, he's a man on a mission. Razor doesn't care about the glitz or the racers chasing fame, he only has one goal: to reclaim his status in the racing scene. Operating under the alias Racer X, Razor integrates himself into Lakeshore's street racing scene. His strategic mind and extensive knowledge of underground racing make him a valuable ally to the local crews. He quickly earns their trust, but all the while, he is secretly plotting the retrieval of the BMW M3 GTR. Razor, as Racer X, secretly arranges for the car to be refurbished by a skilled underground shop. After years of prison time, first arrest in Rockport, later in Blackridge, then Fort Callahan, Razor never let go of one thing from his head: the M3 GTR. To him, it wasn't just a car, it was unfinished business. It was the symbol of the one time he wasn't the king. After his release, Razor studied race footage. He tracked underground forums. He learns that the car was seen again after Mercer crashed it. He hears whispers of it passing through Lakeshore. He hears rumors it survived. That rumor was enough. Using prison contacts and black market money, he commissions a delivery of a fresh M3 GTR. Identical livery, same aggression, same message. With her reputation for high-risk, high-stakes jobs and connections in every corner of the underground, Yaz receives an unusual request from a mysterious client calling themselves the Blacklist. The job is to transport a BMW M3 GTR from a holding yard outside the city to a secure location deep within Lakeshore. They are told that the car is hot, so the police will be looking out for the car. Recognizing the risk and the pay, Yaz recruits Unbound's protagonist for the job. For them, it was a job like any other, similar to ones that they had done many times before. But they clearly didn't know exactly what they had gotten themselves into. The significance of that car was lost on them. All they really knew was that some guy had been released from jail and wanted that car. Unbound's protagonist wonders why someone would go to such lengths to recover a wreck. Yaz brushes off the questions, dismissing the concern, and wants to get the job done. The mission begins under the cover of night. Its iconic silver and blue livery is unmistakable. As they secure the car, within minutes, Lakeshore PD is on their tail, using advanced tactics to corner the car. After a heart-pounding chase, they skillfully evade pursuit and finally reaches the drop point, a nondescript warehouse on Lakeshore's industrial edge. For Yaz, the delivery mission leaves her uneasy. She realizes she may have unknowingly handed the car to someone with dangerous plans. Unbeknownst to them, Razor is watching the delivery unfold from the shadows. He had waited years for this moment. He had tracked the car's movements with obsessive precision for weeks, studying every shift in ownership, every transfer, every mile it traveled. And now, it was finally here. The delivery mission confirms what Razor suspected. It was not the same car. When Razor gets his hands on the car, he knew something was different. This new one was not enough. Because Razor doesn't want a replica, he wanted the original. The real M3 had disappeared after the events in Palm City, when Officer Mercer crashed it during the final chase. Most people believe the car was destroyed. Razor didn't. As Racer X, he's already ingrained himself in Lakeshore's racing scene, quietly building alliances and scouting potential partners. For nearly a year he searched. Razor tracked financial records, scrapyards, private collectors, impound databases, and police auctions. After a year of searching, he finds something strange. A damaged, unregistered chassis number. A vehicle flagged after Mercer's crash moved quietly, off books with the matching VIN number. It was the original M3 GTR shell. Not destroyed but hidden and waiting. Rust had begun eating into the metal. Dust covered the once famous livery. But Razor knew immediately it was the real one. After Mercer's crash, the mechanics who tried to repair the car didn't have proper replacement parts. The only available panel came from an original M3 GTR body shell, one that still carried the early beta version of the vinyl beneath the paint. That tiny detail confirmed everything. Razor had found the hero's original machine, but he didn't just want the car back. He wanted to make a statement. He didn't just want the M3, but every modern machine carrying the legacy of the Blacklist. By now, Razor had fully embedded himself into the underground racing scene of Lakeshore City, quietly building alliances and scouting potential partners. Under the mysterious alias Racer X, he quietly rebuilt his influence among the local racers. Crews respected him, drivers listened to him, and when the moment was right, Razor set his plan into motion. He called it the Lockdown Event. Across Lakeshore, police lockups and impound yards held some of the most valuable seized vehicles in the city. Among them were the modern machines that racers had begun calling the new Blacklist cars, vehicles inspired by the legendary drivers of Rockport. Razor saw the opportunity. Under the promise of glory, reputation, and a share of the spoils, he rallied Lakeshore's racers and their crews to join his operation. Breaking into police compounds, evading security systems, and extracting the impounded cars would require coordination, speed, and complete chaos on the streets. But the racers of Lakeshore had another reason to join. To them, this wasn't just a heist, it was a tribute. Years after the events of Need for Speed Most Wanted, the legend of the Rockport Blacklist had become street racing folklore. Stories of those drivers and their iconic machines had spread through the underground like urban myths. So the racers of Lakeshore decided to honor that legacy. They recreated the Blacklist, not by copying the past, but by evolving it. Each modern car carried the same iconic liveries that once ruled the streets of Rockport, but beneath the paint were machines representing the cutting edge of modern street racing technology. The result was a new generation of Blacklist cars. Blacklist number 15 is a Honda Civic Type R, light, aggressive, and perfectly suited for tight city racing. Blacklist number 14 is a classic 1988 BMW M3, raw and unpredictable. Blacklist number 13 is a tuned Nissan 350Z, a true icon of the street racing era. Blacklist number 12's legacy continued with a modern Nissan GTR Premium, blending technology with brute force. Blacklist number 11 is returned through the turbocharged Mitsubishi Eclipse GSX. Blacklist number 10 is reborn in a Porsche 718 Cayman Spyder. Blacklist number 9 is a Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Blacklist number 8 is muscle lived on with a 2015 Ford Mustang GT. Blacklist number 7's intimidating presence returned in a Mercedes-AMG C63. Blacklist number 6 is luxury and aggression reborn in the Lamborghini Murcielago Super Veloce. Blacklist number 5 is American power evolved into the modern Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Blacklist number 4 is the hypercar Ferrari LaFerrari. Blacklist number 3 is another legendary Nissan GTR. Blacklist number 2 is the track-focused McLaren 600 LT. And finally, at the center of it all, the battered, scarred, and unmistakable heroes, BMW M3 GTR. The lockdown event became more than just a heist. It became a bridge between two eras, a collision of past and present, classic liveries wrapped around modern machines. A new generation of racers honoring the legends that came before them while proving that the Blacklist was far from forgotten. And at the center of it all stood Razor Callahan, once again ready to rewrite the rules of the street. Razor's masterstroke is the introduction of extraction trucks, modified haulers capable of transporting the stolen cars out of Lakeshore. The catch? These trucks are equipped with deadly EMP systems, forcing racers to claim the trucks before they leave or risk being taken out by their devastating blasts. Razor, as Racer X, orchestrates the event, controlling when the lockups open and the extraction trucks roll in. All the racers must claim the extraction truck with their crew to safely escape the lockdown zone with their loot. If they fail to claim it before it leaves, they risk being wrecked by its deadly EMP blast. So the racers must work together with their crew to break into the lockups, retrieve the cars, and navigate through the lockdown zones while evading the relentless pursuit of the Lakeshore Police Department. The LPD has implemented new EMP wall countermeasure technology that damages cars over time and instantly raises the racers' heat level to 5 when they enter the lockdown zones, making the task even more challenging. The racers must navigate these treacherous zones while working together to break into the lockups. As chaos erupts across Lakeshore, Razor uses his position to manipulate events in his favor. His goal is to get racers to pay him to open up the gates to the lockups where the cars are stored. The racers work together to clear the path for the extraction trucks, battling through EMP zones, roadblocks, and spike strips. The LPD deploys their entire arsenal, determined to prevent the cars from escaping Lakeshore. The city descends into complete chaos as the racers push their cars and their skills to the limit. The tension reaches its peak as the racers manage to retrieve the M3 GTR. The car, heavily damaged but still iconic, becomes the centerpiece of the heist. As the racers and their crews evacuate Lakeshore, Razor reveals his true identity to a select few, making it clear that his obsession with the M3 GTR is far from over. He sees the M3 GTR not just as a car, but as a symbol of redemption, power, and his return to the top of the street racing world. Razor vanishes, leaving the racing scene to deal with the aftermath of the lockdown event. For Razor, the successful heist is more than a victory. It's the culmination of years of planning and obsession. But his story is far from over. Razor's relentless ambition and hunger for power ensure this is only the beginning of his resurgence. And so, the streets whisper of his return, a legend reborn, as the echoes of roaring engines fade into the night. Under the guise of a mysterious benefactor, he ensures the car is fully rebuilt. Engine, chassis, aerodynamics, every detail meticulously restored. Until next time, Razor's name lingers as both a warning and a challenge to all who dare cross his path.
Thank you very much.
It's been my
very
pleasure.
thoughtful. Thank you, brother. Good luck in everything you do.
Thank you to you as well and your family. You're a legend.
Thanks,
man. My pleasure.
Wow. First, I'm going to take your ride, then I'm going to take your girl. First, I'm going to take your ride, then I'm going to take your girl. Get ready for that.
In other parts of the world, China has become a significant player in the global motorsport scene, with state-of-the-art racing facilities and a growing community of racing enthusiasts. In a world where street racing legends are forged in the shadows, China's Heat Bay emerges as the next battleground for speed and glory. Heat Bay represents a futuristic vision of the racing world, blending elements of cyberpunk aesthetics with the thrill of street racing. The city's design and layout reflect the advancements in racing technology and the dynamic nature of modern motorsports. The country is home to some of the most modern and iconic racing tracks, attracting top drivers and teams from around the world. The modern racing scene in China is characterized by a blend of traditional motorsports and innovative events. The country's commitment to hosting world-class racing events has fostered a passion for motorsports among its population. This enthusiasm is reflected in the increasing number of racing events, from Formula 1 to touring car racing and motorcycle racing. China is home to several world-class racing circuits, such as the Shanghai International Circuit and the Zhuhai International Circuit. Chinese car enthusiasts are known for their love of customization and tuning. China's vibrant street racing culture, particularly in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, are a testament to the country's passion for speed and innovation. These cities are hotspots for underground racing events, where drivers showcase their meticulously tuned vehicles and compete for glory. The street racing scene is characterized by its unique blend of traditional and modern influences, with racers often incorporating cutting-edge technology and design into their cars. The community is tight-knit, with enthusiasts sharing tips, techniques, and stories of their latest modifications. This vibrant culture not only fuels the adrenaline of the races, but also fosters a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect among participants. Whether it's the roar of engines echoing through the city streets or the dazzling display of custom paint jobs and neon lights, China's street racing culture is a dynamic and integral part of the country's automotive landscape. Here, elite racers from around the world converge, pushing the limits of their machines and their skills. The streets are alive with custom-tuned beasts, roaring engines, and the glow of neon underbody lights slicing through the midnight mist. Each corner, each drift, each burst of nitrous is a statement, a testament to the relentless pursuit of speed and dominance. But in the world of Heat Bay, amidst the chaos of high-speed pursuits and underground syndicates, only the boldest will conquer the streets and etch their name into the global racing legacy. As the next generation of racers takes the wheel, Heat Bay becomes the proving ground for those who dare to chase the legend and redefine what it means to be most wanted.
One shot on stage, what you got to play? Generic drops for days, still the people rage. Am I not insane? Can you stop and explain why these drops are so lame? Is money buying you fame? I'm fucking on, I'm killing it with this song. You haters can sing along or go back where you belong. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with giving up, moving on. Cause I took your girl to prom, she can't help but sing this song. Till the roof comes off, till the lights go out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth, till the smoke clears out, and my high progress. I'ma rip this shit till my bones collapse. Till the roof comes off, till the lights go out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth, till the smoke clears out, and my high progress. I'ma rip this shit till my bones collapse. so on, like a light switch flirting back. There's nothing wrong with the way that she's working that. I just want that body bad, come on baby, bring it back. I'm so gone, faded off a 30 rack. She's so on, like a light switch flirting back. There's nothing wrong with the way that she's working that. I just want that body bad, come on baby, bring it back. I rap with a passion, yeah, I got it in me. I've been waiting quite a long time for y'all to hear me. It's about damn time you put some stock into me. You're either sponsoring me or fucking bothering me. And the fact is, we just practice all this madness. That is why our status is like a canvas. Chances our advancement is enhancing, and this new expansion's like a mansion. Comes off till the lights go out, till my legs give out. Can't shut my mouth till the smoke clears out. And my hyper raps, I'ma rip this shit till my bones collapse. Till the roof comes off, till the lights go out, till my legs give out. Can't shut my mouth till the smoke clears out. And my hyper raps, I'ma rip this shit till my bones collapse.
Get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. No, can't keep me down.
Lost in my thoughts, feel like I could drown. Oh no, can't have it now. Buried so deep, I'm below the ground. I go where I hear the sound, all on my own, I can feel it now. Unknown, so my heart pounds, cause I don't understand what happens now. Oh no, I'd rest in peace, leave behind a lesser me. Working hard to better me, looking back I'll never be. Let's go, recklessly, fighting to forget it's me. I feel inside it's festering, but I just want to you're the one that let me down. I'm looking at myself right now. The mirror nearly breaks itself. I'm screaming out cause I need help. And you're the one that let me down. I'm looking at myself right now. The mirror nearly breaks itself. I'm screaming out cause I need help. I tried to forget, you held me back soon as we met. You were always scared of what happens next. Unprepared so you feel regret, I'm upset cause I wasted time. I sat at the base when I should've climbed. I stopped with the chase and forgot the grind. I feel out of place, empty inside. You thought I'd never be, won't amount to anything. Had me doubting everything, you only knew a lesser me. You're now my enemy, wish you never met with me. Work until the death of me, so I become a you're the one that let me down. I'm looking at myself right now. The mirror nearly breaks itself. I'm screaming out cause I need help. And you're the one that